Annabelle.
And my name is Kenji. Hi, everybody.
And today, we have Chip, and we also have
Wancho playing in a match, and we're gonna be casting that match.
And we're also, the matchups are gonna be
Mega Kangaskhan versus
Mega Lucario. So let's see how this match goes.
So how do you think the matchup is between these two decks?
Well, for Lucario, I think what they want to try to do is like maybe try to get like a lot of draw support, and then also like try to get their attackers ready, and maybe try to hit for 2 prizes with their gusting card like Hariyama or Boss.
Yeah, I feel like with like the perspective of the Mega Kangaskhan, you really just want to disrupt their energy cards because it's kind of hard to set it up, because then you can heal with Picnic Basket, which is really helpful.
Yeah.
Let's see what the price. Oh, they both priced their ace back.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, Wancho priced so many Pokemon.
That is crazy.
Oh my gosh, he priced double Riolu.
Wait, this is crazy.
No. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
They both have their ace spec prize.
Yeah, and like if we look on Chip's side, nothing too bad, but like some energies not too bad though. But Wancho is like, his prizes are quite crazy.
Definitely the Pokemon hurts on the side, and definitely being the last prize is the Prime Catcher.
Oh.
Wow, Chip can definitely get that Miracle headset during the games.
This feels pretty bad for Wancho, but
we're getting the action started, so let's see. He has a Nest Ball, so he can get a Pineco with this, because he has a Mega Kangaskhan in his hand, and next turn he has the Fortress, so he can start like getting the 5 energies.
Yeah, he can start getting set up and stuff. Okay, yeah, he looks like he's getting the Pinecone.
Yep. He has that Therapeutic, which I don't think it really matters in this matchup.
Yeah.
But that Kangaskhan does have a weakness of fighting, so it will be tough for the Mega Kangaskhan to really hit those Lucarios unless it flips like 3 heads in a row.
Yeah.
Which if you do that one time, it's like fine, but the matchup's definitely pretty unfavored for Chip here, because the weakness, it's like you can get KO'd.
Yeah, really easily,
Mega Brave.
Still, the prizes are quite horrible, so we'll see how this goes.
Maybe the prizes will slow down Wancho.
Okay, it looks like Chip is using
Run Errand, draw 2 cards if it's in the active spot, and you can't use another Run Errand this turn.
Yep.
So you can't just like switch.
Attach a Grass Return.
The next turn we have the Fortress.
Yeah.
So what we could possibly do with the Fortress, we can just like we could like knock out the Fortress, attach 2 to the active and 3 to the bench, and then we can really get going.
Yeah, I think since Chip has a pretty strong start, you can see Wancho laughing. He can definitely tell that his prizes are quite horrible, but
yeah, I think Wancho, or not, I think Wancho could see like, he only has one, or he doesn't have that many Riolus in the deck.
For sure, and this is a pretty sad setup because especially like, especially when only one Riolu, like the board seems like pretty, like not the greatest, but.
Especially if like the Mega, if Chip definitely gets like a Cypher or a Boss's Orders off this Run Errand.
Or Pokegear. He has a Pokegear in hand. Okay, looks like
we can get Pulse or Cypher, because then he can Cypher for Catcher.
I think we are also seeing a Lily's Determination.
But first, we're gonna see an Ultra Ball, just fitting all the cards out of like the deck. Make sure we want to get like as many Pokemon, especially when we don't have as much Pokemon search.
Yeah. Or
we don't have as much Pokemon in the deck. So he's grabbing the Lunatone, so he can really prioritize that setup.
Yeah, for sure. And then for a Lunar Cycle, we do need to see a Solar Rock in play to use that ability. If he misses it, then that would be pretty sad, but I think the chances are still pretty high.
Yeah. What do you think Wancho wants to do in this position here?
I think what he wants to do, maybe try to get set up as much as he can, maybe try to draw as many cards, maybe have like maybe some type of backup, or maybe trying to maybe set up for attacker that isn't just Riolu, like maybe Solrock. And maybe try to get some energy attachments and maybe like, I don't know, find a supporter card because the hand is also.
So you are grabbing that 4th Riolu because 2 is prized. So if Chip can knock out one of these, if Chip can knock out one of these Riolus, Wancho could be in some trouble here.
But at least he has a backup, which is pretty good.
And Wancho,
ooh.
Oh,
it's fine.
That hand is full of energies.
It's full of energies, which not the greatest, but at least he can do something. Okay, it looks like we top decked the fortress. Okay, we're evolving it.
You already had the fortress though, so we can safely just get these 5 energies.
Top deck.
Top deck. Wait, but didn't he already have like the fortress in hand? I swear he already had the fortress in. Oh! Wait. Oh, we just prized the energies. So now that does tell Wancho that he's out of energies.
Ooh, yeah. Now you can definitely tell Wancho, unless if he has in hand, which Wancho doesn't know that, but oh, he can see Chip shaking his head.
You can see Chip really wants that
energy.
That 5th energy there.
For sure. But still, at least Chip can at least take a knockout, which is still really good. So
we can just try to see if we can get like with the Poke Gear, we can get like something like maybe like a Cypher. And really when those turns, we're going to go for an Iono.
So now all those energies are going to the bottom, sadly. All of his draw power that he was supposed to use, or the energies that he was supposed to use for his draw power are now going to the bottom. So that's pretty sad.
So he really wants to draw a counter catcher here, which we would probably want a nest ball after, yeah.
Yeah.
See exactly what he's doing.
Oh. Ooh. Wait.
Wancho's hand has no way to get a Mega. Is that a Mega Lucario? Oh no, his hand is Solrock, Squawkabilly, Solrock, and so his
Gatorade.
hand is not Gatorade.
No, I don't know. Wait, what is
Premium Power Pro?
Wait,
Tails. So we're definitely getting the KO.
Yep.
It looks like Wancho's falling behind a little bit.
What's the top deck? Oh!
Top deck!
Oh wait, that's like
energy is crazy.
That is a big savior card. Oh my goodness.
So he really wants to draw maybe like an energy or a Lucario.
No!
He didn't get any Makuhitas down last turn. So this is looking pretty unfortunate. Which I feel like we really want to prioritize the Riolu. So I honestly maybe would not go for the Solrock, but I feel like it's still fine too.
Just to set up maybe an attack. Still seems pretty good.
70 damage.
Next turn, he can use
Boss's Orders, which is really good.
Oh, yeah, he has Boss's Orders. So now this could change.
So healing that up, making sure it's fresh to use. I think he's really just taking that slow approach.
Tails again!
Wait, what?
Oh, whoa.
What the heck?
Whoa.
Charge!
Okay, good. No penalties here.
He's really relying on drawing a Mega Lucario off this lunar cycle. Oh, it's the Boss's Orders. We could boss up the bench Kangaskhan just to seal 3 prizes, but then what Chip can do, he can just spam Acerola. We do get the Mega Lucario!
That is good.
That's very good.
Okay.
Ultra Ball, okay.
It's something. That's pretty good.
So we do Aura Jab for 130, but we aren't taking a KO on anything this turn.
That's pretty unfortunate. So
which, if Chip has it, he can get a Cypher for double. He can just start healing his guys. Oh yeah, we're gonna go for the approach to try to just knock out this bench Kangaskhan.
Yeah, for sure. Trying to get set up, trying to go aggressive here for sure.
Think Wancho, we would probably grab this second. Oh, grabbing the Makuhita. So if we get Iono to low, we have gusting cards,
which is really good. especially like when you have the Power Glass inactive. It's like really helpful.
I wonder what Chip is gonna do. Like, what his approach on a supporter card. So.
Chip's hand is actually kind of good because it does have a Pokégear, it does have backup, it does have an Iono.
260. Oh, does take the one-hit KO.
Because of the wait.
Ooh.
Wait, what is it called again? Premium Power Pro, yeah.
So we do
Looks
choose
like
to attach to the Makuhita because the active what's it called?
Oh,
did take the Prime Catcher off the prizes. So we do see the Prime Catcher coming off here. But we could just choose to use Acerola here. We're going to try to get a run errand, get the Acerola. This is a very important run errand. So we could play Pole Pad here.
If you wanted to, but...
Oh, the Picnic Basket.
Picnic Basket is actually really good right now.
He could go for the Iono, or he could just go Boss, because I don't see any threat.
Or Counter Catcher. Counter Catchers will be actually good too.
Yeah.
Because
I feel like he'd... Well, I guess you could just, like, Cypher. Like, Counter Catcher and Cypher. That's what... Yeah, and then the Picnic Basket, too.
Wait, he can't get the Cypher.
Oh, he's going to stack probably double Acerola?
I mean,
Yeah, double Acerola.
Yeah.
Just try to buy as many turns as possible.
And it's good because now...
Ooh, might get Acerola in the Fighting Lou A.
Okay, yeah, that seems good.
Interesting. Like, you know that the Miracle headset is prized, so is it ever worth it just trying to go for the Counter Catcher for game on the Mega Lucario? Or are we trying to just KO, take the Miracle headset?
Yeah,
I think we're going to go see the Counter Catcher on the... wait, what?
Wancho.
Oh, on the Mega Lucario.
Yeah. Wancho is like crashing out right now.
Oh my gosh, we have to see 3 heads.
No, I would like
to have game.
I would like to see the Picnic Basket here.
Oh!
We did not see the Picnic Basket here, so now there is a chance.
Wancho could have game. Because I think it was, if you Picnic Basket, you just like don't lose. Top deck? Oh, Supreme Power! Supreme Power! It does not hit the energy! Oh my gosh, we can see game here.
That was an insane top
deck. Oh my gosh!
Oh.
Wait, that's... Wancho can't do anything.
Uh-oh,
Has Chip pulled it off?
Wancho is...
Has Chip pulled it off? That's game.
Has Chip actually pulled it off of this horrible...
Oh my gosh. From even that fighting weakness.
Oh, they're still gonna roll?
Heads?
Heads? Wait, heads again? Heads? Wait, can we see another heads?
No. 300 damage, but that's gonna be game 1. Oh.
That
just needed that energy.
That was quite an incredible matchup for sure. Wow, that was like kind of intense.
Insane.
For sure.
Especially that protective goggles being very clutch. In that, so he couldn't use that Aura Jab, because if he didn't use that, because he just needed a fighting energy for game. As you see, he was very far from the fighting energy, or a way to find it.
For sure, that was like a really big comeback matchup. That was amazing.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the Pole Pad though, not the Acerola. I think.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see that, so we have more chance of drawing into the Acerola.
I would also really like to see the Picnic Basket being played, so Wancho couldn't have game, but that was still really close and intense, and that was like really crazy. Like, especially if Chip top decked that one fighting energy, that would have been crazy.
You mean Wancho?
Yeah, like if like he pulled off that one.
That would have been crazy.
For sure.
Chip pulled off the unbelievable, because that matchup is like so bad for Chip, because he has the fighting weakness, and he only plays like so many of like the protective goggles.
For sure.
Which he plays 1, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Which is like only 1 that like, so you're basically relying on 1 king is gone. And that's basically just 2 hits and it's KO'd. Like a Soul Rock and just a Mega Brave for KO. Or really, he could just go like a Mega Brave plus the Premium Power Pro.
Yeah. Thank you guys for watching.
Wait, are we over?
Yeah.
Wait, how many games are we not playing best of 3?
Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Bye.
slide with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the beautiful city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's a little chilly, but things are definitely heating up here for the Pokemon Regional Championships. It's gonna be an amazing, amazing jam-packed weekend as we have the cream of the crop, just the best players flying from all over the world for this tournament. My name is Wancho Saldana. I'll be the host for this weekend. Of course, I'm joined with some amazing people who bring absolutely amazing energy to the stream. Some would say uncommon energy. Of course, we have Chip Ritchie and Azul Garcia. Grego, how are we doing, guys?
I'm doing good, Juancho. I'm excited to be here. You know, I've played a lot of the Pokemon TCG. I've watched a lot of the Pokemon TCG. Now, officially casting some of the Pokemon TCG. And no better time to do it with the new set, Mega Evolution, out. I'm excited for it.
No, I have to agree. I have to agree. Just doing it all now, Azul. It's going to be an amazing time with the new set. Are you hyped, Chip?
Absolutely. Cannot wait. Yeah, Azul, we're happy to have you joining us, of course. It's going to be an excellent weekend. You know, I was looking at the post, seeing all of the TCG casters for the weekend, and feeling a little imposter syndrome. I noticed that I'm the only one of the 5 of us who has never won anything. So I'm in great company here. And to be fair, I think if you wanted to read about Kyle Sablehouse's accomplishments, you'd probably have to look in like a newspaper or something like that.
Go through the library and whatnot. No. No, everyone's amazing here. Glad you guys could join us. But right now, let's tune it back. Let's go ahead and check out, the rest of the season. What other regionals we have to look forward to. We're so early on in this season, right? Only one tournament grayed out. It was Pittsburgh just a couple of weeks ago, and right now we're in Milwaukee, and oh boy, we have so much Pokemon to look forward to. So we'll have all the ICs, all those mystery tournaments as well. Anything you guys excited for?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm excited mostly for the Vegas tournament. The third one of the year coming up soon. Mm-hmm. And of course, the international championships are always a ton of fun, and some hidden locations still. So definitely going to be excited when those finally get revealed.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Again, and it could be anything. It's our first time in Las Vegas and all that. So all these events could be who knows what. But of course, yes, the ICs, and of course, the World Championship down the line, and the Pokemon XP. That's something I'm definitely curious about too. Yeah,
that's what we're building up towards this whole year. That's what these players are fighting for, trying to earn those points to get to the World Championships.
That's for sure. That's for sure. But of course, we just had a regional just a couple of weeks ago. We had the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. That one was interesting. The last one of the last format. Let's check out what happened there. I mean, it was quite an interesting final, that's for sure. But it's very cool that Zoroark was able to take the win.
Yeah, definitely. Zoroark is
the first North American stop of the 2026 competitive season. Pittsburgh was already shaping up to be legendary, breaking the record for the largest regional championship to date. Gardevoir EX was the deck to beat. After winning NAIC and the World Championships, it felt like it could not be stopped. And sure enough, half of the top 8 decks were Gardevoir EX. However, this time, one man was ready. Liam Halliburton made a bold deck choice in Zoroark EX and went into Top Cut with an undefeated record in Swiss. His Zoroark EX's trusty trade ability allowed for his deck to be hyper-consistent, to find the right cards for a swift 2-0 against his top 8 opponent, Simon Fang, playing Dragapult's EX. Zoroark EX's Dark typing meant it was the perfect counter to Gardevoir, which paid off when he faced Rahul Reddy in top 4 and Aban Ahmed in the finals, who were both playing the deck. Liam didn't lose a single game, which led to a dominant victory and crowned Liam Halliburton our Pittsburgh Regional Champion.
Liam Halliburton is going to come away from this situation as the Pittsburgh Regional Champion.
Don't miss out on the action. Check out Pokemon.com/compete, and you too could become a Pokemon Master.
Whew. And yeah, first slot just filled in right there. Liam Halliburton, Pittsburgh Regional Champion. Again, playing that Zoroark deck. Very, very good meta call just for that tournament.
It was definitely Liam's tournament to win. I mean, he rolled through the event. All the good players were playing Gardevoir. He was able to navigate the rest of the decks in the field and just was able to take down all the best players in the game. It was really unfortunate kind of how the finals broke down, because it did seem like that game was going to be really interesting, but that's Pokemon for you.
Definitely. But again, Liam, even just day one as well, was so dominant. But of course, we have so many more regional champions. I can't wait to get this all filled up. Maybe we get a couple of Henry Chows as per usual. But of course, our top players right now here at North America. And did we just start the season? How are we at 700 points?
Yeah, the players have already accrued quite a few championship points so far. Of course, they've probably been racking up. Some of them, most of them probably up at the top of the leaderboard have maxed out their local finishes at this point. So now it really just comes down to filling out their regional placements. But a lot of familiar names up here in that top 16 already.
No, definitely. I mean, we see Aban Ahmed, who's had just a phenomenal season, just winning a regional and making it to the finals. Another, again, a lot of top players here. Rahul Reddy, Cal Connor, having amazing seasons as well. And I mentioned Henry Chow. You know, he's at 9th right now. But just wait, again, maybe he fills up the board once again. But of course, let's go ahead and check out our friends abroad as well. There are some champions, of course, in the EU region. Yeah. And just one tournament so far, Frankfurt, Rune Hermes.
Yeah, Rune able to take things down in Frankfurt, getting that big win in the Masters division. He's an IC champion in the Seniors division, you know, extremely accomplished player. It was just a matter of time before he was going to lock things down, and he was able to take down Tord Reklev in that finals match in Frankfurt as well.
Definitely. Again, a lot of great players in the EU. Let's go ahead and check their top 16 as well. Maybe we see a couple of recognizable names here. Again, Rune, 8th, despite winning a regional, still at 8th.
Yeah. There's a lot of familiar names up here in the top, of course. You got Tord Reklev, Stefan Ivanov, both NAIC champions, and a lot of new names up here as well. I feel like Arnie specifically in 14th there is a name that kind of broke out last season. I was paying attention to his results over in Europe throughout all of last season, so it's cool to see him up here already in the top 16.
Yeah, and Tord, you mentioned 9th place right now in Europe. He's actually made his way over to this event. He is competing this weekend here in Milwaukee. So there's a chance we could see what he's cooked up, and he definitely has something interesting in store.
Definitely exciting to see anything Tord decides to bring at a tournament. We have one more region to check out. Of course, our friends over in LATAM. Again, some of the top players. Just looking at the list, a lot of up-and-coming names. Again, not too many people I'm familiar with just yet, people making a name for themselves. But of course, we have, you know, number 13, Marcos Fuentes, or Fabrizio there sitting in number 8. Definitely a good spot. Again, all the top players, everyone's really just gathering up their points up here at 490. Not too bad here for LATAM.
Yeah, and we'll probably see a decent shakeup on this leaderboard with this weekend, because we got the Belo Horizonte Regional Championships happening this weekend as well down there. So probably see things shake up a little bit.
Definitely. And now let's bring it back to this tournament, because I'm hyped for Milwaukee. You saw the spooky graphics. You see all the spooky design. It's gonna be a good time this weekend. So right now, I want to check out the decks, the spooky decks we have. You know, the decks we have to watch out for. Let's check out the metagame here for Milwaukee. What are you guys expecting? Oh, you just spoiled us already.
Wow, this is really, really interesting. No deck over 10% of the metagame.
Oh.
That's the first time I've seen that in maybe ever, honestly.
I don't remember.
Yeah, that is really interesting. I mean, we're seeing the breakdowns here between the Gardevoir builds. You got like 8% of the more traditional Gardevoir builds, probably with Bravery Charm, stuff like that. And then you see 6% of the Gardevoir Jellicent. And then, yeah, but once they're all broken down into their categories, Ceruledge being number 1 is definitely a surprise to me. I was a big fan of the deck with its upgrades from the Mega Evolution set, but I did not expect it to be number 1 on the meta breakdown.
I think that these meta percentages shows why these tournaments are so exciting. This is the first event of the Mega Evolution format. People are kind of trying to find their own way in this new format, figure out what deck they vibe with, what they feel like the metagame will be. And that coming into this event, the metagame was a little bit of an unknown. So people were not quite sure. I imagine if you get down to like the 5 and 4% decks, you'd see some stuff like the Mega Lucarios. You'd maybe see, you know, some other Gardevoir variants. We'd see some other slower Dragapult builds and stuff like that. So lots of different things out there. And then, of course, the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck has been making waves as well online. Control, so many different archetypes out there. That's got to be what's making up, you know, 55% of the field is playing other decks not represented on this graphic.
Oh, it's going to be exciting to feature all these decks on stream. We're going to definitely have a lot of flavors here for Milwaukee. And the very cool thing to think about, too, is this is the tournament that'll dictate the metagame, right? Going forward, whatever wins this is the one that's going to have the targets of that. It's technically the best deck for Mega Evolutions, whatever wins this one. But we're going to have to see. But I like seeing the Ceruledge on top. Just doing a lot of damage seems pretty good. Take 3 prize cards, right?
Yeah, and it's not a new archetype, right? But it got just such a huge upgrade with the combination of Lunatone and Solrock. And we see another deck here that got an upgrade as well. Golden Go with the Lunatone and Solrock being included. I have to imagine there's regular Golden Go still in the mix with Energy Search Pro, you know, kind of farther down on the graphic. So maybe there are some 10% decks, but we're just breaking things down a little deeper here for Phase 1.
Definitely a lot of fun decks here, but how about we check out the people piloting these decks? Let's go ahead and check out some amazing players we have to watch out for. Again, a lot of top ones here. Alex Szymanski, Abanamed, Christian Labella. Of course, Christian Labella is the defending Milwaukee Regional Champion. I think the last Milwaukee Regionals was like, what, 5-6 months ago?
Yeah, not that long. And he did it with Raging Bolt as well. And for a long time, he was the only player who had won a major in the Black Bolt White Flare format with a deck that was not Gardevoir.
Oh, yeah.
So he was standing alone above everyone else with the Raging Bolt. And you'll see if he can maybe run it back for his title this weekend. But 2 other players here who have had great starts to the season.
Yeah, I mean, Aban most recently, you know, has a championship and a finals appearance, the very unique finals that we had over in Pittsburgh. Definitely the most accomplished player so far this season, I want to say so far. I mean, the season is very young, but a really, really good start, and excited to see what he's able to do with here and then, you know, the rest of the season as well.
Definitely, definitely. Of course, don't count Alex Szymanski out. If I had to guess, he's probably playing his Terra Box deck. Probably Terra Box's strongest soldier. Did make asymmetrical top cut last weekend and top 32 at Worlds with the deck. I'm very curious to see if he's playing the deck or if he's like made any changes, added any mega Pokemon or whatnot, able to counter whatever this metagame is. Gonna be cool. Gonna be interesting. A lot of big players. Honestly, I wish we could put more than 3 here. There's so many amazing players down in the field. Like, okay, towards here, Rahul. We have folks from even flying in from Japan, even, right? Very, very big tournament. It's almost an international at some point. Very, very cool. But yeah, now I'm curious though. You know, we talked about decks, we talked about players. How about we talk about things we think are going to be doing well? You know, well, a couple of our caster picks, right? How about you start us off, Chip? Well, let's talk about your picks.
Well, it's not that Lunatone. And I do believe I had requested a change to Ceruledge, but we got the Mega Kangaskhan in there, which I do like as well with the Mega Kangaskhan Absol deck that has popped up. And yeah, I mean, I think that the Lunatone Solrock combination, one of the best pieces to come out of the new Mega Evolution set. And then Mega Kangaskhan just drawing cards. I like drawing cards, right? And both of those cards are able to facilitate that.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I got the Zoroark there, and then the Mystery Garden. A big fan of Zoroark, especially after Liam's performance in Pittsburgh. It's a deck that I definitely put some more play into myself, and it's just like the deck just feels really, really good right now. And it did get a really big upgrade in the Yveltal, which creates some very interesting board lock scenarios, some retreat lock scenarios with the Yveltal that the deck couldn't really do before with just the Maractus. Being able to poison the Yveltal, of course, with the Petron EX is a big deal. And then the Mystery Garden, super powerful stadium. One of the most powerful stadiums I think we've seen in a while. And I know some of the Gardevoir players are a little skeptical on how good it would be in Gardevoir, but being able to effectively like play 2 draw supporters in a single turn is pretty good.
Yeah, definitely what Gardevoir needed, right? More support. No, definitely. For my caster picks, I chose the Mega Kangaskhan EX as well. I mean, you saw how strong it was. Chip just beat me with it, you know? Of course, I'm cheating a little bit. I picked Lily's Determination. Should be in almost a lot of decks, right? But I'm just going to add a caveat. It's going to be Lily's. It's the winning deck has more Lilies than Iono. That's the only way that counts.
What if there's both 4?
Well, then that still counts. I still win.
So that's not the only way you win. Huh? Okay. I like Kyle's pick here of the Psyduck. That's a really good call out. It's not a card from Mega Evolution, but it's a promo that came out alongside this Mega Evolution expansion. It's been out in Japan for a while, so I'm glad to finally get it over here. And I think it's something that players are expecting to have a good bit of an impact. And then Pablo with the call out of the Serledge, hey, the most popular deck in day 1, he predicted it.
Yeah. Then has Lucario there as well, which is, we didn't see that one on the graphic, but definitely probably the most powerful Mega I feel like that came out of the set. So I'm hoping it shows up for sure. I mean, it's got the Psychic weakness, you know, so that's going to be tough for it. But besides that, I hope it can make it through.
I think that's got to be the biggest problem with Mega Lucario. The card is so good, but it just is weak to Gardevoir. And Gardevoir is so good in the format. I mean, it's won so many tournaments the past 6 months. How can you operate in this field if Gardevoir is going to be popular?
Man, a stage 1 accelerates 3 energies, hits for 130, hits for 270 for 2? Is not that good because of 1 deck? No, things can happen. Things can happen, that's for sure. I'm hyped. I'm so excited for this tournament to get going. But of course, I want to remind folks at home to definitely tune in to all our links. Of course, remind folks at home to check out Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your Pokemon needs. This is where you can find all the streams, be it this one, at the EU, all that jazz. And of course, follow all the channels. Definitely check out our X at Pokemon, Twitch, and YouTube. I love all the integrations we have. You know, with Twitch, you get to vote for the games you want to see. In X, you get to post something and we get to feature it on the stream. That's one of my favorites. Post your pet picks, all that jazz, or how you're doing in the tournament. Let us know. Let us know if you're having fun here at the Milwaukee Regionals. But of course, I can't wait to get the tournament underway. But real quick, let's go ahead and check out the format.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And these are the prizes that these players are playing for this weekend. Hello everyone, Kyle Sablehouse here with Pablo Meza. We're just about ready to get into our first round here in Milwaukee. And this is gonna be pretty amazing. $10,000 up top. Pablo, what do you think about that?
I mean, these players coming up on stream are definitely eyeing that up, right? They're doing so far so good in the tournament. $10,000 is a lot of money, also a lot of booster packs as well. And the juniors and seniors are also playing for a very good amount of money.
Yeah, this is great. It's what a great way to start your year. You got this brand new season ahead of you. You've got Mega Evolution to work with as well. A lot of great decks came out, and I'm excited for a lot of what we could see here. What's your favorite that you have for us this weekend?
I mean, definitely I recognize Mega Lucario as a very powerful card, as the other guys were talking about. Like, its biggest issue is that purple thingy in the corner, right? That's
yeah,
its
that
biggest
eye,
problem. Yeah,
it's a scary guy. The Gardevoir decks are all over the place.
But I do feel like I love these cards, as it usually happens when we have like a new block of cards. It's like the first ones tend to either shine later down the line, or they're a little mediocre, and then we get some really powerful Mega Evolution Pokemon, right? So, for example, I think Golden Go and Ceruledge are pretty good examples, right? Golden Go, when it came out, it was okay. It got paired with Palkia, but it's only recently now towards like the end of its life cycle becoming a very powerful deck. Ceruledge also came out pretty okay, pretty mediocre in some situations, but now it's just really gaining traction, and a lot of the player base is recognizing that.
Yep, we've seen that a lot with our meta share. The decks are all over the place.
Yeah.
We have 2 players ready to start things off here in round number 4. Let's take it to the stage, see who we got.
We have Joshua Frink featuring that Terrabox deck coming up against John Eng with a couple Mega Pokemon, Kyle.
Yeah, maybe not the ones we were expecting, but this is the secret sauce. The Mega Absol in combination with Mega Kangaskhan. There is a lot of spice here.
There was definitely like a lot of talk around these 2 Mega Pokemon specifically, right? Because of Tord, because of I don't know, like all the online chatter. Sometimes you think it's like a very, I don't know, concentrated bubble of the player base, but here we have the deck sitting at 3-0 both players, I believe. So we're about to see if this is the real deal or if it's going down to something that's very established, right? Terrabox has been making a name for itself since the World Championships, and it's been doing pretty well so far in the season. Let's see if it can keep up in this mega format.
Yeah, and Terrabox is known for all of the different tricks that it has up its sleeves, so many different Pokemon to attack with, and we've seen this new era, including the Eevees. We see the Flareon and the Leafeon included. How do you feel about that combination in the Terrabox?
I love the versatility, right? The whole box thing plays into being able to adapt to different situations, right? What you need, you grab that out of the box, right? Therefore, you have a powerful fire type, you have a powerful grass type, you have a powerful psychic type in Little Clefairy and Mew. You have the multi-prize threat of Wellspring, Mask, Ogrebun, and I counted, there's 28 single cards in this deck list, so you'll definitely be able to adapt to the right situation. The question is that card readily available by Noctowl, or did it end up getting prized?
Well, that's where we're looking at right now. 28 individual cards to look for, and we see plenty of one-of copies there, including that transformative start Ditto that so often is included. For John on the other side, one of those Elite Determinations, and that 1 copy of Latias EX, which helps move around a lot of these single Pokemon.
Yeah, not having that mobility with the Skyliner ability could come into play, right? Because Mega Absol has a hefty retreat cost. I think it's 2. Mega Kangaskhan has 3 retreat costs. So yeah, Latias probably pretty essential. We'll have to see if that ends up changing any of John's plan, who I would say, I don't know, we don't have a name for this deck yet. It's a very new one. This looks like a mega box, right? It has a lot of different Pokemon in here.
I like that. He's listed in Tord We Trust. We've got the fist bump. We're underway.
Here we go. I think Joshua's starting. I don't know if you want to go first or second as either of this deck. I think you probably want to go second so you can turbo energize as John Eng. So yeah, both players getting what they want. Not the hottest start for Joshua though.
Yeah, that is tough. You play Fan Rotom for a reason. You want to see this Pokemon. You want to fly through the deck with Fan Call, and we do not see anything. Just an attachment and a pass of the turn for John, Monkey Dory, and a Pokegear to get things rolling.
Let's see what we find. Just a penny for now, and an Arvin off the last card. Very, very nice hit that will allow John to potentially get that Turbo Energize going. Get a Nest Ball. He did prize 2, but he does play 4, so... Oh no, he prized both Nest Balls. There's only 2 Nest Balls here. I thought it was 4. I assumed it was 4.
Yeah, there's some cuts that have to be made when you include all of these different tech inclusions. A lot of unique item choices we see here as well. And John's going to take account of that as he looks through. And he does, thankfully, still have his ace back.
Yeah, the precious trolley. Who cares about the nest balls when you have the precious trolley? You're just going to be able to fill up your board with everything you need. So being very thorough with that price checking. What do we get here, Kyle? I mean, you want the Mega Kangaskhan for a draw. You want the Mega Absol as a big Pokemon to threaten with, but then you have to deal with that Pikachu EX you have to worry about. Like, Mega Pokemon have a lot of HP, but these basics are still in range of Pikachu EX.
Yeah, maybe there's some combination with the Yveltal and Pecharunt that you want to include to have a way to move your Pokemon around at some points. There's a lot to consider with this deck, a lot of different wrinkles, and certainly most important on this opening turn is that Turbo Energize, to have the energies accelerated to one attacker to get rolling.
Yep, getting anything you need powered up in this situation. I think it's more likely that John has tested this matchup than Joshua, I would say, just based on the recency of this combination of cards. We're about to see the trolley, so let's see what John is planning here, and that will give us an idea of what the next few turns will look like.
See John eyeing up a fair combination, but we'll see if he goes with the full 5 at this point. There's not much else that you need to surprise your opponent with, unless you want to leave a spot for a Pheasantipity, but of course, if you're giving up a prize card, that bench space would open up back for you.
Now, we already have the Pecharunt EX in hand. Do you preemptively go for the Pheasantipity? Like, I don't know if Nest Ball is something you price check for, really, in most situations. So maybe you're like, oh, I can just Nest Ball for the Pheasantipity later down the line. But that's actually not an option. There isn't any Ultra Balls either here. So finding basics after this turn is actually going to be a little complicated. It's going to come down to, like, Mega Kangaskhan's run errand ability to draw extra cards, so Sleeless Determination. But it's not going to be easy to find a specific Pokemon at the right time if we need one later down the line.
Well, the Pokemon are in place. Mega Kangaskhan there with Run Errand to draw some additional cards if in the active spot, but may be tricky to move these Pokemon around, get them in the right place. You have Pecharunt, you have Yveltal, you could move this Pokemon into the active spot, but which Pokemon do you want to use with this Turbo Energize?
Seems like Munkidori will be the choice. There was definitely merit to Yveltal as well, since Munkidori does seem a little bit more valuable if Josh is not really one-KOing you other than with Pikachu. But in order to get the Yveltal up, you need to bench the Pecharunt. And the more Pokemon you bench, the more damage that Lily's Clefairy will do to you. So maybe John trying to account for that, playing it a little bit safer.
Yep, safety first, the name of the game. Get these energies in play, and there's one piece missing. We don't see that Mega Absol, so main attacker Kangaskhan in place.
Yep, that rapid fire combo. I think we're in for a lot of exciting coin flips here, Kyle.
That is right where we want to be. Start things off here on the stream. Some Pokemon under 200 hit points on the other side of the board. Of course, Pikachu included now with that Resolute Heart ability has something to say about that.
We're going to see some early aggression thanks to that Crispin. That Full Moon Rondo will be taking down that Munkidori, I think. Yeah, there's enough Pokemon for it to be knocked out, but I couldn't tell exactly what's in Joshua's hand, but it doesn't seem very good. There were a lot of Pokemon, very fancy ones. There was ways to find energy, but not much else.
Yeah, you start to get nervous. At least there is now a Terra Pokemon in play, so Noctowl's Jewel Seeker would do something, but it begs the question, is Jewel Seeker even available? We didn't see very much in that opening hand, but you have to have some combination to get the ball rolling here. At least a prize card looks to be online.
Yeah, prize card, you'd think or you'd hope it could help you, but we have seen Joshua's prize cards, and the ones at the bottom, I mean, any prize card of the ones that he has are probably not very useful other than maybe the Nest Ball, but that's at the very top, so I don't think we're seeing that one, Kyle.
No, it's not looking too great. Not a lot of choices in there to help out. We'll have to be the top of the deck over the next few turns, unless we do see something like that Noctowl to help out here.
Now, John, I mean, as John, you're all trying to prepare for the worst, right? So, has the Mega Kangaskhan. That Mega Scan doesn't even need to flip any heads to take down that Lily's Clefairy because of the 190 HP. So, the Munkidori goes down. I think John's going to be pretty happy. However, the attachment on the Pikachu does threaten that Mega Kangaskhan.
Yes, there's
another Crispin, right? Could be problematic.
there's a world where this Pokemon attacks in and deals 300 damage at some point in time. That's a lot to work with and account for. For John, he's got his eye on the prize, though. 2 prize cards waiting for him, just an energy away and a Lily's determination to help out with that. He's got some extra prize cards there, all 6 of them. That's 8 cards.
That's 8 cards. That's one of the brand new supporters. Such a powerful effect. Reminds me of the original Lily, right? Which, if you played it on your first turn, you got to draw up to 8, and if it was any other turn, then you draw until 6. But this Lily's determination until you have drawn your first prize card.
He needs an energy.
No energy found.
Sees 8 cards and misses completely. Does he have some help here with the errands?
Oh
no!
Turbo energized to get more energy on the board, but that's gonna be it. No attack, no fancy rapid fire combo to start us off with the first Mega Evolution attack.
It's nearly unbelievable looking at this. There's 9 energies. We see some already in play, but just does not find the options. Decides to move up with the Pecharunt, and now has Yveltal in the active spot. And where do you go from here? We're just passing over the turn.
Just to pass, 10 damage on that Yveltal. And Joshua, wow. I mean, whiffing that energy probably didn't. Wow, the Crispin top deck would have allowed Joshua to immediately one-hit KO that Mega Kangaskhan right back. So that is crazy to see here. Wow.
There's so much to consider in this matchup. It doesn't seem like Josh is finding the right cards, but he's finding enough at this point. He's taking prize cards. He's moving the game along. We see that knockout there on the Yveltal now with Lily's Clefairy. Down to 4 prize cards for Josh. And for John, he's got a couple options, some supporters that you don't necessarily love to see. He's going to run some errands first to see if he finds an energy.
He found a Night Stretcher, so the Night Stretcher can get you that energy finally. But, I mean, there's no damage on the board, right? And there's no way to move energy either. I'm not seeing any energy switch or anything like that. So even if there was, we can't, like, Monkey Dory a little bit of damage onto here to get a knockout. That Resolute card ability, even if John takes the initiative onto that Pikachu, then that Mega Kangaskhan is going to immediately go down. There are 2 copies of Bravery Charm, though, so we could go with the Arven to try to prevent that.
Yeah, that's a great plan here. When you don't have the knockout, line up some defense for later on. Bravery Charm. There's also that copy of Lively Stadium, 2 of those. So you can have a lot of hit points in the active spot and hold on.
380 bench basic Pokemon, sorry, that would be pretty crazy to see. And yeah, I think that's what we're going to go for. I mean, could not getting the energy generally have helped John last turn? Do you think he would have just gone for the aggression and that actually saved him here?
Right, it's hard to say when you're staring down 2 easy prize cards and your opponent is struggling. It is just a hoot and a prayer at this point on the other side of the board. Those 2 prize cards looked very tempting, and maybe John was saved by that point. He can take these prize cards now. He's got the defense lined up for the Pikachu. And if Pikachu attacks in, what does that do for you? You're just giving damage over to a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, and then you can turn off Resolute card and you're good to go. And I'm not seeing any way for Joshua to deal with that Bravery Charm. So there's no Tool Scrapper, there's no Jamming Tower here. So now we have no way to deal with this Mega Kangaskhan.
Well, this is where this new stage of Pokemon, these Mega Pokemon back in the format, are really starting to show off what they're made of. These high hit points, these interesting attacks that we have available, and thankfully for John this time around, no true weaknesses to worry about in this matchup. Might as well roll some heads, though.
We're gonna roll to just do the maximum damage possible. We're trying to build our stats in the game, right?
He's gonna line up 250 damage for a knockout there. 4 to 4 prize cards, and there is the Terra Pikachu in the active spot now for Josh. He's got some cards to think about. He needs some help, and that's the big one.
Got some help off the top with that Ultra Ball top deck, so now we can find Noctowl. But I mean, you can hit for 300, and then even if your Pikachu gets taken down, then you try to take down the Kangaskhan afterward somehow. So, I mean, this Ultra Ball definitely gives Joshua a lot of hope, right? Now he has the right energy. He can play a draw supporter such as, does he have any? Does he not have any draw supporters, Kyle?
There's not one Lily's Determination.
One Lily's, okay. So we can play the one Lily's, refresh our hand up to 6, and see what other options we have to take down the Mega Kangaskhan after we attack it with Topaz Bolt.
Yeah, I see a world for Josh where maybe he could set up a really wild combo, attack in with the Topaz Bolt, 300 damage into the active, and then try to sneak in that Wellspring Mask Ogre Pond at some point. If you can get a little bit of damage, or at least bring that Evital up in the active spot, or Monkey Dory, deal 120 there, get 100 damage onto that Kangaskhan on the bench, try to take 4 prize cards all at once. It's a lot to ask for, but maybe there's the resources.
Yeah, I mean, we still have our Sparkling Crystal, right? And it will all come down to this. I mean, he's eyeing up the Eevee. He does have both Flareon and Leafeon in hand, so I think that's what he's counting on to be his secondary attacker. If you've seen, like, from what you've seen from John's side, you can tell that there's not a lot of energy acceleration other than the Turbo Energize, right? So if this Kangaskhan does go down and the Dark Energy does go to this Monkey Dory to turn off Resolute Card, then you know there won't be anything else powered up and threatening you, right? So I think that's the main takeaway here, that after this Mega Kangaskhan does go down, John doesn't have a lot of firepower afterwards.
Yeah, it's just Blood Moon Ursaluna at that point for this deck. Not much else you can work on. You can't load up another Pokemon. Maybe you bide your time and stall a little bit with that Evital and lock Pokemon in the active, but it's for John, it's a pretty straightforward plan here, and it really matters what Josh decides to do. He has the Lightning Energy Topaz Bolt online. If he feels like he can push for this, he can deal all the damage now, try to line up a knockout a next turn, but got to be pretty confident in that hand, and I don't know if he's feeling that way just yet.
Okay, and I mean, with Boosted Evolution from the Eevee, we could actually choose a different attacker, right? Something that's a bit safer. Thanks to this Crispin, we can attack with Flareon, or we can attack with Leafeon instead. So maybe that's what we are heading into here. Instead of attacking into with the Topaz Bolt, getting rid of all our resources, that Boosted Evolution could really come in clutch here.
Yeah, Josh is getting to a point where I'm a little nervous about energy counts. We've seen so many basic energy already, and now with the retreating that we could see now, if it is Flareon, any energies that are accelerated, there just might not be much left after this point. And 3 energy in the hand now.
Yeah, not even gonna debating exactly what you were talking about, Kyle. Do I pay the retreat cost? He did have Latias in the hand. That was the hesitation we just saw. But we're gonna see the Leafeon, we're gonna see the attach, and we are going to be dealing 180 damage to this Mega Kangaskhan. Not quite enough for the 2-hit KO if it gets healed, but if another energy gets into play, now Leafeon is doing 240. So it's sort of like a win-win. Do you heal your Kangaskhan? Yeah, there's still enough energy for me to knock it out. If you don't heal it, there's enough damage to knock it out.
And this still leads to an issue for John. He does not have knockout lined up unless he's flipping heads and moving damage with Monkey Dory. He's got the Dark Energy to add to this. You are increasing the damage for the Verdant Storm on the other side from that Leafeon, and maybe this is why you don't go with the Mega Absol in this spot. That weakness could be scary.
Yeah, grass weakness can be a problem. Now, one option you do have is you could attach to the Monkey Dory and then penny it up back into your hand. This deck does play 3 pennies. That means there's only 3 energy left in play. That means you know your opponent's doing 180 damage, and that stops them from knocking you out with Verdant Storm and forces Joshua to have the water energy to then use Leafeon's second attack. So at least you're asking more out of your opponent. The Lively Stadium also helps make you a little bit more buff. So it'll be interesting to see how John plays this out to play around the situation that he finds himself in.
Yeah, that's a great point, Pablo. If you can salvage some of these hit points, hold on a little longer. There is the Lively Stadium that was just played now for an additional 30 HP for the basic Pokemon in play. We know there is a counter stadium for Joshua on the other side. So for John, you have to think around that 180 number. Looks like he does have that plan lined up.
Okay. Now Verdant Storm is doing 240 damage. We can heal 30. I think John is also doing that math like live right now.
Yes,
he's hesitating on the attachment. The penny is the key card here for sure.
He can
flip
heal.
it or flip double heads. That's the plan.
That is absolutely the play. If you move the damage with Monkey Dory over to the Pikachu and do a double heads knockout right here, John is in a perfect world.
Yeah. Or you can just move the damage to the active, and then you only need 1 hit, right? So
that's
sort of like, if you expect the Mega Kangaskhan to be going down, okay, we're rolling.
Look at this guy. Might as well give yourself a chance to win big. You can always move some damage later on with Monkey Dory if you can keep some in play, or just remove this threat right now. He has Boss's Orders. Pikachu is a problem. There is another Terra Pokemon in play, so Noctowl still available for next turn for Joshua, but this is going to be 2 prize cards for John. He's getting that much closer with Umbreon and some damage moved.
Yeah,
Umbreon, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, excuse me.
Yeah. And there is a copy of Energy Switch, actually. So we could see an Absol attack out of the blue that terminal period. Depends on if there's enough damage or whatnot. But yeah, so far, Joshua in a much better spot than when he started off, right? I think if you could get this KO with Iono, that would be pretty fantastic.
Yeah, there is the sneaky line of Pecharunt, the closer, with the irritated outburst to close games 2. It is Blood Moon Ursaluna with Dark Energies, dealing even more additional damage. This could be a great way to close things out. Give your opponent those 3 prize cards of Mega Kangaskhan, and then close out for 300.
And you have the energy right here to energy switch into the Pecharunt, right? So yeah, that would definitely work. John's hand is huge, and there's no Iono over on Joshua's side. There's no Iono inclusion, so John will be able to play next turn with like 15 cards in hand to just do whatever he wants.
That is a classic in most Tord Reklev builds, is just give me all the cards, and if I play against an opponent who doesn't have the way to disrupt my hands, I'll just have every answer I need.
Yeah. And I think you can tell John like almost relaxing into the chair. You can see it, but with the view that I have, John definitely knows that if this Mega Kangaskhan goes down, Joshua will be down to 1 prize card. That Pecharunt DX's Irritated Outburst does 300 damage total, and all he needs is that energy switch and an energy, which he knows is available in the deck.
Joshua, with that 1 copy of Lily's Determination this time around, has the Hoot Hoot to play down, hoping for 1 more turn. It's going to go down to 1 prize card remaining here with the knockout from the Leafeon into the Mega Kangaskhan. But here we go.
And you can tell, like, these new Mega Pokemon 3 prize cards, it's a new thing, right? Joshua only grabbed 2 prizes.
John really needs to take the 3rd, by the way.
Yeah, he forgot to grab that 3rd prize.
Wow.
We see the Arven for the energy switch, power up the Pecharunt DX, and Irritated Outburst, 300 damage, knocks out the Leafeon, and gives John game number 1.
We are back. Big basics. It's been a long time coming. But they are here, and they are something to worry about. Even without the Latias to move his Pokemon around, John finding plenty of ways to dance and take big prize cards.
Very well played by John. His deck pretty much executed, I want to say, perfectly, other than that energy whiff, which probably saved him, which is very, like, I don't know. I mean, obviously he sees the Pikachu, he knows it's 1 Crispin away, right, from getting powered up. This is the exact situation that we're talking about. No energy found, and the Pikachu could have knocked you out. So I wonder if John plays conservatively, or if he's like, nah, he's not drawing well, I'm just going to knock out the Clefairy and risk it.
Well, it lined up for this play. John found plenty of hit points in the active spot and held on. Was able to place some damage on the Pikachu with the Monkey Dory, break that Resolute Heart, take the knockout, and then he had just 1 move left to do. 270 hit points in the active, 300 for the knockout, and that's his bread and butter. Just line up some easy ways to close out when you don't have to worry about your hand being disrupted. He had so many cards. He was building up with the Mega Kangaskhan in the active. So many turns. Eventually, you'll find the answer.
Yeah, I mean, odds are in your favor at that point, right? That you're going to have the right card at the right time. And, I mean, John did see that Josh searched for the Iono, so didn't search for the Iono, sorry, on that crucial turn. So there's a chance that his Iono was prized, but there's also a chance that they just don't play it. So I think that's like one of the most important pieces of information that you would take heading into game 2 is like, okay, in the crucial moment where my opponent needed to Iono me, they didn't.
Right.
So was it just bad luck that they priced their 1 copy? If they played 2, they probably don't have that 2nd copy at that point, right? So I think overall it's like, it's a good signal to have and something you keep in mind heading into game 2 as something you can exploit from your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent only had 4 prize cards remaining at that point. You definitely would have seen it. Are they just that unlucky, or can you assume that you have that information now and work with that? John, I think he's got a good read on this deck. He's seen a fair amount of it with Alex Szymanski's success recently as well, and I'm sure that Joshua's been thinking about that, and he's had some fair success with it as well. So we'll see what the Terrabacks has lined up here in game number 2. We're 20 minutes down here in our round 4.
And we see Wellspring Ogerpon against Pheasant DBT EX. Now, Wellspring, of course, that torrential pump attack is so powerful, right? So powerful, but so powerful against low HP basic Pokemon, which coincidentally, John isn't playing too many of them. So that's where Wellspring Ogerpon Mass, which is a big focus of this deck in particular, might feel very underwhelming at this point.
Yeah, not your favorite, but it is nice to see an early Terra Pokemon in this deck so often. That is the key. You have your Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability. You need that Terra Pokemon in play so you can get things rolling. We see that Pikachu that was highly sought after in the first game in the prize cards now, along with that Mew again. No restarts.
No restarts, no copying Mega Kangaskhan's attack to flip yourself, right? See if you can knock it out in 1 hit. But yeah, the Pikachu being prized is definitely a big deal. As we see a much better setup for Joshua, right? We found that Rotom, we found the Terra Pokemon already. We have the Noctowl in hand right away, so we should be seeing a lot more dynamic plays from Joshua other than play the supporter that I just happen to have and attach an energy for turn and hope it works out.
Yeah, that's when you're telegraphing your plays to John Ang, it's probably not going to go well for you, but that's truly all that was left there for Joshua. And did not get to go through the deck too much in that opening game. This time around, looks like there'll be plenty of searching, and if there were ever a top deck, that's the one.
What a top deck. Precious Trolley, raw, without needing to search for it. That always feels fantastic. It almost feels unfair.
Look at the hand. There was, I mean, it was Pokegear into Arvin for a dream. But nope, there's the smile. You just can't hide it at this point. Get in the cart, boys. We're rolling.
And this feels incredible, especially when you won game 1, right? When you win game 1 and then your deck is just working flawlessly game 2, you know you're in for a good time.
And this will be a little different. Prize checking this time around has a little more to work with here. Just the 1 copy of Monkey Dory in there. You spoke earlier about the pennies. A few copies of those, but 1 in the prize cards now.
Yeah, Monkey Dory, we have 3 copies. Have access to 2. We probably will only be able to barely use 1 throughout the game, most likely. So not the biggest of deals to have 1 copy of that. I think the biggest card is probably the Night Stretcher, which we likely have access to it early, just to make sure we accommodate for any early knockouts or we need to recover any sort of energy. And we're going to see the choices for the Precious Trolley. It's going to be a Mega Kangaskhan focus once again, with Yveltal as a sort of pivot with that Petrant, the Petrant late game attacker. So basically a carbon copy of game 1.
And here's where you have a little bit of a debate now. You play a card like the Tatsugiri. This hand is just the Pokegear and holding on for dear life. You could attract customers, find some help if you don't find an answer in that Pokegear, or does he feel comfortable risking it all here? He did thin out first, which is correct. You need to pull those cards out of the deck before you use Pokegear, but you really want to know what that card's going to be.
Yep, and getting 5 cards out of the deck is pretty significant, right? When there's around, what, 45-ish cards at this point in time, getting 5 out of them greatly increases your chances. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to find anything, right? But definitely a good boost. And, I mean, you also have the Run Errand ability as well, which could be pretty good to draw those extra cards. So, yeah, looking pretty nice here.
A lot to consider here for John. He's now got that full bench to work with. I'm always curious, with that Petrant, you have an ability to place damage counters on your side of the board. Do you ever want to leave damage on board for the Monkey Dory at some point so you can at least move a little damage around?
yeah, there's definitely merit to that, right? A lot of decks try to avoid leaving damage so that you don't get to use Adrenal Brain, which is not only a heal, but also extra damage on your side of the board. And if one Adrenal Brain can save you one coin flip, like that's a pretty big deal, right? So it's a win-win, I would say. So yeah, I would not be surprised if you purposely poison your Yveltal, leave it in the active, get some damage counters going. That would be a pretty good play.
Well, we'll see if John decides to go with that route. He's moving the Yveltal in the active, and thankfully off that Pokegear, well, it's going to swap right back over to Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
Feels good with this. He's got the Turbo Energize. One was prized. He's got the other. I think we're just explaining to the judges what happened, and we're gonna move on with these energies in play.
Yeah. I mean, both of these players playing pretty quickly, pretty flawlessly, which is great to see. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't any sort of shortcut, right? We promote the Yveltal, retreated with the free retreat, and now we're powering up with that Turbo Energize, and now it's over on Joshua's side, which does have access to 3 Noctals, I think, in hand, so he can literally search for whatever he needs. The question is, what will he try to do here? Do you try to go for the Clefairy? You can't really take advantage of the Wellspring. You can take a knockout on one Monkey Dory, but I mean, really using your A-Spec possibly, and then your supporter return to take a single prize card and leave yourself with no energy in play. Not a fan of that.
Yeah, I wonder if this leads into a play with the other Eevee so that you can evolve on this turn, bring in a Flareon and try to knock out that Monkey Dory, get some energies on board, and try to have them stick around for a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, a second Eevee would be great to power up, right? But these Terra Box decks, they're not like a full-fledged Evolutions deck that we've seen in the past. So with only one Eevee, we're really trying to find a better Pokemon to power up, perhaps the Pikachu, but in this case, it's prized. So could be the Clefairy, which doesn't even require a flip from Mega Kangaskhan to go down. And yeah, you can see Josh is like not very happy with what he's seeing. I think he's fully realizing now that the Pikachu EX is just not available to him.
Yep, no Pikachu, and in a world where you could risk it and use that Mew, not even that is available either. Sees a copy of Crispin, you know how important that can be, but we'll have to use some of these earlier on in this hand. Yeah. I mean, you have to probably use Crispin this turn to get some relevant attack off, so you're limited with what else you can do here.
So hear me out. Do you power up Bloodnurse Luna? Clefairy is very weak with its low HP. Pikachu EX is not available. You only have one Eevee, so is that the best Pokemon to power up through Flareon's attack if that's what Joshua tries to go for here? You see the Eevee.
Yeah, there's just not much else that you can do at this point as far as attackers. The board's limited. We still don't see any other way to get Pokemon rolling. It's just this Noctowl now.
Yep, there's the second Noctowl being utilized, and we're eyeing up a Area 0 and an Ultra Ball. Seems like we're going to have a change of heart here. Ultra Ball to potentially find an extra Noctowl. Seems like there was only 2 instead of 3 in the hand. The question is, how do we retreat here into, I guess, we pay the retreat cost because then the first attack only costs 1 energy thanks to the Sparkling Crystal, but then you have nothing really to power up at this point.
Right, yeah, this board does not have much going for it. No Area 0 Underdepths to open it up and find more resources. You can just load up your Wellspring, but the math does not line up too well.
Wellspring's attack is definitely very underwhelming. It's great against Gardevoir, it's great against Dragapult, it's great against Golden Go, Surledge, but it's just not great against these huge mega basic Pokemon EXs.
Well, for Joshua, it's the Psychic Energy from the Crispin to retreat the Wellspring, bring up the Eevee, evolve directly into that Flareon, and with the energy attachment for turn, which is a different energy than what was selected off the Crispin, giving a little more info, but it's the right one you have to play here. Yep. It will be the Water and the Lightning Energy now.
And now we just power ourselves up. We are ready to use that Carnelian attack next turn, but 280 damage, not quite enough to deal with that Mega Kangaskhan, and no way to increase that damage either.
And every time you leave damage on board, John just licks his chops. Says, thank you very much. This could be a messy situation. 270 hit points. If there were ever damage to push over, makes the rapid fire combo a little cleaner.
over on John's side, has now definitely has enough energies. There's no threat of Pikachu. The A-Spec has been committed here, so in order to power up a Pikachu out of the blue would be pretty difficult. You saw no tool removal, so an Arven for a Bravery Charm would leave this Mega Kangaskhan pretty safe at this point. Question is, are you feeling lucky, Kyle? Are you feeling the 2 coin flips?
Well, he certainly could go for it at this point. There's no harm here in attacking into this Flareon, dealing a bunch of damage, because you're not worried about being KO'd. This board is not intimidating. The acceleration with the crystal just means there's not much else you can do here. So just put all the HP in the active spot after you draw 6 cards to start your turn with your draw, Fez, and running errands. He's got so many resources to work with, but the precious one is certainly those hit points.
John is eyeing Countercatcher or Boss's Order. I think there's a very clear target for him in that Hoot. He knows Josh has an Ultra Ball in hand, probably chosen for the Noctowl, but I think we might be going for that rapid fire combo, see if we can get the KO here.
He's warming it up.
And has the die in his hand. Yeah, I think we're going for it. 2 heads, can we get them? No, 200 damage.
And that is just short of where you want to be. At least one would have been really nice to make it just one Monkey Dory push away from a KO, then lining up into another attack. But you can't complain here. Your opponent, Joshua on the other side, I mean, look at this board. 2 Noctowls used already. Nothing really going here now. You have 1 Hoot left to evolve into, and you need that Area 0 under depths if you want any relevant attacker.
All right, we're going to go for that Boss's Orders onto a Fez, making sure we leave no damage on the board. We're going to see an attachment onto the Fan Rotom, perhaps as a follow-up to try to finish off that Kangaskhan EX at some point, perhaps as a retreat pivot as well to get 2 prizes. So Joshua very ahead in the prize race, but that Flareon is definitely going down now, and Joshua doesn't have much going for him after.
I don't dislike this at all from Joshua. This is a really clean spot as John continues to draw upwards with these cards now with the running errands. He's going to try to build up on his side, but Joshua's done what he needed. 3 prize cards remaining, a Mega Pokemon in play. Target that Pokemon with everything you've got. Try to get it knocked out at some point, and avoid playing into Blood Moon Ursaluna or the Pecharunt, dealing 300 damage. Seems like it's all there for him, but you do need to find closeout attackers, and right now, there's not much else.
Now we're going to see if that Pokegear hits. That Iono, I think, is the key card here for John. Did find it. Or maybe are we looking for something else? I think it's got to be the Iono, right? Oh, it's a Penny, okay.
Yeah, it's safety first. You have Mega Kangaskhan. It could be attacked into with a big attack from Joshua's side. 1 final big hurrah attack in, try to close this out at one point, but you could always salvage those hit points, bring that Pokemon back up, and try again with something else.
Now, John eyeing up again the Countercatcher or the Boss's Orders, but no, we're just going to attack, flip for no reason.
Optimal.
Yeah.
Just use your tails here. Seems to
get them out of the way, yeah. All right. Not going to promote the Fan Rotom, which has the energy for the retreat. We're going to see the Wellspring Ogerpon come to the active. We see an Teal Mask Ogerpon off the top, and I mean, we don't threaten much at this point. There is Blood Moon Ursaluna available for later down the line, but what are we planning here? We can attach some energies to Teal Mask through Teal Dance, maybe get powered up that way, do a little bit of damage rather, not enough. Any damage you deal to the Mega Kangaskhan will generally come back to hurt you.
Yeah, just a lot of grass energies to work with here. There is 1 copy of Super Rod, so with the Eevee and Flareon knocked out, you could bring that Eevee back into play, try to work in that Leafeon to try to deal some pretty big damage with some 270 hit points in the active spot. Wouldn't be too bad either.
Yeah, for sure. Leafeon, if we can pull all of that off, Super Rod, Nest Ball back the Eevee, find the Leafeon to evolve into, find the Crispin to power it up, or energy switches as well. I mean, Teal Mask is a good start. We're going to see an Air Balloon off the top. Okay, that gives us a little bit more mobility with this guy. And we're going to finally see the Ultra Ball into the Noctowl. and see what else we can find. It is available. It is the last Noctowl available. Oh, there's actually 4 Noctowls. There's a 3-4 Noctowl line here. I just noticed that. That's very interesting.
That's spicy.
Yeah, that's very spicy.
Oh, there's a sneaky hoot.
Oh, there's this
hiding up top.
There you go.
Okay. Well, with this Noctowl, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like an energy switch, or unless that's already in hand. You could attack in with your Terras and see if you could get the job done. Myriad Leaf Shower, but where do you go from here?
Yeah, it's just going to be a big flip the script. Hope the 3 cards make a difference, because we don't have much else. And John's hand is huge. You know there's cost in there for sure. So yeah, this flip the script, I mean, okay. We're going to get a restart into flip the script. That's 6 brand new cards. That gives me a bit more hope.
Plenty to look for, but those are not the pieces just yet.
It's one of them, but we're still missing so much. Energy Stadium and Nest Ball. Nest Ball doesn't really help us find anything good here, Kyle.
With Crispin, if you have the energies available, you could attack in with the Myriad Leaf Shower.
Could also use Clefairy, I guess. He was counting the Pokemon in play. Obviously not enough to deal 300 damage, 350 damage even.
This is the spot you start to get nervous about. Your opponent's at 4 prize cards remaining. Mew is in play. There's some very easy prize cards for this Mega Kangaskhan to try to close out on this board. What do? It's Hoot Hoot added to the board. Just trying to find that one way to get the last prize cards when you need it. But attackers are in play. This is what you've got.
Yeah, and even the Assault Landing just works against you, right? That 70 damage is insignificant and gives John damage on the board to potentially set up a second Monkey Dory and just send that back.
So much to consider here. Joshua, it's the retreat. It is the Fan Rotom. Assault Landing is lined up with the stadium in play. 70 damage into this Pokemon, but as you mentioned, it just seems short. 350 HP to work with here, and Monkey Dories to move damage around.
Yeah, we're going to see the Lily's Determination. We haven't played a supporter this turn, no problem. I mean, I don't know, like, maybe we're hoping to find a boss's orders. No, but nothing can get trapped, really. Yeah, there were a lot of energies in the hand, so Crispin was definitely not available.
Yeah.
Retreating before the Lily is also interesting. Now, we do find the energy switch. We find energy for a turn, so we could have actually attacked with a Teal Mask if we hadn't retreated already. Right, because we haven't attached.
And there's Ultra Ball Night Stretcher if there was a bench space available. That's Leafeon.
That's Leafeon too, with the energy switch as well.
There's so much there, but this is where Joshua has to go. It's 70 damage and a dream. 280 remaining on that Mega Kangaskhan, holding on. And for John, it is a game of math. You are trying to preserve the hit points there. There's a stadium that can help you out. You already have your Bravery Charm, but Monkey Dory would be very nice to move this damage off.
If John had the third Monkey Dory available and it wasn't prized, he could actually win this turn potentially by going triple Monkey. Oh, he has the Penny though. He could win this turn
with the energy switch.
Yeah, with energy switch, he could send the damage back to Fan Rotom, take the knockout. Oh, but then if he pennies, then he can't boss KO the Mew.
Oh.
And that's where not having that third Monkey Dory is the issue. I mean, maybe he just doesn't have the cards, right? He's not even considering, or maybe he immediately knows that the Monkey Dory is not available, so he's not contemplating it, but it's just an interesting play that could have happened, right? That 70 damage could have literally lost Joshua the game on the spot.
Well, now considerations for John. He has the counter catcher to work with. He's setting up the Petron. He just needs attackers in play. He's not nervous about the Leafeon here as he's loading up with plenty of energies in play. Where do you want to go with this counter catcher?
We're going to go after the Teal Mask. I think we're going to see a Penny on the active here.
It's very clean. Safety first. 3 prize cards remaining. You play right around what Joshua was looking for. You only have these 2 prize Pokemon in play, and there is the pivotal one. The no energy attack if you ever get through Petron.
Yeah, Bloodwind is a great way to close out this game, and John is basically saying, all right, I'm just going to take 2 prizes this turn, 2 prizes next turn, take away the option for you to take 3 prizes if you somehow can pull this off with the energies, the board that you have. somehow knock out my Mega Kangaskhan. I don't need to heal it fully. I'll just not have it in play, and you can't win next turn.
And wise here from John. He had the Lively Stadium to help out if he wanted to get some additional HP for later on, but I think he likes where the board is right now for Joshua. You don't want to open those bench spaces up and then potentially be surprised with even more attackers. There's one bench space in a dream.
Yeah, and I mean, the Lively Stadium also would have put that Teal Mask out of range,
yeah,
so that would have been a big issue for sure. All those Pokemon in play, pretty great to have. So much Pokemon you can target with that Blood Moon Ursaluna to close out the game. And I think John is also hedging that there's no Iono, right? It's like he has a huge hand. He didn't even leave the Mega Kangaskhan as a way to potentially draw in case he gets Iono'd or something. It's just like, okay, if you KO me, I win with Blood Moon Bust next turn or Counter Catcher. If you don't KO me, even better.
Yeah, that's just one bench space now over here for Joshua. He has the Ultra Ball, he has the Noctowl if they want it, and it's tricky. You can get a couple more cards out, but truly when you're using Noctowl, you're trying to get those last prize cards already to close the game out. When you use it and then you don't have game lined up and you're playing against a deck that has Penny and ways to manipulate all the hit points, where do you go?
I mean, at this point, Leafeon is the only Pokemon. I guess Blood Moon also survives your opponent's Blood Moon attack, which is great to see. But off of that huge hand, you have to expect there's a Boss's Orders, right? So this is sort of like your last hope. You're going to knock out the Petrant, attach energy to a Blood Moon, take your 2 prize, go down to 1 prize card, and hope your opponent doesn't have Boss's Orders. There's not much else to do here. And even if they, imagine a scenario where they don't have the Boss's Orders, how do you even move this Blood Moon out of the active? I'm not seeing, there's 1 copy of Professor Turo available.
Yeah, that's all in here for Joshua with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Have the knockout now and can clean up this board.
Okay.
All of these Pokemon with lower hit points gone. The Boss's Orders plays not looking nearly as pretty this time around.
Okay, does that actually put John in a little bit of a bind now? He doesn't have any energy, doesn't have any way to dish extra damage to that Blood Moon with Monkey Dory. So is this a possibly game-winning play by Joshua here, John? Or are you happy to just hit into it, perhaps with Yveltal?
That's where I'm at, yeah.
With an Iono, right? And then finish it off the next turn.
Yep. I mean, you've got Clutch for 20. Keep this Pokemon there. It can't attack, and then Blood Moon Ursaluna could close things out on the next turn. There was Boss's Orders in hand. John had everything, but Joshua played around that very well. Look at this hand. So many cards. But what is the right play now?
Clutch Iono perhaps is an option. We can't really terminal period. There's no way to accelerate energy at this point in time to get more damage off of Mega Kangaskhan or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, Joshua definitely did what he needed to do in order to stay in this game and give himself a chance, right? So now it comes down to John. How does he try to clutch this end game scenario?
Yes, and I think you may have said the key word there, as
maybe
got that lined up fairly well now. And you can see the considerations for John when playing this nest ball, trying to thin out the deck a little more, wants to make sure there's a Pokemon in play that he's able to move around freely. Monkey Dory has the energy to retreat. Blood Moon Ursaluna would just close the game out, and this Yveltal has the retreat cost for free that can move around. Didn't want to play the Cornerstone, and probably is going to dig for a card like that Iona that you were speaking of. There's there's the Night Stretcher here for Pheasantipity, but there also is a Pokegear here too.
Okay, we're gonna get back that Fez, draw 3 extra cards, and there's the Iono.
All right.
I don't see any other way. And I mean, the patch doesn't really matter. There's already, like, if your opponent can attack again, they win the game, right? Joshua needs to find Turo energy off of this Iono to 1, Kyle.
Yeah, and there is that one Hoot you're a little nervous of, but when it is Iono to 1, it is so much better than Iono to 2.
Yeah.
Ultra Ball, no more.
Well, no more. There's no bench space for, like, Mew to redraw. We know all those Pokemon are in the discard pile at this point in time. And then, yeah, I think we're seeing the clutch play for 20 damage.
Oh, Nest Ball, and what else? An energy switch.
I think that's game. There we have it. John Eng wins round 4.
Wow. Yes, a clutch play there. Had the Iono. And of course, John needs to know exactly what was going on there. So jumps in, says, what did you have? Did you have the closeout? Oh, I played this. And there's so much to learn from both of these players. It's always great to see two fantastic names here, starting things off at a major event. And what a great deck to open up things with. The Mega Kangaskhan getting it done.
Really showcasing all the strength of the new Mega Evolution cards, right? We have the Yveltal, we have the Mega Kangaskhan. We didn't get to see Mega Absol, but I can see the vision, right? I can see the vision with all these cards. High HP Pokemon, you Bravery Charm them, you Lively Stadium them. Take a look at what happened over the course of this round. Pretty interesting deck that I think we're going to be hearing a lot about, Kyle.
Yeah, the really fun setup here. And for Joshua, this was a wild opening. They had to play all of these energies on pretty interesting Pokemon to get the job done early. There were some considerations for how you go about this, but Pikachu retreated, Leafeon promoted, bring that right back, take the prize cards, and Pecharunt of all Pokemon. We were hoping to see this card at the World Championships do some work a few years back. It actually does attack. It's doing the job now. It's working pretty well for 300. And now it's all about the hit points.
The callback to the 2024 Worlds Finals, Kyle. I love it. Yeah, Pecharunt has a very powerful attack. That Irritated Outburst just gets better and better as the game progresses. Like, you actually want your opponent to take a knockout. Even Joshua, like, only grabbing 2 prizes by mistake on that Pokemon. John needed the 3 prizes. He was like, no, please, go ahead, take the other one, because that way I can deal 300 damage and take that final KO. And then, yeah, it all came down to this Iono 2-1. No options for Joshua. That Blood Moon, such a high retreat cost, couldn't attack again, and therefore John was able to clutch it out. Now, I really hope if we have a winner's interview, we get to ask John if he would have attacked that turn when he whiffed the energy. I really need to know.
Right, he saw 10 cards, didn't see the energy, and just so, you know what, we got to take a turn off, but it worked off so well. And I think that's really what this deck does, is it can buy time, it can manipulate and pick the perfect point to attack. When he uses the penny, when he stalls with some extra hit points, uses the Bravery Charms efficiently, you can make the game move as you please.
Yeah, pretty much. You need to be conservative. You have all the Monkey Dories and pennies to take the damage to your advantage. 300 HP basic Pokemon, like, that's unheard of. We have the new Mega Venusaur with 380 HP. That's at stage 2. Yeah, but Mega Kangaskhan can get to that with the Bravery Charm, with a Lively Stadium. I mean, unless you're hitting for weakness or your Raging Bolt, you're not getting that high.
And it's just drawing all the cards for you. It potentially knocks out anything if you're a little lucky. John was not so lucky as he played through and was rolling around, but you know what? He worked with what he had. He was attacking in. We don't typically see too many decks that are just chipping away, but this is one of the decks that can do that. And we live in a one-hit KO format. We've seen so many different versions of this. The Golden Goes, the Saraledges, the Raging Bolts. But is 380 just a magic number? Is that going to keep you around? Maybe.
I mean, maybe. And then, you know what? Maybe there's going to be other Mega Pokemon which will have even more HP. And that's when Bravery Charm just gets even better. So, yeah. I mean, pretty cool to see to start off the Mega Evolution format with such a good showcase of the Mega Evolved Pokemon putting in the work. And I really hope that continues throughout the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, just a really unique deck that we see here. It seems like every card is catered to this style. Yeah. You can move your Pokemon around, manipulate your board, set it up so that you have everything that you need and force your opponent into plays that they're not comfortable in. You saw so many times for Joshua, they just sat there and shook their head, looked through the deck, said, where do I go from here at this point? You have so many different attacks, but none of them are the answer to a Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, exactly. 28 different cards to adapt to different situations. None of them are fighting type to help you get past that 300 or 380 damage threshold. And all of a sudden, Pikachu's Topaz Bolt is just not enough, right? It was barely enough for Stage 2 Pokemon combined with Gravity Mountain, but now that doesn't even help you with this new Mega Evolved Pokemon if they get a little help from the stadium or from the tool cards.
Yeah, we need Puncheon to get in there. We need, where's our fighting to work with? Because there's just no other answer. Every other type basically covered at this point. You have so many different matchups that I feel like Joshua's very favored in, can outplay so many players with all of these Noctowls searching out, finding the resources, and attacking in, but this just doesn't work very well on paper, and as we saw in play, you can get close, but it's a lot of hit points on the other side.
All right, well, we have our winner's interview lined up. Let's hear from John and how he's feeling after this win.
Thank you, Pablo. Juancho Solana here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, John Ang. John, what an impressive match. That looked like a ton of fun. The deck seems like a ton of fun. Just got to ask, though, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's always nice to win on stream. Feeling good at 4-0. I really enjoy my deck. I put a lot of time into it these past few days. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
I like it, like it. Let's dissect the deck, because that deck seems like a ton of fun to play. It's Mega Kangaskhan, Absol, Petron, just a lot of big basics.
Yeah.
Tell us about why we decided to bring that deck to this tournament.
So I before this went to my friend Xander Perot's house out in Chicago. Before we drove over to Milwaukee, it was me, Rahul Reddy, Tord Reklev, Xander, and Kiana Mini. And Tord is the one who pioneered this deck. He's the creator of this deck, as I'm sure you guys know and have heard about. And he's a convincing guy. I'll give you that. I was really wanting to play Gardevoir to this tournament. The past few events, I've neglected to play Gardevoir and haven't done super well. And I put a lot of time into Gardevoir, and I thought I was going to do it for this one. But like I said, Tord's really convincing. Played some games with the deck. I knew about this deck going into the weekend. I hit it on ladder a few times on PTCG Live. And I was beating it, and I was like, okay, this deck's terrible. I'm fine with Guardy. And then I sit across from Tord, and Tord, I think, like 5-1'd me or 6-0'd me. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's because the people I've been hitting aren't Tord. So I took a look at the deck. I trusted in the guys, and it's going pretty well for us. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was able to chat with Tord like a couple of rounds ago. He mentioned, oh, there's like 7 friends on the deck list, and they're all undefeated right now. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a real deck to watch out for. Can you walk me through like how it works, the machinations of the deck?
All right, so you have an absolutely insane draw engine with Mega Kangaskhan, as you guys know. Just when it's in the active, it draws 2. And your Precious Trolley engine, so you use Arven to set up your whole board. Depending on the matchup you hit, your Precious Trolley board honestly changes so much. So that's been like the hardest part with the deck, is like not knowing when my opponent flips over something, not knowing what they're playing. I'm like, what do I want my board to be? Because that's like the most important decision. Because if your board is set up the way you want with Precious Trolley, it's really hard to lose the game when you're drawing so many cards. So yeah, no, the deck has multiple ways to win. You can attack with Absol and Mega Kangaskhan, or mainly Mega Kangaskhan, as you saw there. And you also include 2 Eviltalls and Monkey Dory. So against the decks that you probably won't trade well with them, attacking like the really aggressive decks, like the Raging Bolt, the Sarah Ledge, stuff like that. You have a retreat lock line with the 2 Eviltalls, the Pekka and the Monkey Dory, because you have you create infinite damage by poisoning yourself. So it's a deck that has a lot of options into the field, and looking at the decks that were super popular, it just seems like it's pretty favored into pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Except for Venusaur. That the big green guy, we just lose.
Couldn't slot in a big basic fire, maybe? No.
Yeah.
No, very interesting deck, that's for sure. And thank you for the in-depth explanation.
Of course, yeah.
I'm sure we'll see a little bit more from that. But I did get a question in my ear here from Pablo. Pablo has a question for you. In the first round, you did whiff an energy. I think you had like a giant hand. Walk us through that.
No, so yeah, as you guys saw, I had the Kangaskhan. I was ready to start swinging with it. I was feeling really good, because I actually haven't played that much of the Terror Box matchup, but Tor told me, he was like, just attack with Kangaskhan and figure out the rest. And I was like, all right. So I used Lilies for 8, and then I also had the Run Aaron. So I was drawing 10 cards.
10 cards, yeah.
I've got a bunch of energies. I've got 2 Earthen Vessels. I'm like, all right, surely I hit something. And when I didn't hit it, I was like, all right. Thankfully, it was in the game where he didn't have an explosive start, right? He didn't get the Fan Rotom. His burst potential with only 1 Hoot in play wasn't all that great. So, you know, I would just play patient, took my time, peg-arounded my Yveltal to the active, I think it was, and it was just like, swing into this, we'll go at it next time, and hopefully you don't draw a good card off the top, right?
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, having access to just 10 cards in one turn seems absolutely amazing. And throughout the entire time I'm like watching both the matches, right? It always seemed like you had like a million cards in hand or something. And the fact that, yeah, we're in a world where some players, like Josh, for example, had to choose between playing something like Lily and Iono.
Yeah.
You just kept the entire hand because I don't think he played Iono. He had Lily.
Yeah.
And just seems really great. Right? Tell us about when we use Mega Absol. I mean, we got to see the power of Mega Kangaskhan. What are the times we probably slot in?
Yeah, the Terror Box matchup is actually one of the only ones where you attack with Mega Kangaskhan, so that was a really unique one. Most of the time, so you see Mega Absol used a lot in the Dragapult matchup mainly. Play very patient. And when you take damage, obviously they have a hard time one-shotting you because you have the new Psyduck card that turns off Dusknoir. And if they can't use Dusknoir and I've got a big charm and they've got the Stadium and I've got like 10 million HP, like they're not killing me. Or knocking me out, rather, sorry. And with Monkey Dory, I'm able to always put them to 6 damage counters on themselves, and I can knock them out with my Absol. They have a hard time doing the return knockout, so they usually have to like boss around it or poke something, and you can usually formulate the game plan from there. But yeah, the key to all of those matchups is just to play very patient and let them make the first move, even though it's like sometimes weird to be like, oh, you go swing first. So yeah, that's the main one where you use Absol, and then you use Absol in some of the matchups where you try to retreat lock your opponent, right? So popular deck right now, Sarah Ledge, the line against them is to assuming they don't get like 15 energies in the discard pile turn 1, you would utilize Mega Absol, and you would try to go after one of their switching cards, like their Jet Energy, their Professor Turos, or their Pal Pad. So later in the game, you're able to more effectively retreat lock them and lock them out of the game, because they're not going to return kill the Absol, right? They'll punch it and you can just penny it up, and then it's like their damage did nothing, and now they're down a key resource.
That's for sure, that's for sure. All right, great explanations, very in-depth, thank you very much. I'm sure a lot of our viewers at home learned something, I learned something. Before I do let you go, get to your next matches, anyone you want to shout out though?
Of course, yeah. I feel like the first shout out has to always go to Tord and the guys who are playing the deck with me. This has been a really great experience working on the deck and sending it to this tournament. Shout out to my best friend Isaiah Bradner, always in my corner, always helping me out at tournaments. Sad you couldn't be here, but I'll see you in Brazil. And then shout out to my mom, and shout out to my girlfriend Tess.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much. Best of luck with the next couple of rounds, that's for sure. Again, 4-0, great start, amazing deck, amazing player, John Ang, ladies and gentlemen. With that, though, we're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Wancho. Yeah, what a great interview there from John Ang. Always so great to hear from him.
Yep.
He's been doing some work lately. Over the last 2 years, I think he's earned $19,000 each year. I mean, it's basically a career for him at this point. He's doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Portland regional champion, right? His first regional championship win in the Masters division. So, yeah, definitely someone to look out for and see how they are doing throughout the rest of the tournament. But I want to let the viewers know that the next round will be a community choice round. So make sure you are paying attention to the chats for the poll that comes up, so you get to vote to see what matchup, right, what decks you get to see in the next round.
That's right. We have our favorite, the community choice. You get to pick the deck that's coming up next. Round 5 will be here very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're live here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, where the players are playing the main event for thousands of dollars in prizes, but of course there are multiple side events where you can earn some great prize wall prizes. We're gonna go ahead and check some out, and of course we have our amazing puzzles and plushies, just like
This Lechonk.
yeah, of course, that Lechonk. But of course, let's not forget the TCG, a bunch of TCG products, ETBs, even figurines.
And this Lechonk.
Of course, yes, the Lechonk. And of course, we can't forget about the VGC. We have all the games here, as well as some Halloween prizes.
And this Lechonk.
Yes, definitely. A lot of things to win here at the Milwaukee Regional Championship. So make sure you make your way to the side events, and you too can also win this Lechonk. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action. Pokemon fans, oh boy, do I have a special treat for you. We're here live at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but flying all the way from Tokyo, Japan, our EUIC 2025 champion, Ryuki Okada. Ryuki, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine.
Yeah, again, I'm sure that was a long flight. Again, you play in the Japanese circuit, if I'm correct, and I don't think you earn any points playing here at the US circuit. So what are your goals here at Milwaukee?
Oh, number one, double CS. Yeah.
All right, number one here. That's what he's aiming for, because again, Ryuki here, again, EUIC champion, also a Dortmund regional champion, but I believe this is your first regional championship in the US. Yeah. Very, very cool. We're very excited to see you play, Ryuki. I want to ask you though, what decks do you expect to see here at Milwaukee?
Golden Go or Ruraton Sorok or Gali or Mani Glisser.
Yeah.
Very good 3 cards.
Yeah, those are very, very meta-relevant decks, that's for sure. Sounds like there's not that much difference between Japan and here in America. What good decks are good decks. But what about for Mega Evolutions? What Mega cards are you expecting to see?
Yeah, or Ruraton Sorok or Mega Gali or Mega Lucario, very good cards, or best 3 cards.
Those are the best 3?
Yeah.
Sounds like, sounds very good. Sounds like Megas might have an impact here at Milwaukee, if Ryuki has anything to say about it. And with that, thank you so much. Just wanted to make this a quick interview. Anyone you want to shout out? Any of your friends?
Oh, my friend, or Kato, or Haru, or Reiji, very good friend. Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds like a great support system. With that, again, thank you so much for the interview, Ryuki. Again, so much international talent here live at the Milwaukee Regional Championship. So how about let's throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win. They came to be immortalized. Immortalized.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to our trading card game regional championships in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We've had a great start to the day. Tons of players still working through this event as we whittle it down to figure out who'll be making it from Phase 1 to Phase 2, and ultimately who will become our regional champion this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, and I'm joined here in the booth for the first time by Azul Garcia Griego, the 8-time regional champion, the 2-time international champion. Azul, welcome to the team.
Thanks, Chip. Thanks, Chip. Happy to be here. Excited to be here. And we're going to see a pretty cool first match, specifically, I think, on John Ang's side of things. That's like the hype deck going into this tournament, and a little bit unexpected as well. It kind of popped up last minute, so we got to see that in action already, which was cool.
Yeah, you can see just the voice that the top players in the game have. Really, even just days before the event can have a massive impact on what the metagame looks like. I don't think that's the last we'll see of Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan this weekend. Lots of great players on that archetype. But speaking about the archetypes, let's hop back in, look at the meta breakdown just a little bit more, talk about some of these decks that we will be seeing through the course of the weekend. Ceruledge Lunatone leading the charge here, most popular deck. Do you think you could have predicted that, Azul, coming into the event?
No, I don't think so, especially because some of the, I don't know, the bigger decks that we had seen up to this point, they've fallen off a little bit more than I would have expected. I guess Gardevoir's a little more split now, the Jellicent and the non-Jellicent build. Same thing with Golden Go. We see the Lunatone Soul Rock build up here, which is the new way to play Golden Go, but I'm sure there's plenty of people still playing the tried and true Energy Search Pro build, and we're just not seeing that here. I think alongside the Ceruledge, though, is Grimmsnarl being the second most popular deck. That also is a little bit of a surprise to me. A lot of hype for that deck, I feel like. Maybe not too much hype, but there was a lot of build-up for that deck. I feel like going to this tournament as well. It's had its ups and downs, and we'll maybe finally see Grimmsnarl have its big moment, because I feel like that's what it's been missing since it's been in the format.
Yeah, it was very popular in online events in the couple of weeks leading up to this event. So lots of players, it seems like, have kind of gone back to this archetype. You know, it popped up a little bit before NAIC. It was pretty popular at NAIC. You yourself played it to that event. What do you think leads to players kind of coming back around to the deck after it hasn't had that much success at Worlds in Pittsburgh?
I feel like it's got to be the addition of Lily's Determination from the Mega Evolution set. That is like a big boost for a lot of these Stage 2 decks. The Dragapult, the Gardevoir, and the Grimmsnarl is in that category as well of decks that do get a big boost from the Lily's Determination. That early game, not even early game, but the first couple turns, being able to see so many cards when you're not drawing prize cards. So you get to take full value of the shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 8 from the Lily's Determination. I feel like that is the main reason we're seeing the resurgence of it a little bit. There is the Yveltal, of course, that some people are playing in there instead of the Maractus, but players are pretty split on the Maractus versus Yveltal, I feel like, right now.
And I think before this weekend is all said and done, the Yveltal from Mega Evolution may come away as one of the standout cards from the weekend. I mean, we were talking backstage, we were talking about how good the deck, that card seems in that Zoark archetype. Yeah. We saw it a little bit on display in John Ang's deck, but the potential for that Yveltal, that clutch, locking a Pokemon active, why is that so strong?
Yeah, it creates a kind of a board state where your opponent, where you're actually able to take multiple turns in a row. That's something like for the Zoark deck specifically that the Zoark deck kind of lacked. When you're sitting there and you're cornering with Maractus, we saw Liam Halliburton including the Maractus in his regional winning Zoark deck. Eventually you will knock out your opponent's active Pokemon if they don't attack back and put damage in play for you to utilize with your Monkey Dories. But like we saw John even mention in his interview, with the Petron EX being able to poison the Yveltal, which it can't poison the Maractus because it can only poison the dark Pokemon it pushes to the active, you can create infinite damage for your Monkey Dories to move over to your opponent's board side. As long as you have something to trap with the Yveltal, you could basically win the game from 6 prize cards, and your opponent can draw 0. You just trap a Pokemon after another Pokemon, keep building up damage with your Monkey Dories, and yeah, it's a huge boost to these decks, like the Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck, and then the Zoark.
I gotta say, that does not sound very fun to play against.
Definitely not.
Does not sound like you want to be sitting across from someone going with that strategy, but I can understand why it would be very powerful. Let's take a look at what these players are competing for this weekend, the prizes that are on the line for this and every single regional championships. Of course, $10,000 up top, and even all the way down to top 32, you're walking away with a nice chunk of change and a ton of Pokemon TCG booster packs we cannot forget.
Yeah, pretty steep prizes here that the players are playing for. Like you mentioned, booster packs on top of that as well, but of course everyone's chasing that grand prize, the $10,000 for the first place. And yeah, there's a long ways to go for all of our competitors, but this is what they're all aiming for.
Let's look at the travel awards that players are competing for as we get through the season. Things are already set for our first international championships at LAIC, but currently, in this current time frame, players are trying to compete to earn a travel award or travel stipend to the European International Championships. Now, Zul, I know that's something that you've been able to claim a couple of times in your career, both the stipend and the travel award. You know, how much of a help is that for players getting to these different events?
I mean, it's a pretty big deal, getting that help to get to these international tournaments. And you do need to perform pretty well, at least locally, to build up those championship points. And it's one of those things that we see the top players kind of chain, basically, from international championship to international championship, being able to get themselves back-to-back stipends and travel awards and all that stuff to be able to continue to compete internationally. So it's a pretty big difference maker if you can claim one of those and potentially roll it over into the next IC.
Yeah, and it's a big deal as well, I know, for families, for younger age divisions, being able to use that to get more than just one individual person to an event. If you're taking siblings, both parents, things get a little expensive. So having access to that boosted travel award or travel stipend as well, very, very nice for the families. And that's why we get to see so many young kids succeeding in this game.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, great to see all these players' journeys throughout the game. Something that we are looking forward to seeing as well, potentially throughout the weekend, talking about these younger players. There's actually, a handful of younger age division players who have now aged up. We're here at the new season, so there's going to be a whole wave of seniors who have aged up from that division now into Masters. Justin Templar, Carson Washer, two that are really standing out to me as people I'm keeping my eye on here this weekend. But also, regional championships happening this weekend down in Latin America. Gabriel Fernandez playing in his first Masters Division regional champion. I know something we're both excited to see what the results from that look like.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how he does in his first tournament. I was actually surprised he was absent from a couple of the earlier regionals this year. There hasn't been anything in Latin America yet, but he has been known to travel out of region for competitions and do pretty well in the past. So, yeah, I'm definitely excited to see how he performs. Like you mentioned, Carson Washer, Justin Templar, some of the more successful seniors division players from last season. Going to be interested to see how they perform here as well. But yeah, I think for things I'm most excited for this weekend, one of them is Gabriel Fernandez. How does he do in his first major down there?
Yeah, not even something happening here at this event this weekend, but just so much happening in the Pokemon world across the globe. It really has become such a global game. For years and years, it was just all about kind of your local region. These regional championships would really just feature people who could travel from an hour or two away from the event. And then now we have people competing in this event from Norway, from Japan, from all over the globe coming to play. Yeah, these regionals really do feel like what internationals felt like, 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, definitely. It's changed a lot. I mean, we have Ryuki here, one of the most successful players from last season from Japan playing in this tournament. The first regional championship I went to, I think there's 170 players, maybe less, at the first regional championship way back in 2010. So it definitely has come a long way. And the most exciting part about it definitely is the international aspect. We have Tord Reckliffe here, Ryuki, like I mentioned. I'm not sure if Brent Tonnison's at this one. He travels a lot. I'm not sure if he made his way out there.
Yeah, I haven't noticed, actually, yeah.
Yeah, but it makes it that much more interesting and competitive, I guess, as well. It makes everything more special to tune into these regional championships and see players from all around the world.
Does not look like Brent is competing this weekend here in Milwaukee, but that doesn't mean he's not down in Latin America playing.
Yeah, he might be somewhere right now playing Pokemon, whether it be at a regional or maybe even locally. Who knows?
That is true. Yeah, and that's a big part of the circuit as well. The local tournaments, the local scene, league cups, league challenges. Those events are paying out championship points as well. Usually prizes along the line as well, booster packs, prize series packs, which are a super cool thing that have been added in the last couple of seasons, which I love getting to see happen for players. Yeah, but those local events, a huge deal for a lot of players towards reaching their goals, achieving their goals of, maybe earning a stipend, a travel award, or even just the World's Invite.
Yeah, definitely a really, really big deal. A lot of points to be accrued there. And it's one of those things where everyone's competing at their own locals separate from each other, but you're all the same pool of points that you're all trying to gather up is competing against each other, especially for the travel awards, the stipends, and then the World Championship invite.
So as we're setting up here for round number 5, Azul, someone like you who's competed in dozens of regional championships, I'm sure you've had a various number of types of starts at this point in the event. You've gotten to round 5 at 4-0 many times, I'm sure, but you've also gotten to round 4 at 2-2, 2-1-1, whatever it may be. How do you navigate kind of where you're at this point in the tournament, depending on your record? Do you let it affect you that much? How should players move forward here?
For me, I've been doing this so long, it doesn't really affect me anymore. It feels a little bit better to be 4-0 as opposed to 2-2, but you really do have to take it kind of one round at a time. If you make top cut undefeated or top cut at, X and 2, you'll be okay, right? You're still in top cut, right? So if that's one of your goals, it doesn't really matter how many losses you have right now. At the end of the day, once you make it all the way through day 2 and phase 2, it matters how many rounds you've won at that point. And it's easy for me to say that because I've played so many. For a lot more people, a lot of players, it's a lot more stressful and they feel the pressure a lot more once they hit that second loss. Because with that third loss, you're no longer in contention for phase 2 anymore.
The margin for error disappears at that point.
Yeah, exactly. But if you just think a bit on a bigger picture, it's like if you went 8-0 to begin phase 1, now you maybe if you're 2-2, 2 wins, 2 losses, you could go 8-0 from that point as well. It doesn't matter when you go 8-0, you just have to go 8-0 at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened many times for players as well. 4-0 start into losing 3 rounds in a row, being eliminated from phase 2 of the competition. You know, you can't get too comfortable as well at this point. You know, there's still a lot of Pokemon to play. You got to just kind of take each round as it comes to you, right?
Exactly. Just enjoy the game. Play the game in front of you. Don't stress too much about the other factors around you. Just keep playing Pokemon.
Absolutely. Yeah, tons of other competitions, of course, happening here this weekend. We see this is the video game area. It looks like they're between rounds right now. Tons of players competing across all different games. We also have Pokemon GO in the building this weekend. Over 2,000 trainers, though, here for the Pokemon trading card game. That's what we're here to cover and talk about, and very much looking forward to seeing how things are going to whittle down here and who is going to come out on top. Now, Azul, let's talk a little bit back to the meta share. One deck that I noticed is not up there, that has been there for a very, very long time, 12 months plus, basically always was Raging Bolt. And it's not up there now. It's kind of decreased in meta share. It's been kind of on a downward decline, it seems like, as far as you know, how people are feeling about it, the discussion around the deck. But I've heard basically no one talk about it in this new Mega Evolution format. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think it is for good reason. I think Gardevoir has hit a undeniable peak. I feel like people, myself included, tried to deny its greatness in the past, but I feel like it's hit an undeniable peak at this point. It definitely is the biggest deck to look out for going into the tournament, and Raging Ball has a tough time against that. And that is only one matchup, but I think there are some other factors in there as well, specifically with Golden Go and Ceruledge, them adding that Soul Rock and Lunatone package from the Mega Evolution set, giving that powerful one-prize attacker that lines up into KOing stuff like Fan Rotoms and Hootoots, which is generally the more powerful way to play Raging Bolt is with the Noctowls there. It gives them more depth into the prize trade in that matchup, and I think those matchups have gotten better for the Ceruledge, for the Golden Go, which is like another thing that is putting Raging Bolt on the back foot. It just, you have the really bad Gardevoir matchup, and then all these other decks that were like closer to slightly favored are now becoming 50-50s or slightly unfavored, and it's just like a little bit too much. I feel like Raging Balls have been overwhelmed at this point.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of players have recognized that and kind of rightfully so moved away from it and moved into other things. Your Raging Bolt was such a strong, aggressive deck, and there's other really strong aggressive decks. Golden Go, one you mentioned, Ceruledge now leading the way. I have to imagine for a lot of players, that's kind of where they've pivoted to, away from Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I would imagine so. They seem like the more powerful choices at this point. I feel like another deck that is where people have maybe gone as well, so some of the Joltik builds, Joltik Box, or the Joltik Golden Go build, something like that. Those are like the probably the better aggressive decks to lean into right now. I feel like Raging Bolt is definitely not where it used to be, for sure.
Definitely. Well, our players out there are getting ready to get into this next match, and you, our community, actually voted on this game, so thank you for choosing an excellent one for us. We're going to be featuring Nathan Ginsburg up against Ross Cawthon, two very accomplished players, but, I mean, let's be real, Ross is one of the most storied players in the history of the game. Very excited to see him play.
Yeah, I remember when I first started playing the game, the community was a lot more separate back then. The regional championships were very much isolated to your region, and Ross was one of those iconic figures in the game everyone heard about.
Yeah.
But you didn't really know players as well the way you do these days. So it's cool to see him here still doing it. Yep. I don't know how many World Championship invites he has in a row now, but it's the most. I know that.
Yeah, he has qualified for every single World Championships, and he's looking to do it yet again this season here. We're still early on, so there's plenty of time, but he's off to a good start. Both these players are sitting at 4-0. Nathan Ginsburg on the left, of course, very accomplished player. He got second place at the, I believe, San Diego Regional Championships a couple of years ago. He also just got top 16 at the North American International Championships with Flareon. He's someone who's not afraid to play something unique. But that, you know, speaking of playing something unique, that is what Ross is literally known for.
Yeah, Ross historically, and even more recently as well, he still plays something a little bit different, a little bit more off the wall, and his go-to recently has been the Ceruledge, which has gotten a big upgrade going into this format. And he's definitely still been innovating over the years. Like Roaring Moon, I feel like most recently, a couple seasons ago, kind of brought that back from the depths where everyone thought it wasn't playable right now, but then the way he played it and innovated it, brought it kind of back into the limelight. And Ceruledge has been his pet deck most recently, and I'm excited to see what he's able to do with it here in this match.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see. You know, Ross one of the most storied players, like we mentioned, you know, second place at the World Championships back in 2011. He's also gotten top 4 at the World Championships too. Yeah. Sorry, he got second place twice. He got second place back in 2005 as well, and then also got top 4 in 2016. And he has, I think, like 5 or 6 top 16 finishes at the World Championships as well. I mean, just one of the most accomplished players in the history of the game. He's qualified for Worlds when it's been quote-unquote easy. He's qualified for Worlds when it's been quote-unquote very difficult to do as well. When literally only 64 people got an invite. You know, Ross was one of those 64 people. And then whenever there was 700 players at Worlds, Ross was one of those 700. So very cool just over the years to follow his story, and looking forward to seeing that story continue here this week. And every time I've interviewed him, you know, over the last couple seasons, he's always said, you know, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep doing this, keep it up, and keep that invite streak going, but it sounds like he's committed to at least trying, which is cool to see.
Yeah, I remember hearing one of those interviews last season where that's basically what he said. He's like, I'm trying for it this year. I think it was at one of the European tournaments that he made his way out to. He's like, I'm trying for it this year, but who knows what'll happen next year. So far, it's a good start though. Here he is 4-0, so not bad. And I'm rooting for him. I want to see Ross continue to get his Worlds invite year after year. Just kind of like a legendary, iconic player in the community. Cool to see him continue that streak because he's the only player who can keep that streak up of having an invite at every World Championship ever.
Yeah. I mean, whenever he misses Worlds, that will be when that streak ends for anyone, right? No one else will be able to replicate what he has done. Truly one of the greats in the history of the game. So very cool to see him up here on the stage, still doing it. It's really kind of two sides of the coin. You know, it's old heads versus new heads here with this game. You know, Nathan, a younger player, but has had a lot of success recently and is looking to continue to push that forward here. Getting things set up on the stage, we are going to be getting into this match very, very shortly. But both of these players very experienced. Both have surely started 4-0 at regional championships, so they know that it's a great way to begin, but that they shouldn't be counting their chickens before they hatch. They've got a lot more Pokemon still to play through this event if they want to achieve that ultimate goal of becoming the champion.
Yeah, just kind of starting off here. I mean, we're in round 5 of phase 1. We'll have 3 more Swiss rounds and then more Swiss rounds yet in phase 2. And there we see the decks for the players, the Ceruledge for Ross Cawthon, and then I believe it is the Pidgeot Control here for Nathan Ginsberg, which Control has been getting a little bit of hype heading into this weekend, I feel like, for sure. So it's cool to see. And this build is a little bit different than what I've been seeing normally as well. Yeah, really unique here from Nathan Ginsberg. We see one of the highlighted cards for Control, Mega Kangaskhan EX. Not something you would have necessarily thought to see, but I think Aiden Koos online compared it to using Rotom V in the old Control decks from a couple of years ago where you just instant charge, fill your hand, get a bunch of cards. Now you get to do that throughout the game. Run errand, just add more cards to your hands. The Mega Kangaskhan is far from a liability with 300 hit points. It's very difficult to take it down. But if there is a deck that can take it down, I will say it is Ceruledge. Yeah, Ceruledge can hit pretty high numbers pretty quickly as well, to be honest. But yeah, especially as you get to like turn 3, turn 4, it's going to be able to output enough damage in a single attack to one-hit KO a Mega Kangaskhan, no problem. So it is going to be curious to see what is going to be the main win condition here for Nathan in this one. Yeah, for Control decks in general, in this format, you know, what most often do you see as the general win condition that players are playing towards? So a lot of it seems to generally be around retreat locking, or whether that be with the Ethan Sudowoodo with its corner attack, or being disruptive with the LGM and its slightly shift attack to move energy around to make it hard for your opponent to attack by bringing something up in the active that can't attack and then moving the energy off the main attacker in the deck and then making it hard to get from the active to the bench and the energy on the attacker in the same turn. And I have to imagine that's going to be one of the main win conditions here for Nathan in this one, is going to be through the LGM, being disruptive, moving the energy off the Ceruledge or the Soul Rock, and then bringing up something else in the active to try and trap it in play. Now, one of Control's greatest strengths in tournament play is people's lack of experience in playing against it. Yeah. Control, better than maybe any other archetype, is able to capitalize on someone making a mistake and punishing that mistake by, you know, finding a way to secure the game. Someone as experienced as Ross, he has surely played against hundreds of different Control decks over the many years he's been playing the Pokemon TCG. And while maybe he's not as experienced in this exact matchup with this exact Control deck, you can always recall back to old Control deck. I mean, retreat locking is no new strategy. Yeah, definitely not. And that's going to give like Ross like good baseline level knowledge to tackle this matchup and tackle Control decks or weird kind of stall decks in general. But there is always an advantage with Control there's usually rarely a huge spotlight on control and kind of a generalized way to play the deck. So you never really know for sure what are all the win conditions and possibilities that a control deck might have. So that's going to be where, even though Ross, being a veteran, having that experience, there is still potentially some things Ross is going to miss or not be able to calculate for where Nathan could maybe get an advantage.
For Nathan here, no surprise when looking at a controlled deck list, there are tons of different one-ofs.
Yeah.
There's so many that we will not see in this game. You know, there's stuff like the Ting Lu EX. I can't imagine that would be very good in this matchup. But, you know, things that are just able to be really strong in other spots. That's why control is so strong, because it can be flexible. It can be adjusting to whatever it sees across the table. But one of the downsides potentially can be that early game setup. You've got a lot of cards that you don't want in a specific matchup. How can that hinder Nathan here?
Yeah, so I mean, the big key, the big piece to get online, of course, is that Pidgeot EX. And there's quite a few cards in the deck to be able to set that up and get that going. But that's going to be the big piece for Nathan to get going initially, to then find everything else. The quick search from the Pidgeot, finding any one card per turn will be enough to put together your game plans, but getting there can be the initial big hurdle because, like you said, there's so many situational cards in a control deck, and we'll have to see if Nathan is able to pull it off. Also, I think one thing worth noting is Nathan is not playing one of the setup aspects, as well as going for the Hero's Cape, which means that's going to hinder the potential setup of that initial Pidgeot and getting things going.
Yeah, no Precious Trolley here to get a bunch of basics in play, no Secret Box to be able to search out tons of different trainer cards to help you get that Pidgeot into play quickly. So big things we'll be having to track here early on. I think we were having just some technical issues with the headsets there on the stage. I think we've gotten things sorted, and we should be getting into this match very, very soon. Now for Ross here, Azul, what are the big cards in his deck list right now that he needs to kind of keep in mind that are going to be able to be outs to what Nathan can do on his side of the field?
So some of the biggest cards are definitely going to be the Jet Energy, and less or more so than the Jet Energy will probably be the Professor Turo scenario, because basically the way that LGM will operate in this matchup is Nathan will bring up something like the Lunatone into the active, and then we'll move the Fire Energy off the Sarah Ledge to a Soul Rock or something like that is probably the plan that Nathan's going to look for. And Jet Energy doesn't quite solve that problem, because if you attach Jet Energy to your Sarah Ledge, it doesn't have a Fire Energy on it currently, so all you could do is move it into the active, but it won't actually allow it to attack. So the Turo scenario is going to probably be the big one here for Ross.
Prize cards going out for these players, and Azul right away. One of the cards we've been talking about so much for Nathan is in that prizes. The LGM sitting there up at the top of his prizes as well. Is there a redeemable ticket here in this list?
There is, yes. There is the redeemable ticket. Allows you to shuffle your prize cards, put them on the bottom of your deck, then cards from the top of your deck match the number of cards put on the bottom of your deck back into your prize cards. So we will have access to all those prize cards for Nathan if he wants them, but finding the ticket and then getting access to the cards that are now on the bottom of your deck that were your prize cards is the struggle. So we will be able to access them, but how long will that take is going to be the question.
For Ross, doesn't look like there was too much being prized. That's a big deal. That one Jet Energy, we talked about how that's important, but you know, he will be taking prize cards. This game really is going to feel like a bit of a race, I feel like. That's kind of how I like to think about these control matchups. You know, how quickly can Nathan exhaust Ross of his resources and get into a board state, and how quickly will it be for Ross to be able to get set up and get through and KO these Pokemon? And right away, the Ting Lu EX in the active spot for Nathan. Ross is probably a little confused here.
Yeah, I don't know exactly if Ross knows what Nathan is playing, but now it's probably completely unsure of what might be going on. Maybe knows it's some kind of like control deck or something like that. Of course, Nathan does have the Latias EX, so we'll be able to potentially move that out of the active as soon as even next turn and get into honestly, opening the Ting Lu is like pretty bad. 2 prize Pokemon, 240 HP is a decent amount right now, but Sarah Ledge is going to ramp up pretty quick and be able to want to KO it soon.
Yeah, and for Ross, that'll be a huge piece, I have to imagine, in how he gets through this game. You know, 2 prize cards he can take at some point. You know, how quickly can he get to all 6 prizes taken before he finds himself in a situation where he's exhausted things like the Palpad, the Turo, the 3 Jet Energy that he has in his deck list. Yeah. Ross is going to kick things off right away with Ultra Ball, discarding 2 cards from his hand in order to search his deck for any Pokemon. Looks like a Soul Rock and Briar going down in favor of Squawkabilly EX and its Squawk and Seize ability, which we will probably see here shortly.
Yep, Squawk and Seize is going to be coming up. A big part for this first turn from Ross, like I talked about the Jet Energy and why they might not matter, right? If there's no Fire Energy on your Sarah Ledge, you can only attach once per turn. If you jet up a Sarah Ledge without fire, you're not attacking. Ross being able to find energy right now and attach it to the Char Cadet before it becomes a Ceruledge, and even starting to maybe stack up multiple fires turn after turn to make it so the LGM plan isn't as effective is going to be a goal for Ross for sure.
Well, Ross does use that Squawk and Seize, and the hand he finds himself with is a little awkward. Does look like there is a fire energy. Nest Ball can go get Lunatone, Night Stretcher for the basic fighting energy, but it's not quite perfect, and double Night Stretcher in the hand early is not super strong. Those cards are way more powerful later in the game.
Yeah, they will be more powerful later in the game for sure. Might not be super impactful in this matchup, of course, because not going to be a ton of prize cards drawn from Nathan. We could see some interesting stuff. Does play a Mega Absol EX, so there is the potential there for Nathan to be more aggressive at some point, possibly. But the recovery is not going to be as important because if your attackers aren't getting KO'd, it's just about attacking turn after turn.
Yeah, the energy lineup for Nathan's deck, very interesting. 4 Prism energy, 2 Luminous, and the 1 Mist energy. So he can get aggressive with the Absol. You know, he's got, of course, Monkey Dories as well. But Ross, I think, ideally on his side, is not going to be leaving too much damage in play. When he's attacking, he's planning to be taking a 1-hit KO. And another awkward card to find here early for Ross. Pal Pad, not really something he wants to see early on in this game.
I think it's even worse than that chip. I think there's the Turo in the hand as well.
Ugh.
And one of the main draw cards for Ross is the Carmines, is the Professor's Research, which, yeah, you don't really want to play that when you have your 2 most important cards maybe in this matchup in your hand.
Setup here for Nathan is going to match Ross's Ultra Ball with his own Ultra Ball, discarding a Monkey Dory and the Pheasantipity EX. That can be a nice way to continue to draw some cards. Searching his deck now for any basic Pokemon. And he's going to take a moment to check the prize cards. We see 17 different Pokemon in this list, but tons of them are one of. So he wants to make sure he knows exactly what he has access to and does not. And he will get the news that Elgyem is one of those Pokemon hiding in the prizes. And also that Ethan's Sudowoodo, another strong card for this deck. Both things he won't have access to. I did notice that redeemable ticket already, though, in Nathan's hand.
Yeah, already has the redeemable ticket ready to go, so just has to decide when to initiate with that. One thing Nathan probably is aware of, or is playing towards the idea of that Ross probably does not play any hand disruption. So knowing that, you can kind of wait on this redeemable ticket. You don't have to play it right now. You can get some of your other better cards out of your deck so they don't end up in your prize cards, knowing that your hand isn't probably going to get disrupted, and the redeemable ticket probably won't be going back to your deck. Another big part about this matchup potentially, now I didn't mention initially, was the Ethan Sudowoodo is really effective when something like Squawkabilly is in play, which is something Ross definitely wants to avoid. Wasn't able to on that initial draw. Needed to see more cards to be able to just play the game, get set up, get going. But that can be a win condition here for Nathan. Bring up the Squawkabilly, trap it with the Ethan Sudowoodo, and then that's where the Jet Energy and Turo can come in. But it does open up a new win condition here for Nathan that isn't always present on the board.
Off this Ultra Ball, Nathan will fetch the Mega Kangaskhan EX. Looks like he will be looking to just add some more cards to the hand with that run errand ability. He does have the issue of Tinglu EX in his active spot, however. Got to find a way to move that guy to the bench. He does have a massive 4 retreat cost, but Latias is able to provide some aid. We'll see if that Latias is available, or perhaps a Penny. Looks like that may be lined up in the hand here for Nathan.
Yeah, going for that draw power early. And then, of course, the other important card, Luke mentioned it before, the Pidgey IDX. Trying to find a Pidgey this turn as well is going to be a pretty big deal for Nathan. So, going to get the initial draw power cooking. Hopefully, that leads into a turn 2 Pidgey IDX, because that's where everything comes together for the control deck.
Yeah, that is the name of the game here for Nathan. Quick search turn after turn after turn, hand picking any of these powerful one-of cards out of his deck that aid him at any given time. So he's really going to be hoping for a little bit of help here from the Mega Kangaskhan. Hopefully that errand will be successful, and we'll also now be happy to get that Tinglu out of play, a potential easy prize card for Ross. Run errand up to the active now. Mega Kangaskhan able to draw 2 cards. See what Nathan is able to find. Pidgey? Yes, Pidgey, and he has Rare Candy in his hand already. I don't see a Pidgeot just yet, though. He does have a Prism Energy, so he's got that to debate. Does he want to put that in play anywhere?
Yeah, definitely a really big hit there. Going to lead to the potential turn 2 Pidgeot, of course. And the only other thing to decide there would be, should I put the Braver Charm on my active Kangaskhan? Am I scared of 300 damage coming out of Ceruledge next turn? I don't think you have to be that afraid of 300 damage yet. Maybe on the following turn. So holds off on that. And then now for Ross here, there's only 1 Pidgey on the bench. Can Ross find maybe a way to KO that Pidgey? That would be like the #1 thing Ross would be looking to do.
And he could even do it with the active Soul Rock. If he wanted to. Cosmic Beam, 70 damage, but is not affected by resistance. So he would be able to take down Pidgey there with the Cosmic Beam if he has a fighting energy, if he has boss's orders. Let's see what Ross is able to work with here.
I think I see a boss in the hand, actually, and has that Night Stretcher, so could recycle the Fighting Energy to draw with Lunatone, or just put it on the Soul Rock and swing.
Yeah, he does have boss, and he does have the Night Stretcher. I think the thing that Ross is debating here is by going for a play like that, he's not advancing his hand at all.
Oh, I guess this works as well from Ross. Going to go with the Attach Retreat, and I think it's still going to boss up the Pidgey here, but instead he's going to do it with the Ceruledge in the active, which I think I do like this a little bit better for sure. And there we go. Oh, yeah.
Very similar looking cards, but yes, boss's orders will be the play, not that Professor Turo scenario, taking out the Pidgey, trying to deny Nathan any sort of setup and leave him with just this Kangaskhan. He will run errand, he will draw 2 cards. That is Nest Ball plus Night Stretcher. Hey, that becomes 2 Pidgey if he wants it to guarantee that he doesn't lose a Pidgey next turn. Night Stretcher could also lead to Pheasantipity EX here if he wants to draw more cards.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of the Pheasantipity, and it looks like Nathan agrees with the grab there. You just need more here. You already have the possibility of the Pidgey, one of the Pidgey, and all you need is 1 Pidgey. It'll hopefully stick with that Nest Ball, and we see the Pidgeot now in the hand with the Rare Candy, so I feel like this is lining up for Nathan to get that Pidgeot hopefully online on the next turn.
Yeah, and he even has Lana's Aid, the find here from the flip the script, so that can fetch back the Pidgey. Also Monkey Dory from the discard pile if he wants it, can establish the Prism Energy on it if he wants. He does play 7 energy cards in his deck. He has to be mindful about where he wants to place them. And Monkey Dory, I don't know, does it feel like a good place to get an energy down? Oh wait, we're seeing Nest Ball for Mega Absol here.
Yeah, that is interesting. Taking it's seemingly a more aggressive route here. So it does play the counter gain, so this will allow for a Claw of Darkness, not this turn, but potentially on the next turn. And it does have a lot of HP, that 280. We do know there's the Bravery Charm in hand as well. So Nathan might just be getting aggressive here, kind of being like, well, you haven't been that aggressive on your side, Ross. You don't have that many entry discard pile yet. I'm just going to swing with this big Mega Pokemon. I hope it sticks around for a couple turns and maybe win the prize race.
You can see the pressure that Ross is able to put on with that early aggression, makes Nathan maybe pivot a little bit with what his early game strategy would have been otherwise. And Prism Energy will come down into play onto the Mega Absol using that old black and white artwork, but it did recently get reprinted in the Black Bolt and White Flare expansions. Always love to see those old cards get into the mix. And now Nathan will pass things over to Ross, who does draw for turn and finds a Fighting Energy. That is going to be a way for him to get through this deck.
Yeah, I don't think Ross will be able to take down the Mega Kangaskhan this turn yet, probably. So I think, once again, probably just looking for boss KO on the Pidgey. Once again, the most important card in Nathan's deck is not the cards to win the game, but the cards to get the cards to win the game, which is the Pidgeot EX. So if you can remove that, once again, I think Ross will still be feeling pretty comfortable.
I do not see the boss's orders found here for Ross, but he is able to find Nest Ball, can search his deck for any basic Pokemon, put it directly into play. Could get another Charcadet down. You do have to wonder, though, how many Ceruledge need to be established here? At some point, having multiple just becomes liabilities, right?
Yeah, I feel like for how the board state is setting up for Nathan, it looks like Nathan is going all in on this Absol on this next turn. And Ross doesn't have an immediate answer to that through like boss KOing it or something like that. So it's preparing for this active Ceruledge to potentially get 2-hit KO'd. And in that case, you're going to need that backup Ceruledge. And then is establishing another Fire Energy here as well, which even though it's on a different Charcadet or Ceruledge, this does still play around the LGM possibility going into Nathan's next turn or in the future at some point, because you'll be able to jet that one up if the Fire Energy gets moved off the active one or something like that. So it's playing around multiple things here. LGM and potentially your only Ceruledge getting KO'd.
Ross will play the Pal Pad, puts back Professor's Research and Boss's Orders. Not able to utilize it on something like the Turo. I guess he actually could have. He hasn't played a supporter yet this turn, so if he used Turo on the Squawkabilly right now, he could have Pal Padded it back into the deck immediately, but perhaps he wants to just chill on this hand for a little while. If he top decks a Research, maybe it doesn't feel great, but if he holds on to the Professor Turo and Nathan ever does go for a play where he tries to lock something active, the Turo will be waiting there in the hand for Ross.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that play from Ross. This does give an opening to Nathan. I'm sure Nathan is playing around potential Jet Energies and Turos, but towards the mid-late game as things develop a little bit more here, we could see Nathan pivot from a more aggressive Absol play into Sudowoodo, maybe trying to trap that Squawkabilly.
Well, the Pidgey has made it through the turn for Nathan. He can breathe a sigh of relief. He will kick off his turn with the run errand from Mega Kangaskhan, adding 2 more cards to the hand, and there we do see Rare Candy into Pidgeot EX. It has hit the field. Quick Search is online.
Yeah, we got the Quick Search here, and he's immediately going into it. And this is where I think we'll probably see the Absol come together. We can Arven here for the counter gain, plus a Nest Ball to get the Latias EX to move that Kangaskhan out of the active, and then we'll be able to attack with our Absol here. 200 damage with the Claw of Darkness. Also gets to discard a card from Ross's hand, which I would imagine is probably going to go after that Turo.
Yeah, Turo hitting the discard pile right away would be really, really good, especially with Ross having just played his pal pad. So that means Squawkabilly will be hanging around. Perhaps Ross not utilizing that resource when it was in his hand could come back to bite him a little bit here. Arven will be the supporter played for Nathan here. Found it off of his quick search, can search the deck for any item card and any Pokemon tool card. We do see Nest Ball brings down the Latias EX. That Skyliner ability will provide free retreat to all basic Pokemon in play, letting that Mega Kangaskhan move around the board freely. And Mega Absol is coming into the active spot. We saw Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan as a combination in the last round. We're seeing it in this round as well. A little bit different of a package, however, and it's paying off pretty decently here for Nathan Ginsburg.
Yeah, giving him like a whole different line in this matchup by playing it in the deck. And here we see the attack come through with the 200 damage. Like I said, I think Turo seems like the most likely target here. Of course, once the Turo is gone, Ross does have Fire Energy established and has 3 Jet Energy left. One of them is Prize, so still a decent amount of mobility on Ross's side. And that's something that Nathan maybe is going to have to try and make a guess around. How many Turo does Ross play? How many Jet Energy does Ross potentially play? Now he knows for sure that Ross plays at least 1 Jet Energy, but how many more could there be? There's definitely been varied counts of it leading up to this event in what people have been playing. 0 to 3 has generally been the counts, and there we do see the Turo get picked.
And it's the type of thing as well that I don't think Nathan would be shocked to see that Ross plays 4, right?
Yep.
Ross does only play 3, but it's something that Nathan will have to keep in mind as he makes decisions later in the game. Ultimately, Nathan does choose to rip that Professor Turo scenario from the hand from Ross. It hits the discard pile, and now Ross is kicking off his turn, benches the Pheasantipity EX, was able to evolve his Sarah Legend. We're seeing a Jet Energy onto this Soul Rock, bringing it into the active spot, retreating it, just getting another energy card into the discard pile. Perhaps Ross here just wanting to push his damage output a little bit further here with the Abyssal Flames. 30 plus 20 more damage for each energy in his discard pile. It's going to be dealing 130 damage here to the Mega Absol EX, setting up to where if he can just discard 1 more energy next turn, he can KO this Pokemon.
Yeah, so pretty close to the KO there. That'd be the first or the next 3 prize cards for Ross. We'll only need 2 more prize cards after that. There's plenty of prize cards on the bench that I don't think Nathan will be able to get all of them out of play. So Ross is lining up to try and win in ideally 2 attacks here and put the Fez on the bench to protect against a possible Iono plus Claw of Darkness from Nathan on this next turn. I guess Claw of Darkness in general, Ross only does have 1 card in hand, so it getting knocked down in general. But this does open up some interesting options from Nathan. With Ross only having a 1-card hand and Claw of Darkness only doing 200 damage, Nathan could boss up the Pheasantipity or countercatcher it into the active, hit it, not KO it, and take away Ross's only card in hand, creating a pretty awkward board state for Ross. And on top of that, there's a lot of damage built up on Nathan's side of the field. Nathan does play 2 Monkey Dory. So this is actually getting really interesting as far as the options go for Nathan.
Yeah, that play for Nathan, you know, could get punished by Ross being able to just retreat the Pheasantipity because it would discard the other energy, right? Then he can do the extra damage. But Nathan knows Ross hasn't really done anything, and he also literally just saw his hand last turn, so he knows that there's just not much going on there for Ross. So that could it would be kind of like a hedge play, right? Just playing like my opponent does not have a way to do anything right now, and just hope that Ross doesn't top deck a draw supporter or even a fighting energy. And that is the thing here for Ross. There would be a lot of good top decks for him. Any basic fighting energy lets him draw cards. Any fighting gong, which he plays 3 of, let him draw cards as well. Any draw supporter let him get out of that spot as well. Nathan is going for that play. Eyed it up just as you said. Pheasantipity EX comes to the active spot. Claw of Darkness will not KO it, but he will be able to KO this Pokemon in the future at basically any point if he wants to, thanks to Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain, which we are seeing used now. 30 damage moved from the Mega Absol down to the benched Ceruledge EX. And here we will see that Claw of Darkness ripping that final card out of Ross's hand.
Yeah, and I really like this play from Nathan. The only question really was, where do you move this Monkey Dory damage? Because we were able to establish that as well. Starts to line up the second Ceruledge on the bench. And things are looking pretty good here for Nathan, barring some top deck from Ross.
This could be huge, and he does find the fighting energy. He will discard the card to draw 3 more. He needs a bit more help. He does find Boss. He does find an energy to retreat. I think that is going to be enough to let him push for the KO here on this Absol. It did get healed for 30 last turn thanks to the Adrenabrain.
Is it going to be? I think it'll be hitting for.
Actually, he's going to be 10 short. He's going to be hitting for 170.
Yeah, 10 short. That is huge. I mean, finding something to do this turn is definitely a big deal for Ross. Continue to put on the pressure, being able to move that Fez out of the active, but not getting the KO. Honestly, this board state is kind of starting to line up to the point where we can see Nathan being the one to draw 6 prize cards, not going for some kind of weird deck out or kind of resource control strategy. With the control deck, the Absol might be able to take him all the way.
Really interesting position we're finding ourselves in here. Ross will play the Fighting Gong, another huge card to come out of the Mega Evolution expansion, both for fighting decks, but also decks like this that just want a bunch of energy cards, either to use the Lunatone Lunar Cycle in order to discard them, or to just find the Lunatone and Soul Rock as well. Really cool to see that being utilized here in this archetype. Ross adding it now to the hand. Not able to use it. He's already used the Lunar Cycle, but he can attach Retreat. He's actually going to use the Fire Energy to do just that. And yes, 10 damage is what is going to be the difference here for Ross. He's going to be just short of this KO.
Yeah, thins out the deck of that Fighting Energy with the Fighting Gong. I assume just wants to increase the odds of getting a higher value top deck here. And like you mentioned, is going to be a little bit short on this knockout, but once again is putting the pressure on this Mega Absol from Nathan. Has multiple attackers set up now. Has the Fez to potentially draw cards if Nathan doesn't just go ahead and KO that with Monkey Dory potentially on the next turn. I think from,
Ross does have Boss's Orders here.
That is going to be a big deal for sure. But the only target I believe that Ross can KO is the Monkey Dory.
And it looks like that will be his choice here, taking this Pokemon out of play, limiting Nathan's access to the Adrenabrain. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it almost is what Ross has to do. It doesn't feel great because you still need 2 more knockouts to win the game. Ideally, Ross wanted to go knock out a Mega Pokemon to draw 3 prize cards into knock out a 2 prize Pokemon like the Fez or the Latias and be able to win in 2 KOs. It comes up a little bit short on that, but the boss to KO the Monkey Dory, it would have gotten pretty scary next turn if Nathan was able to establish like both Monkey Dories. Then all of a sudden you're staring down double Adrenabrain for 30 each going into the next turn, moving forward.
Now Nathan here with just tons of different options. He's able to push the Mega Kangaskhan. He can draw 2 cards here with the Run Errand. That is going to be how he kicks this turn off. See what he gets access to, and then now he can utilize Quick Search to find any other piece of whatever puzzle he's trying to put together here. And what is the end goal of the puzzle here now for Nathan this turn?
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. Ross is doing basically enough damage to KO the Mega Absol. I don't think Nathan could do enough damage over the next 2 to 3 turns to actually win, to draw 6 prize cards before Ross. I feel like we might see him pivot into the Sudowoodo to trap the Squawkabilly from here and then try and get the Monkey Dories reestablished and start to move that damage back over to Ross's side of the field and still have the goal of drawing 6 prize cards first, but is going to do it, 5-6 turns from now.
Well, he's got the combo to pull it off. A pair of Counter Catcher found off of that Phesandipides Flip the Script. He's got that ticket in hand. He's got Nest Ball, so Sudowoodo could become online at any point if he would so choose. And locking that that Squawkabilly EX into the active spot could prove problematic here for Ross.
Yeah, we see thinking about that redeemable ticket. I believe the Sudowoodo is prized.
Yep.
Yeah, Sudowoodo is prized alongside the LGM, so we'll have to go search it out. And with him thinking about seeming to think about the ticket there, I assume that might be the route he is going down. Because yeah, I just don't see attacking with the Absol being enough for the board state that Ross has. Maybe Absol KO the active plus Monkey Dory, removing the Fez from the bench. You would still be short on Ross's side to KO with the other Ceruledge, but having got a prize card, having had that draw through the Lunatone last turn, I don't think you're that hopeful that Ross's hand is completely void of resources and options.
Nathan will find Luminous Energy here from the Quick Search, so that does lean into the potential of Sudowoodo being the move here. I do not envy Nathan in this spot. There's so much for him to consider here. It's getting to the point where this game is going to be kind of close down to the wire, but he's got the resources to pull it off. Just can he find them in the right order? Can he piece the full puzzle together?
Yeah, he should have everything he needs here if he wants to take that route. The question would be, what other route is he considering? There's so many in these control decks. That's why they're some of the hardest decks to play and play against, because they have so many options. You have to make the right choice. And then when you play up against them, you also need to try and make the right choice. And there's so many choices to choose from. And we do see the ticket coming out, so he's definitely valuing one of these prize cards. I have to imagine it's the Sudowoodo here. I have to imagine that's what he's going for. We got rid of the Turo. The Palpad got played. And one of the Jet Energy got utilized as well. The only thing that Nathan really has to guess here is how many Jet Energy does Ross play?
Redeemable ticket being played. Nathan will take those 6 prize cards, shuffle them, puts them onto the bottom of the deck, and then now lays out 6 brand new prize cards. And oh boy, Azul, from those 6 brand new prize cards, he put 2 Pal Pad into his prizes.
That could be tough. I don't think it'll probably hurt too much. I think the big cards here for Nathan remaining are the pennies to potentially create bench space for more Monkey Dories.
Yeah.
And then Gust Effects. Still hasn't used the Gust Effect yet, or has used 1, but still has 2 boss and a counter catcher left, I believe. Or at least 3 Gust Effects total left. So should have enough Gust Effects to mess around with, to control the board state. And then I almost think maybe the bigger prize card is maybe that Prism Energy, because Monkey Dories need energy, so they can use their ability, Adrenabrain. That might be the scarier thing. We already have 2 on the Absol, 1 in the discard pile, and now 1 is coming down to the Sudowoodo. Does that leave only 1 left with that prize card?
Yeah, I do believe so. Just 1 Prism Energy left floating around in the deck, and that is enough, right? It does allow him to get a Monkey Dory into play. He can start to take prize cards as well. He can KO the Pheasantipity at some point, right? Ross can't really get out of that, so that would be a nice piece for Nathan to maybe take some of those resources, try to fetch those Pal Pads or those energy cards, but we'll see how it all develops here. Counter Catcher is played, bringing Ross's Squawkabilly EX to the active spot. Penny will be used right now, gets that Pheasantipity EX out of play.
So preempting probably to get that Monkey Dory into play on the next turn, getting ahead of himself because he doesn't have to play the boss this turn, had the Counter Catcher. And yeah, there it is.
Impound from the Ethan's Sudowoodo, locking that Squawkabilly EX in the active spot. Ross now unable to retreat this active Pokemon. He does have a Fighting Energy to use Lunar Cycle, looking for, I assume, a Jet Energy. I don't see it there, but he does find Professor's Research. He can discard the hand, draw 7 new cards, and keep digging for one of those 2 remaining Jets. 1, of course, is prized, so he does just have 1 Jet in the deck.
Yeah, probably going to go all in for the Jet Energy here. With everything else gone, you don't really need that much more from Ross, or Ross doesn't need that much more to win this game, just needs to attack. And ideally sooner than later, because once a Monkey Dory gets established from Nathan, Nathan can build up into a board state where Nathan is actually going to draw 6 prize cards first, which is actually a concern here for Ross at this point. So all in on the Jet Energy is what I imagine here from Ross's turn. And of course, the reason the impound from the Sudowoodo is so effective is because the resistance of Squawkabilly is fighting. So Sudowoodo does 0 damage to the Squawkabilly, which means unless Ross can move it, it's just trapped there indefinitely. And if Ross chooses to attack with the Motivate from the Squawkabilly, it will do 20 damage to Sudowoodo, but a Monkey Dory will start to push all that damage back to Ross's side of the field, kind of creating infinite damage for Nathan more than anything. So Ross knows, I got to find the Jet, I got to move the Squawkabilly out of the active.
Yeah, really, for Ross, this game is going to come down to Jet Energy, get this Squawkabilly out of the active spot, KO the Sudowoodo. And then on the next turn, if his Squawkabilly was to be locked again, he would need to Jet plus Boss's Orders, and that combo involves finding the Jet Energy off the prize cards, and it is in the middle. It depends on which one does Ross take, left or right here. Could be the deciding factor potentially in this game. Professor's Research discards the hand, drawing 7 new cards, and I do not. Yes, there it is. The Jet Energy is found for Ross, so he can get this Squawkabilly out of the active spot. That is huge.
Yeah, so finds the Jet. That is going to set Ross up for this turn. And honestly, as long as he pulls the Jet off the prize cards, it would be a situation where even if Ross just KOs the active 2 turns in a row, I think at that point Nathan's going to be out of energy. So I think it could make 1 more Sudowoodo. I think we have the recovery potentially through, I think the Lana's Lead got played. So Night Stretcher, we could see Night Stretcher plus the last energy to bring up the Sudowoodo and trap it in the active. But at that point, you don't have energy for Monkey Dory. So then the Squawkabilly could actually eventually KO the Sudowoodo and get Ross back into an attacking position. So this is looking tough for Nathan now. Now the way things have developed, the Sudowoodo, Nathan was hoping would be able to trap Squawkabilly for a couple turns to start to build up Monkey Dory damage. Not the case. Ross immediately finds the Jet, and things are getting rough.
Yeah, it's getting dicey here for Nathan. We'll see what answer he can try to find. Abyssal Flames takes the KO. Ross down to just 3 prize cards remaining. And which prize card is it? It is the Jet Energy found from the prizes for Ross. That is huge. That could be the difference right there. That prize card, that 25% chance to take the Jet Energy, that could be the difference between Ross winning and losing this game.
Yeah, that might seal it right there for sure. I don't know how many cards Ross has left in deck. Nathan does play the Hero's Cape, like we mentioned, as the ace spec, so it is possible that even though Motivate is doing 20 damage to the Sudowoodo, I guess Penny could get involved as well to reset the Sudowoodo. The Squawkabilly could have just been trapped for the rest of the game, even though it's doing 20 damage. Ross might deck out before the Sudowoodo would be KO'd through the Squawkabilly. So now you got to make a tough call here as Nathan. Do you go for an attacking route? Is that even available anymore, though? Or do we have to just try and find the Sudowoodo again and get back into the Sudowoodo. Yeah, things are really, really tough here for Nathan at this point. I'm struggling to find a good route here to actually line up for a potential win. I think Ross, because of the jet off the prize cards, should have this one pretty lined up.
Nathan's still going to try here, though. Does use Nest Ball to find Monkey Dory. He can use that final typed energy in order to provide the darkness that he needs in order to use that Adrenabrain. It does come straight down to the bench, of course. You see Nathan kind of thinking through the plays. He is going to use Run Errands, drawing 2 from the top. Looking for a little bit of help here. Mist Energy Pidgey, that's not going to be super helpful. Of course, Quick Search is still available. He does have the handheld fan. There's also the Elgyem, so that is maybe something to consider. You know, can he run Ross out of the fire energies? We did see Nathan just kind of take stock of what Ross has discarded. How many fire energies has he gone down? Ross does still have a couple of those remaining. You know, there's 2 in the discard pile, 2 in play. He does play 5. He also has the Legacy Energy, his A-spec of choice, so that is another way he can get fire. And, well, I guess look at this here. His 5th fire energy is prized, so he does actually only have Legacy. He plays 2 Night Stretcher plus 1 Super Odd. I think both Night Stretcher have been played. I don't think we've seen the Super Odd yet, so that Ross still should have enough resources to recover everything he needs here.
Yeah, the Elgyem, I guess, could still be a route. Yeah, the big question, of course, for Nathan at this point is you only have 1 energy left, 1 Prism or Luminous, I believe. The other one is prized. You could set up Monkey Dory, KO the Fez, hope to get access to the other one. That could be huge. We could just see something similar. Maybe Nathan brings up, like, the Squawkabilly, does KO the Fez with Monkey Dory, hopes to get prize cards, and hope that the Squawkabilly maybe gets trapped for a long time and just starts to Monkey Dory that damage over to Ross's side. And as long as Nathan leaves 1 prize Pokemon in the active, there is some time still to be bought, even if Ross is attacking.
3 turns of Monkey Dory on this Ceruledge would lead to it being KO'd. You know, he could KO the Fezandipity at any point, and then you have final prize cards for the last 2 could be that Squawkabilly EX. So that is a potential lineup. We are going to see the Ethan Sudowoodo as the choice, being brought down to the bench, brought back from a Night Stretcher. That last energy card is going to be attached to it. Handheld Fan and Hero's Cape, both options here. It will be Handheld Fan played as that tool card on Ethan Sudowoodo. Counter Catcher does target down the Squawkabilly EX, moving it into the active spot. And same play as last turn. Impound, 0 damage thanks to the Squawkabilly EX's resistance to fighting. Lock it into the active spot and cross your fingers that Ross did not just take his Jet Energy off the prizes, which he did. And let's be real as well. If Ross is able to find Boss's orders, he could just win the game on this turn. And he actually could thin pretty decently here. He's got Fighting Gong. That gets a card out of the deck. He's got Ultra Ball. That gets another card out of the deck. The Lunar Cycle for Boss's orders to win the game right now is very real.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, Ross probably doesn't know this. Ross has, like, close to infinite time. He could eventually maybe just draw Jet and Boss. Like, I don't even know if Nathan has an answer to that due to that last energy being prized, not being able to pressure damage into play with the Monkey Dory or moving the damage over. So Ross, of course, is going to be aggressive here because Ross doesn't know what does Nathan have left. You want to be as aggressive as possible before the Monkey Dory start to get built back up or something like that. So I would expect to see Ross here just to cycle the deck as much as possible. If we don't find the boss, we maybe I guess we wouldn't play the research. We need to hold on to that Jet. So I guess we just cycle as much as we can this turn. And if we don't find the boss this turn, we'll try and find it next turn.
He will use Ultra Ball, discarding, it looks like, Nest Ball, and he has another Basic Fighting. And he has 3 Basic Fighting in his hand, so that's 3 turns of Lunar Cycle if he wants it. So he can wait, play that waiting game. And I think here for Nathan as well, he doesn't know how many Jet Energy Ross plays. He's already got 2 down, he's got a Turo down, he's got the Pal Pad, so he may be thinking there is a chance he's just won the game with this play, because some Ceruledge lists do only play 2 Jet Energy. Some of the more popular lists that were winning online tournaments did only have the 2 Jets. Ross having this 3rd may save him here. Let's see if Boss's orders can be found for him to just win the game by KOing one of these mega Pokemon on the bench. He just would win the game on the spot with this lineup. Lunar Cycle discards the Basic Fighting, drawing 1, 2, 3 cards. No Boss's orders found, though.
Yeah, did come up short on the boss, so maybe just going to be a pass here from Ross. We'll see. Is going to continue to thin out the deck with the Gong. There's actually no energy left in the deck. I saw the Super Rod. The boss should have been in there as well. The only thing to maybe think about here for Ross would be the potential of getting Iono'd. One play we could see from Nathan would be to Iono and then eventually penny the energy off of the Absol and move that over to the Monkey Dory. So that could be a route here, I guess, for Nathan to get these Monkey Dories established on. That's a long ways away, and Ross has a pretty big hand, so you're definitely scared of the size of Ross's hand. So we could see initially try and deal with that by playing an Iono to disrupt the hand.
Legacy Energy onto the active Squawk ability. That means that if this Pokemon is to be KO'd, it will only give up 1 prize card now, as opposed to the 2, and Ross will just pass. Not choosing to motivate, doesn't want to attach any of those energy cards. I do think it's mandatory to put at least 1 into play, or also doesn't want to go into that handheld fan as well. So
yeah, the fan basically, would probably win this game for Nathan at this point. The Sudowoodo, or the Squawk ability, excuse me, would not be able to overcome the Sudowoodo and its handheld fan.
So now Nathan will use that quick search, searching his deck for any singular card. Is Iono going to be that play, or is it going to be the Penny? That is another thing as well here for Nathan. I guess he could get all these 3 prize liabilities out of play, but at this point, even if Ross just gets out of it once... Actually, you know what? I guess if he got both his 3 prize liabilities out of play, that could lead to Nathan winning as well. He could just lock with the Sudowoodo. I guess he can't get the Sudowoodo back, though, if Ross just KOs it, right? So it is lining up awkwardly.
It is lining up a little awkward. I think getting access to the energy off the Mega Absol, though, will be the key from Nathan this turn. We did, like I did mention, though, if Ross has a way to move the Squawk ability plus a Gust, a Jet plus Gust, Jet plus Boss, then Ross would win next turn. So you would like to Iono this turn as well from Nathan, because you did see just Ross start to cycle through his deck, gain more cards. He'll be able to do it again next turn. And if he has both those pieces left, which at this point as Nathan, I think you have to assume that Ross has an out, right? And he's just trying to build up towards it. So you'd like to Iono this turn, but you also need to get these Monkey Dories moving that damage over to the other side of the field to start to threaten the 6 prize turn yourself.
No Iono was played. The Prism Energy does come down to Monkey Dory. Adrenaline Brain can move 30 from this Mega Kangaskhan EX over to Ross's side.
Yeah, and we might see the Fez get KO'd. I think the lineup here from Nathan, we got, 110 damage on the Mega Kangaskhan. You only need 1 more there to the Fez, and then 7 more to the Ceruledge.
Yeah.
So that would leave us with, 3 remaining? I think we're actually just coming up 10 damage short from being able to we could reestablish the Absol and then use its first attack to KO the other Ceruledge.
Yeah,
so it is possible here for Nathan. I don't know how many turns out we are, but we're three Monkey Door uses from now, from being able to set up for an effective 6 prize turn. There might have to be like 6 prizes over 2 turns, right? I don't think we're drawing 6 prize cards in a single turn. No. But it is available here to Nathan, the line.
The terminal period from Mega Absol EX. And worth noting as well, terminal period is an effect of an attack, right? So that would actually get through the Legacy Energy and allow him to still just take 2 prize cards on the Squawk ability as well, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll be able to build up 6 on the Squawk ability, so it'll have to be from the Ceruledge on the bench.
Not super quickly, yeah. Oh, the Hero's Cape, though. Does that get him out of range here? That's plus 100 HP, 400 hit points on the Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Yeah, I believe the Ceruledges are currently swinging for 270 damage, so I think it is quite just out of range. And even if Ross jetted up the bench Ceruledge and retreated 2 energy off it, I think we'd still be 10 damage short.
Wow, 10 damage short, but Lunar Cycle does get through. If he finds Boss's Orders, I think Ross has the pieces to win the game right now. He does have a Nest Ball he found in his hand, so he could thin 1 more card out. I actually don't know if there's any Pokemon targets. It's going to come down, I think, to this right here as well. Does he find Boss's Orders off this Lunar Cycle? And he does not. A better than 50% chance here with 3 cards in the deck, 3 cards drawn. Each time he draws a card, it increases his chances to find the boss, and he does not find it.
Yeah, that is a pretty big whiff there. Like I was talking about last turn, we could have seen the Iono from Nathan. The Penny probably makes the most sense to get it out of the way this turn, but now we could see the Iono next turn from Nathan. Ross has one of the 2 pieces right now in the Jet Energy, but if you get Iono'd, it's going to the bottom of the deck, and then you have to re-find the Jet Energy plus the Boss's Orders. We see Super Rod coming out from Ross, though, to recover the Fez and its ability.
Oh, and he's going to dig. Oh, this is guaranteed. Or, yeah, there was a KO last turn on the Pheasant. Yes. He's got it guaranteed. Flip the script, will draw those final 3 cards in the deck. He's able to discard the energy from the Earthen Vessel. He will flip the script, draw these 3 cards. He'll Jet Energy up. He'll Boss's Orders, KO Mega Kangaskhan, and Ross Cawthon is going to win this game.
Yeah, just enough at the end there. Did not find the boss off of the Soul Rock. The Lunatone's draw power there, but the Super Rod does get there as well alongside that Nest Ball, draws the whole deck, finds the boss, and just enough damage. The Hero's Cape almost got there.
The Hero's Cape almost protected Nathan, but it was that Earthen Vessel discarding 1 more energy, making the difference as well. The perfect number of cards necessary for Ross to just close out this game and win, taking 3 prize cards on that Mega Pokemon to take his last prize cards and win game number 1. What a match this was.
Yeah, this was an insane match. Just counting it up, making sure there's enough there And yeah, we ended up with a bunch of energy in play with the 2 fires still on the Sarah Ledge. The Legacy on the Squawkabilly, so it was literally just enough there at the end. And yeah, that was a really cool match, especially the way Nathan approached it. And then went back and forth between multiple different routes.
Yeah.
Got aggressive with the Absol, and then found the opportunity for the Sudowoodo towards the end game. And it created this really cool end game where Ross, if he didn't get it that turn, the idol would have definitely made things really, really interesting.
Yeah, wow, what a game. And coming down to the wire with that Super Rod being found, he found the exact right pieces. Ross used every resource in his entire deck.
Yeah.
Literally finished the game with 0 cards left in deck, but it was exactly what he needed to close it out. Let's recap that game number 1 and see how we got to this point. It was a long and grindy game for sure, and it started off with Ross's aggression taking out this Pidgey on his second turn.
Yeah, really putting the pressure on early, removing the most important card. You might think it's the Absol or the Sudowoodo, but it's actually the Pidgeot EX. Delaying that as long as he possibly could, and then it got scrappy for Ross from there. The Absol got into play. The pressure of the potential of the knockouts was coming from Nathan. Never really took any early KOs, but it did build up to a really awkward late game board state where the Monkey Dories almost were able to carry Nathan to a victory, but not quite. Ross was able to get those final 2 pieces, the boss, the jet, to close things out.
Wow, what a sick game. What a sick finish there. And with only less than, 12 minutes left on the clock at this point, you know, control decks are not the fastest things in the world. It looks like things may be tough here for Nathan. If he's going to win this, he, I think, is accepting probably at this point he cannot win this set. He can't come away with 3 match points. Is there any way he could take a quick game number 2 and come away with a tie?
It's going to be tough, and Nathan's face there, I think, is a little telling as to how things are maybe going to go in this one. It's going to be tough. In game 1, he chose the Mega Absol route. In game 2, he has to go into the Mega Absol route. He does not have a choice. And we could even see it to the point where Ross doesn't take an early KO to not give access to the counter gain early on to Nathan, and makes Nathan really work to set up the Absol to start initiating the prize exchange.
Yeah, Ross does not have to win this game.
Nope.
He just has to not lose, right?
Yep,
He needs the clock to expire at some point in this game, and he will come away with 3 match points and move to a 4-0-1 record. He did come into this game with a tie. Prize cards now going out for both of these players. We'll get word of them during these players' first searches during this game. And we're going to get right into things. I mean, we could even see a weird situation where Ross just only puts single prize Pokemon in play, and there's just not enough time to naturally close out the game. Nathan here will start the Elgyem, something that he did not have access to in the last game, or we never saw come to fruition. He could have gotten it out with a redeemable ticket. Things didn't quite line up that way, but now it's on board right away, and Ross here will start a Charcadet, and he's kicking off his turn with the Earthen Vessel, discarding a basic fighting energy.
Yeah, the Elgyem there is a big part of a potential win condition in this matchup. Like I said, it doesn't have to be your route. The Sudowoodo can be an option. The Elgyem can be an option. The Mega Absol generally not played in control decks from what I've seen, but when you do play it, that can be an option as well. And it's something, the Elgyem specifically is something you want to be aggressive with. Like turn 1, you want to be using it. But it's one of those win conditions where you're usually, when you're using it, you're planning to win a long game 1. Now that Nathan has lost a long game 1, it is no longer a solid win condition anymore.
And I think normally these prize cards would be pretty annoying for Ross.
Yeah.
The Jet Energy, the Professor Turo scenario, huge cards in this matchup in general, but for the exact situation we find ourselves in, he's not really going to be too worried that he won't have access to those cards super, super quickly. 3 fighting energy, honestly, could be a bigger deal. Just naturally being able to find those to keep lunar cycling through the deck and keep drawing cards, and also, of course, get more energy cards into the discard pile. But there's a good reason this deck plays 20 energy cards right now, Azul.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe that would be the bigger factor here, to be honest, would just be like, maybe Ross just can't deal with a Mega Absol soon enough because there's so many energy prize, can't find him for the lunar cycles. Like, that might be a route where Nathan is able to actually walk away with a win. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough here for Nathan. Ross can kind of do whatever he wants. Now, you don't want to like play too loose. You don't want to make some major mistakes. We see aggressively the Squawkabilly coming down. Maybe in game 1 wouldn't have benched the Squawkabilly if you knew the matchup, because we saw at the end of that game, in the first game, it almost was the winning factor for Nathan. But in this one, Sudowoodo's not a win condition for Nathan anymore, so throw the Squawk down, draw some cards, cycle through the deck, put the pressure on still. You don't want to give Nathan too much breathing room, but you don't have to be as aggressive if you don't want to.
And Ross here will choose to pass. He did draw into Carmine, a supporter that he is actually allowed to play on the first turn of the game, but chose to hold off and hang on to this hand, I think because he did have Ceruledge EX lined up as just a way to start getting aggressive on the next turn. Nathan is going to kick things off with an Arven as his supporter, searching the deck for any item card and any Pokemon tool card, a card that has been a mainstay of the format ever since its release in Scarlet and Violet, and now is being very, very powerful. Nest Ball is found as one of the options, and Mega Kangaskhan will be grabbed right away alongside the Hero's Cape. Looking at the prize cards here for Nathan, that handheld fan, Ethan Sudowoodo in the prizes once again, and also that Frillish. Didn't come up and probably won't come up in this specific matchup, but an interesting card to see included this weekend.
Yeah, not a big deal in this one. And even if it was going to be a big deal at this point, it can't be a win condition. Once again, Nathan's basically all in. I guess, you know what, Mega Kangaskhan could be an attacking option as well. Unfortunately for Nathan, though, had to retreat the energy already off the rip. You want to be able to attach to the Absol or the Mega Kangaskhan this turn. And we're just having to go into it for some draw power. And yeah, we're already an attachment behind from where we want to be as Nathan right now.
Does find the handheld fan. That could slow things down for Ross a little bit if he wants it. But he did grab Hero's Cape off of his Arven, so that's something he'll consider as well. Does look like Ross is going to kick things off now on his second turn. And there is a world, technically, where he could reach for a KO here on this Mega Kangaskhan. It would involve a ton of energy cards in the discard pile, but hey, it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if Ross drew all of his Earthen Vessels and maybe all of his Ultra Balls are close to it. Even then, I don't even know if it's possible, to be honest.
What, 14 energy in the discard pile would be needed, right? 14?
Yeah, that's a lot.
280 plus the base 30.
I think we're going to probably see Ross just settle for either not attacking to not build up damage on Nathan's side of the field for those Monkey Dories later, or maybe a boss KO on the Elgym. And honestly, yeah, the damage that got built up on Nathan's board early in the game is what gave Nathan that opening to have that win condition at the end of game one.
I feel like here for Ross, though, he would not mind putting on the pressure and just putting some damage in play. Yes, that does give Nathan access to the Monkey Dory, but it could lead to him just going boss KO for 3 prizes next turn as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too scared. I think I agree. I wouldn't be too scared if I'm Ross here. Maybe just don't overthink it. Just start swinging. And we do see that extra energy getting loaded up. That's the play around of the LGM here by attaching the second fire to the active Ceruledge. We can't just see the LGM push into the active, move the fire off the Ceruledge, and then maybe it not being able to attack on the following turn. It would have to involve some kind of gust effect now to potentially stop an attack.
Carmine being played for Ross, kind of a worse Professor's Research in general because you can only draw 5 as opposed to 7, but you can play it on the first turn of the game, which adds a huge benefit to this Ceruledge deck, just getting through the deck as efficiently as possible. And I will say, as someone who's played this deck a good bit leading up to this tournament, there are plenty of times where you get down to the end of the game where if you were playing Research as opposed to Carmine, you would probably just deck out. So having the ability to just draw 5 cards is not too bad.
Yeah, sometimes less is more, and especially when you're trying to be as aggressive as possible, you'll take the less is more on that first turn because you can play it on that first turn of the game where you can't play the Research. First turn going first, that is. But yeah, Ross got a pretty established board state here into the Lunar Cycle, and I guess the thing to just ask is, does Ross want to attack?
Yeah, is he going to put the damage in play? That is the big question. I don't hate the aggression, but oh, is he passing? Was that a pass or is that an attack? He is going to attack. Okay.
Which, yeah, and also, I mean, with this situation on the side for Nathan,
5.5 minutes left.
Can you put resources into a Monkey Dory? You don't even have a Pidgey down yet, as we do see a top deck. So, yeah, it's looking really rough here for Nathan off of what was such an interesting game one.
He does find Pidgey from the top deck, like you mentioned. There's also the Mega Absol there. Brock's Scouting is found as well, so we could see like a double Pidgey board if he's worried about one of the Pidgeys being KO'd, since Ross has gotten through his deck pretty efficiently up to this point. And now Brock's Scouting will be played as a supporter for turn. A nice little flexible option, letting him search his deck for 2 basic Pokemon or just 1 Pokemon and put them into the hand. And he will choose a second Mega Kangaskhan EX and then also that Monkey Dory. So Adrenabrain is available if he wants it.
Yeah, it's a card we didn't see get utilized in the first game at all, the Brock Scouting, but is playing a count of 3 of them, so pretty heavy into it. Usually a card is almost like an anti-Badoo card that people play to be able to set up under the item lock of the Badoo. So is taking that into consideration, does start to develop the second Kangaskhan on the bench, and is just giving up the active Kangaskhan, giving those 3 prize cards over to Ross.
Hey, you know, one new win condition here for Nathan is just rapid fire combo, 1-hit KO, a bunch of 2 prize Pokemon, and that may be what he has to play towards here. He's got that Prism energy. Next turn, he can go attach plus counter gain and start swinging. That might be the lineup here for Nathan Ginsberg.
Yeah, I don't hate this choice from Nathan. Can also maybe pair that with an Iono, depending on how many cards Ross ends his turn with. It looks like Ross is just a Lunatone, a Fire Energy, and an Ultra Ball in hand, though. So Ross, I don't even think has the KO
No, he does. Yeah, he did a lot of damage last turn.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I definitely miscounted there.
Yeah, he was able to get that KO and takes the first 3 prize cards, adds the Turo to his arsenal now, taking that off the prizes, so that'll be a pretty strong option. Now, does Nathan find a way to get Pidgeot in play? I don't see it yet. There it is, Rare Candy and the Ultra Ball. I think Pidgeot is already in the hand, so Rare Candy can bring out the Quick Search. And I think the missing piece here for him was the counter gain, which is what he is probably going to grab. Maybe he actually thinks he may need to go for Iono, like you mentioned, and draw into the counter gain. That could be the situation he finds himself in, but no, Arven will be his choice.
Yeah, Ross didn't have like a super powerful last turn, so I don't think you're that concerned with the Iono quite yet from Nathan. And maybe would have hurt to play. I guess we did get 3 prize cards for Ross, so Ross has like a 5 or 6 card hand right now, so maybe it is a little scarier than I thought, but yeah.
Here we go. Rapid fire combo, 200 damage, and if Nathan flips 2 heads here, he actually will KO this Ceruledge EX, and that is exactly what happens. Ceruledge EX goes down 300 damage. Nathan able to take 2 prize cards, but Ross could win the game right now.
Yeah, it is possible. That is,
and it's much more feasible now than it was earlier in the game.
Yeah, that is huge for Nathan, though. Like, this is Nathan's route to win the game. So going all in, identified the correct route, got to be aggressive, got to start attacking. Kangaskhan's a great option, and we get that first KO. Got to get 2 more, and we're probably going to have to go through a Ceruledge, which means we're going to need another double heads turn, but...
9 energy in the discard pile currently for Ross. He needs 14 energy in the discard pile, plus the 1 to attach to this active Ceruledge. So if he can discard 5 energy cards plus find a fire energy, the game is over right now. Fighting Gong is a way to get another energy. Legacy energy is another card he could discard, and Professor's Research was also found there. Would allow him to discard his hand to draw 7 cards. There's a chance he could just close it out right now, Azul.
Yeah, I even done there's 2 jets, a fire, and a leg. Is that it? Are we just there? Or maybe 1 energy short?
It may come down to if he can find a fire energy off of the Professor's Research, and that may be the risk here. And the question is does he go for it? It's not too huge of a risk, and he actually, does he just have it, Azul?
Oh, maybe it is just enough. I mean,
yeah, with the discard with the discard from the Lunar Cycle, that was 1, so that puts him up to 10. And then Research here would discard 4 more energy cards. That's 280 base damage plus the 30 from Abyssal Flames. That is 310 damage to KO this Mega Kangaskhan EX. And Ross Cawthon will come away with a 2-0 victory here in round 5.
Yeah, you love to see the games concluding at the very least, especially Nathan identifying the win condition in that game. It's really, really cool to see. Doesn't play for the traditional control options, just gets aggressive, knows there's not enough time left for him to potentially get in there with the LGM or the Sudowoodo, just goes straight in with the Kangaskhan, and of course, that's pretty good for Ross, but it was really the only route for Nathan. We got to see all the cool stuff in the first game, though, and the depth, honestly, from Nathan's deck was super interesting with the addition of the Mega Absol in a control deck.
Yeah, it feels bad for Nathan to take a loss here in this round. Sitting at 4-1, though, is still a great spot to be in. You know, I got to feel like he'll be just fine moving forward through the rest of this tournament. Can still get himself a solid finish this weekend. But yeah, Ross Cawthon's got to be feeling pretty solid after that one, getting a really strong win here on stream. 4-0-1 now here in the event. Let's take a recap look at this previous game. And it was a really interesting start here. I think at first Ross didn't quite know what he was up against with the Ting-Lu start from Nathan Ginsburg. Yeah. But Ross was able to be so aggressive, taking out that Pidgey, slowing Nathan down a lot.
Yeah, slowed it down, and then that mid-game, late-game scenario, Nathan had some tough choices to make, but I think made the right ones for the situation and started to build up into this weird Monkey Dory Absol into Monkey Dory Sudowoodo boards, and gave himself a really good shot at actually winning the match as we got down towards the end of it. Ross was able to pull together that combo, threw the Lunar Cycle and the Fez on the last turn to get the Jet Plus boss. And then into game 2, it was kind of a steamroll for Ross.
Yep.
Not too many options for Nathan, more so than anything, just based on how much time was left. Wasn't really able to fully express what his deck could do like he could in game 1.
Yeah, and then Ross finding all the pieces here to discard the last 4 energy so that he could take this KO. I think a lot of people were kind of wondering, with these high HP, Mega 3 prize Pokemon coming into the format, you know, how would that mix things up? And that's one of maybe the reasons Ceruledge is still looking pretty strong, because it's one of the few decks in the format that can get over that hump of 300 plus hit points.
Yeah, I think we got to see some of the power so far of the Megas and the liability of them being worth 3 prize cards when there's still stuff like Ceruledge in the format, which is so strong right now. We've gotten to see it all so far. They've been winning games, but they've been the reason the other decks have been winning games as well.
Yeah, it's all factors, all things that come into play when deciding what to play in a tournament. You know, 3 prize Pokemon, very powerful, but they give up 3 prize cards for a reason, right? Because they are so strong, because their effects are so good, they have so much HP. So you're working that extra bit harder to get that KO.
Yep.
And when you get that KO, you should be rewarded.
Yep. Of course, in the Ceruledge does it so well, as we see Ross get the victory there in that one, 2-0. And you know what? Honestly, I'm going to be rooting for Ross for the rest of this tournament. He's been playing the Ceruledge for a while when it wasn't in its most powerful form. Now that he's got all the power, we've seen him off to a great start so far.
Yeah, it's not too often that you see Ross Cawthon choose to play the most popular deck for a tournament, right? But he was on this horse before it was really popular, right? You know, he's been on the Ceruledge for a little while, and it just got such a nice boost here with the Mega Evolution.
Yeah, he can't drop it now.
Yeah, right. It would be really funny though. Like he's been playing it for so long, and he's like, yeah, you know what? We'll play something else. It's too mainstream now at this point.
It's too mainstream for Ross. I love seeing him stick it out though, for sure. Definitely one of my top picks headed into this tournament. I'm hoping to see whether it be Ross or someone else go deep with the Ceruledge.
Yeah, well, we'll keep our eye on Ross, but a few other players we're going to be keeping our eye on throughout the weekend are players to watch for this event. Let's get a little bit of an update on how each of these players are doing so far in the event. So those players, of course, were Alex Szymanski, you know, top 32 at the World Championships, got a top 16 finish at Pittsburgh. He is sitting now at 4-1, playing his Terra Box deck. Like, I don't think anyone should be surprised by. I imagine very similar to what we saw from Joshua Frink early on. Those two work together. And
probably the same 60, yeah.
Usually do play the same 60. Aban Ahmed, of course, one of the, has to be the standout player from this season so far. He had an excellent year last year. He's kind of like had a quiet, incredible season last year, right? Multiple top 8 finishes. He is now sitting at a 4-1 record right now after getting first place and second place at regionals already. And then Christian Labella, our defending Milwaukee Regional Champion, sitting at a respectable 3-1 record at this point.
Yeah, so all players very much in it, and still potential to move on to phase 2, of course. That's what I would expect from them at the very least, to be honest. I expect all these players to move on to phase 2. The question for them is just going to be, how much further do they go?
Right. Yeah, how deep into that phase 2 do these players make it? Will we be seeing any of them in Top Cut this weekend? As we're waiting for this next round, of course, we do want to take a moment to take a step back and take a look at everything that you guys have been sharing with us over on social media, using, of course, that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let's see how our competitors are doing out there in the field who've been sharing with us, but also those of you at home who have been tuning in. Our boy Ethan Hegster out there playing in his first regionals of the season in Milwaukee. I hope he is doing well. Always love to root for our fellow casters when they're out there in the field. And Azul, now you have to root for the casters as you are one of us now.
Yeah, I will be for sure. It's always cool to see how Hegster's do it. Not even giving us even a hint, though. Not even a single card flipped up. I feel like usually people reveal at least one card in their deck.
He's playing it close to the chest here. He's sitting at a 3-1 record, so, you know, still a okay spot to be in for sure. We'll be rooting for our boy Heggy throughout the weekend. I mean, and also got to pay our respects here because Ethan was one of the casters who was actually able to get his Worlds invite last season. He and Pablo both able to make that happen. Juancho as well getting his Worlds invite. You know, tons of our casters are competing at the highest level still, which is cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. I was one of Ethan's victims last year at a regional. He was able to take me out at some point.
Brina here says, good morning, Milwaukee. Who's ready to win it big at side events this weekend? And yes, there's tons of stuff happening here at the event. We focus mostly, of course, on the main event, the tournament itself, but side events happening, so many different types of fun tournaments. There's draft formats happening, booster pack battles, GLC, Gym Leader Challenge. There's even been expanded standard tournaments, all sorts of things happening throughout all of our different regionals. Love to see our judging staff getting the word out.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Always so much to do at the event besides just the main competitions. Of course, those are the spotlight events, but so much for everyone to do here besides that.
TC Evolutions sharing, seeing so many parents with their kids this morning getting ready, and the kids are all dressed up in their Pokemon gear. Really made me miss the days when Aaron and I were traveling and just starting out. Enjoy these moments, parents and kiddos, because the time really flies so fast.
Yeah, and that's really a big shout out to Steve and Aaron. You know, I've known them for a while. It's cool to see them still showing up to the events, of course, as always. Love the wholesome parent-kid moments.
Absolutely, absolutely. I love to see it. And Yeah, that's one of the cool things about our game. You know, we love the cards, we love, you know, seeing the competition, but, you know, the community, the family, the memories that you make with your loved ones is super special. I do have to say the VG team is putting us to shame a little bit here. They went all out with the Halloween theming here, with the costumes all dressed up for the season, or for this event here. Now, Azul, I'm gonna put you on the spot here a little bit, okay?
All right.
What characters are they dressed as here?
I don't think I could name
a single one?
Sierra's looks familiar, but I don't remember the name.
Oh my goodness. They're okay. Well, Necra is Nimona.
Okay.
You see it? Yeah.
Yep, I do see it now.
The Pokeball artwork, right, from the trading card. Evan is Clive. You know, he's missing out on the wig. I would have liked to see a wig, but you know, I can understand that'd be a big commitment there. We've got Arvin.
Okay, I do see Arvin there.
Penny.
Yep, I see it now.
And Professor Sada, aka you may know Professor Sada as Professor's Research, but
yes,
you know,
yes.
there's also the Professor Sada card, of course. So, yeah, shout outs to our VG team. Going all out here. I'm going to stick with my Pokemon Center t-shirt and be just fine with that. So, Sawyer Melbourne sharing his round one opponent, Makani Tran, over on the other side of the table. And that's one of the exciting things about these regionals. You know, great players facing off against each other every single round. So much fun competition to see.
Yeah. The competition is, it gets higher and higher. It feels like every single season, so many more players breaking into that upper echelon of top players. Like you mentioned, Aban being one of the breakout players from last year. I feel like Makani had his moment a couple seasons ago now, and is definitely a name that people recognize.
Yep, Makani always doing well. He actually got second place at the last Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Yeah.
Dominic here sharing, where are my Dracloaks here in Game 3? Yeah, that's unfortunate. That looks like some PTCG live randomization, if you ask me.
Yeah, that definitely is unfortunate. I still feel like, I don't think I played a lot of tournaments. I've never had this happen to me.
No?
All my Zarua's prize, or all my Dracloaks, all my double colorless energy, are some of the ones I can think back that I've seen people have in the past. So I've been fortunate enough to never have the quad Dracloak prize cards.
Yeah, that's a pretty rough one. I gotta hope that Dominic was playing Rare Candy in the deck list this weekend, because otherwise...
Maybe has converted now after these prize cards.
He went to the vendors and bought Rare Candies right away, making sure he had access to them. Yeah, because I don't think Petty Grudge from Dreepy is gonna be getting there for you to take enough prize cards to close this one out. Yeah, that one looks rough.
If you hold out long enough, Ursaluna will come around eventually.
You know, that's a good point. That's a good point. Ursaluna sweep is an option. Not a great one, but something that could happen. Yeah, that is unfortunate. And see, this is proof for you guys out there, everyone who likes to blame the PTCG Live randomizer. It does happen IRL as well, okay?
It does, more than you'd think as well.
Smart TCG sharing a 3-0 start.
Yeah.
Great way to kick off the event.
Yeah, good start. I guess maybe a good luck pup there in the picture. And yeah, good start, definitely where we want to be. Definitely, I think where we expect someone of Smart's caliber to be as well. You know, no surprise there. Another of those players, like I mentioned about our featured players, you expect Smart in Phase 2. The question is, how far is he going to go?
Yeah, shout-outs to Kuzan, the dog in the picture, of course. Kuzan actually was one of our judges last time up on the stage, so we got to have Kuzan. Maybe we'll see Kuzan throughout the weekend as well. Well, it's been a great start here in Milwaukee, and there is tons more Pokemon TCG action, not just today, but also through Phase 2, which we will start the first round of Phase 2 today. We got more Phase 2 tomorrow as well, of course, and we'll be getting down to a regional champion. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very shortly with Swiss round number 7.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Wanjo Sadana here once again in the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you last season's Milwaukee Regional Champion, Christian Labella. Christian, how does it feel to be back here at the Milwaukee Regional?
It feels great. You know, pretty short time span between now and then, but yeah, it feels good to be back.
It might be. You might be the shortest defending regional champion. I feel like it's just like what, 5 months ago.
It could be longer. Could be longer. Yeah.
Yeah. You just have to win it again, defend the title, right? But yeah, let's talk about that. You won last season's Milwaukee Regional Championships. I remember that very, very clearly because in the sea of Gardevoir, you were the lone Raging Bull, right? That was the season of Gardevoir. Gardevoir won pretty much everything, and here you are, Christian Labella, bringing what is essentially weak to Gardevoir and winning a regional championships. Very, very cool. You think Raging Bull still has legs for this tournament?
Nah, it's dead, bro. I don't think so. Yeah, Gardevoir is too strong and it only got bigger. and that's a really big problem for Raging Bolt. So unfortunately, had to say my goodbyes to it.
That is fair. I mean, won you a title. It's time to retire. That is okay. What do you think what do we think you're playing though for this event then?
I mean, if you can't beat Gardevoir, you gotta join them. I'm also thinking, you know, I played Zork to the last event. You know, Zork's pretty good into Gardevoir. Might play after this event, so those are my top 2 picks right now.
I like it. I like it. Definitely, you know, Gardevoir has been always good, so wouldn't mind joining that. But if you can't beat Gardevoir, then you have to find a deck that does. And if, you know, we had Pittsburgh just a couple of weeks ago, and Zoroark did win that event, right? So it could be a good pick. It's just a matter of finding the right matchups. Now let's talk about the format. We're in the Mega format now. Are you liking any of the new Mega Evolutions?
Yeah, I think Mega Kangaskhan is really cool. I think the ability, the draw 2, I think that actually works good in decks like Raging Bull, you know, with the new Fez engine, you know, you gotta add this too, you know, that's almost as good as a draw engine as Zoroark, you know. Yeah. Not really, but maybe we're getting there. I mean, like a couple more cards like that, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, drawing 2 cards pretty good. It's like what, 2/3 of a hop almost, and yeah, on a basic as well with 300 HP. I like it. I like it. Do you think any other cards to shake up this metagame?
Yeah, if we're talking about cards from the Mega set, I think the Lilies is a really good supporter. That is shuffle draw 8 at the start of almost every game is it's really strong. Good to see cards like that. I would definitely like to play the game. So yeah, I love that card. Mega Absol, another card that also seems really good. Actually pairs well with the Kangaskhan. You know, yeah, 200 and discard a card from your opponent's hand. That is really strong. Yeah, those are my top 3, I think I'd say.
That does seem kind of scary. You're drawing cards with your basic and taking away cards with your other basic. Sounds like pretty good synergy. It's going to be a very exciting weekend, I think. What do you think are the top 3 decks, though, for this weekend?
Top 3, I'd say number 1, Gardevoir. You know, it's always been popular. It has no signs of slowing down. Number 2, Dragapult, another deck that's been pretty popular. Yeah, it's just a good deck. And yeah, the 3rd most popular, I'd say Goldengo with a Solrock Lunatone. Got really strong. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna expect to see a lot of that this weekend. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel like the Solrock Lunatone, not only is it a good draw, it's a good basic attacker now for a lot of decks. So it should be very, very interesting. With that, I want to circle back though at you being the Milwaukee Regional Champion, defending one. Anything going through your mind? Any pressure to perform in this event?
Yeah, I'd say yeah. I don't want to be the shortest reigning champion. So yeah, does not sound fun. But yeah, I definitely more pressure than an average regional. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best and do my best out there. Yeah.
Well, if anyone can do it, I'm sure it's you. I mean, Christian Labella, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out my cat Nelson. Shout out Nelson, he's the realist. Yeah.
Shout out Nelson. I'm sure. I'm surprised his name isn't Raging Bull or something. No, Nelson for sure. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Christian Lavella, 2025's Milwaukee Regional Champion, possibly 2026. But yeah, we're going to throw it back now to more Pokemon action.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Immortalized. Immortalized.
We're back, Pokemon fans, here for the Milwaukee Regional Championships here in Wisconsin for the trading card game competition. Things are heating up here. We're through 5 Swiss rounds. We've got a couple of more here still for phase number 1 till we find out who's making it forward to phase number 2, who's still going to be in contention for becoming the regional champion this weekend. A quick little break here. We're excited to get right back into the action. Chip Ritchie here, joined again by Azul GG here for the booth for this next Swiss round. A great start to the day. We got plenty more of action still to come.
Yep, and this is the, I don't know, the biggest round. I mean, a big round. This is where people start to make it to phase 2. The winner here, or actually even if they do end up in a tie, they will be moving on to phase 2 at this point. So this is the round where it's a big deal to still win these rounds because, of course, your points carry over from phase 1 to phase 2. The people with the most points make top cut. So, you know, they still want a win here, even if a tie would lead to phase 2.
Of course, yeah. But so many players, you know, their goal is to make it just into phase 2, right? You know, people who have not been playing for a super long time, people who are just getting off, or who are really just looking for that first big finish. Getting from phase 1 to phase 2 is just a huge sigh of relief. And yeah, by locking up a win or a tie for certain players in this round, they will be able to ensure just that. Let's get a look at the updated standings coming into this round, see how things are shaping up here for the tournament. Who are our undefeateds at this point in the event? Who are the players we're going to be seeing potentially in this next Swiss round? Let's look at those standings here. Now we see Nicholas Germain leading the way. John Eng, who we saw earlier in the day, he's keeping it running here with 5-0 record. Ryuki Okada there at 5-0, traveling all the way from Japan. Very cool to see that.
Yeah, and I believe Ryuki is, we got Ryuki there, and then we have Hale in 9th. Personally, a huge fan of Hale. I feel like he is one of the most consistent players actually in the game. A lot of people might not know Hale's name, but he doesn't go to as many events as some of these other top players, but his event to placement ratio is like pretty strong. So.
Yeah, a multi-time regional champion, but maybe goes to like 2 or 3 tournaments a year, something like that. So very, very strong player when he does choose to come out and compete. Always love seeing Hale play for sure. Let's take a look at our notable matches this round, who we're keeping our eye on, and also which of these matches will be our feature match. It looks like we will be seeing Ian Robb, which is always very exciting. He's going to be playing up against Alex Rieger this round. We see the 2023 World Champion here in the mix, Vance Kelly up there, Caleb Gettimer, I know a good friend of ours, someone who is a multi-time regional champion as well. He's doing very well up against George Burden this round. Tons of other names to be looking out for here too.
Yeah, you got Jesper there as well, coming over from Europe. And then definitely a household name there at the bottom. You got Hedrick, who I'm sure no one is surprised to see his name featured here.
And it looks like our players are ready. We're getting right into things here, Azul. The players are just finishing setting up. We're going to get into this Swiss round 6 match. Both of these players are sitting at 5-0, so yes, a tie does technically get them from phase 1 to phase 2, but they are certainly looking to continue to push the advantage and get a win here, get those 3 match points to give themselves a better chance to make top 8. And someone who is no stranger to making top 8 is going to be that 5-time regional champion on the left side of the stage. He actually just got top 8 at the last Milwaukee Regional Championships a few months ago, and that is Ian Robb, playing Gardevoir EX Jellicent EX this weekend.
Yeah, definitely less familiar with Alex here, but as far as players who are not going to be content with simply making phase 2, I know for a fact all Ian cares about is winning. So we know that is going to be his #1 goal and only goal at this tournament. And going up against the Golden Go of Alex here. Honestly, this is a matchup that has changed up, I feel like, quite a bit now that you have the addition of the Solrock and Lunatone. You don't have the Energy Surge Pro in there. I think the biggest change is going to be the lack of that Lavencia Stadium that recovered basic lighting energy from your discard pile, which was a pretty big deal up against Gardevoirs with these item lock tools like the Jellicent and the Frillish.
Yeah, the Frillish, Jellicent, both very, very strong options for Ian. We will certainly see both of them come up at some point in this game, I have to imagine. But Alex, you know, he's changed things up quite a bit, right, with this Golden Go EX, adding in the Lunatone and Solrock. You know, talk about why this new change, these new cards, have been so solid for Golden Go at this point.
Well, Golden Go likes playing a lot of energy. Solrock and Lunatone like having a lot of energy for the draw power of the Lunatone. So there's some synergy there. Draw power is just kind of good in general, so you can fit into your deck. And the cards just kind of line up really well. It also gives Golden Go a one-prize attacking option in that Solrock that you can use aggressively, specifically in this build we're seeing from Alex with that Precious Trolley. Turn 1 going second, Trolley, set up your whole board, get Solrock and Lunatone, plus an Air Balloon if it comes with an Arven to find the Trolley, and that's a turn 1 attack with Solrock, which can put a ton of pressure on decks specifically like Gardevoir, where you have Ralts and Ralts with the 70 HP, and even Frillish with the 80 HP can be overcome by that Vitality Band.
Yeah, the Vitality Band does get into the mix. You'll see players even playing things like I one-up Premium Power Pro, which we do see here from Alex to even get in there and KO Monkey Dories. So that is a potential factor that could come up. And oh, unfortunately though for Alex, that Premium Power Pro, as I was speaking it into existence, it is prized, unfortunately. And over on Ian's side, Curlia, Monkey Dory, Bravery Charm, Artisan. I mean, you got to prize something, of course, but kind of awkward things here for Ian, honestly.
Yeah, the biggest thing is probably going to be that Frillish. Of course, that's like a big part of the potential way to approach this matchup from Ian. You can go into just basically Frillish as soon as possible and then Frillish the rest of the game while utilizing Monkey Dory to move over the damage. And this is kind of like almost a hybrid-ish build from Ian. Does have 2 Bravery Charm, which we usually don't see a heavy Bravery Charm count in the Jellicent build, but those are actually more important now that Solrock and Lunatone are in the game. And specifically up against this matchup, actually, that might be a big deal for Ian to put on the Frillish to prevent the Solrock from being able to KO Frillishes with that Vitality Band, and could lead to an endgame board state where Ian is able to just constantly build up damage on Alex's side of the board.
Our judges are ready, our players are ready. I hope everyone watching along in the crowd and also at home is ready as well, as we are kicking things off here for this game. And it is a quick start here for Ian Robb. He does start that Frillish with that Oceanic Gloom attack. It will shut Alex off on the next turn of being able to play item cards. But Ian, all he has is an energy to attach, a tool card to put down, and then a pass over to Alex's side. He started an Iron Bundle, not something that you love to have in the active spot, but he is, I think, fine with the trade-off of opening up his one of A-Spec, that precious trolley here in his opening hand.
And it's such a more impactful A-Spec than most to have in your opening hand. This isn't the first time we've seen it on stream. I believe John Ang had the precious trolley in the hand, didn't have to Arven for it. That's usually how you find this card, because it is a one of. Just having it in the hand, though, is not bad. And the Bravery Charm on Ian's side is a pretty big deal. Now, it is unlikely that Alex would have been able to find the Air Balloon, the Trolley, and the Vitality Band, or the Premium Power Pro, but better safe than sorry with that Bravery Charm. This means Ian will definitely get another turn to play the game, and I believe does have a draw supporter, so is going to look to be building up towards those Gardevoirs.
Did look like Ino was waiting in the hand there for Ian, so he can at least make something happen with that. And then Alex here is going back into the deck with a pair of Fighting Gong. He will now search out, I have to imagine, 2 basic Fighting Energy. Add those to the hand. Does have the option to get some basic fighting Pokemon, but with the Lunatone and Solrock already in play, have to imagine the Fighting Energy will be the choice here.
Yeah, aggressively searching those out before the inevitable item lock comes from the Frillish, of course, and is probably looking, even though you wouldn't KO the Frillish here, before the Monkey Dory is getting established, the pressure from the Solrock to potentially 2-hit KO this Frillish is probably worth attacking with the Solrock this turn if Alex can find that Air Balloon. And then from there, one question I do have for Alex's current board state is, are we able to find Golden Goes? There's no Genesect on the board.
That is true. He can clear the Iron Bundle out of play, assuming Ian puts a basic Pokemon down, which I have to think Ian would like to do that to make sure he does not lose the game. So there is still that option. Of course, Hyper Blower does discard the Iron Bundle, so we can see that Genesect DX still come into play. 1 Fighting Energy being found from the first Fighting Gong. Looks like Alex will take a moment to kind of just make a note of a couple of prize cards here. Is actually going to take just the 1 Fighting Energy. Oh, or no, will take, okay, has the second one to use and will take a second Fighting Energy. All right.
Yeah, shout out to Ian there being like, wait, you forgot your second card there. I believe Ian did alert Alex to that. Alex goes and gets that second basic Fighting Energy. Yeah, the Genesect, we could find that bench space like you mentioned with the Iron Bundle, but we're probably going to see that item lock get established from the Frillish on the next turn. This could actually enter into one of those board states where Ian almost establishes the Frillish lock like on turn 1 or turn 2 in this game, because Alex might just not find a way to get through this Frillish for a really long time. The 70 from Solrock can be overcome by Monkey Dories if we're not able to get to a Golden Go anytime soon.
Well, he does have the Air Balloon in hand, so we can see him start to get aggressive there, get in with the Cosmic Beam for 70 damage, and we also do see that Alex does have that does have the Genesect DX in the hand, but he's actually not going to go aggressive with the Solrock. He'll take a moment here to just minor errand running. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I don't hate that. So this is building up for what you mentioned, maybe getting the Iron Bundle out of play, or already has the Golden Go in hand, and then looking just for like a Golden Go 1-hit KO on the Frillish. And then on Ian's side, the question is going to kind of be does Ian actually have the option of not playing Iono? Because if the Iono gets played and then item lock gets established, it could be really tough for Alex to actually take a knockout on the next turn or put any kind of pressure on. So I'm not sure. I don't dislike this play here from Alex, but I wouldn't have minded just the Soul Rock and starting to get aggressive for how underdeveloped Ian's board is currently.
It will be a kick of the turn over to Ian, who finds Technical Machine Evolution. Is just going to put that onto the Monkey Dory and plays Iono, sending both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. They will each get 6 cards here in the early turns of the game. Ian surely looking for a way to get Ralts into play so he can get to a Gardevoir EX before too long.
Yeah, and I believe did find that. I see Earthen Vessel in the hand. I see a Nest Ball, maybe an Ultra Ball in the hand as well. Overall, doesn't look super strong. A couple counter catchers in there, which is not what you want to see right now from Ian. And one thing I would note is that he did send the Jellicent. He did have Jellicent in hand. Sent that to the bottom of the deck. Of course, Iron Bundle would have pushed it out of the active, breaking the item lock. So the item lock from the Frillish is more valuable than the item lock from the Jellicent's ability because it wouldn't maintain in play if the Jellicent is moved from the active. But overall, a little bit of a slow start here from Ian. But I think for the situation we're in, we're not mad about it. Alex hasn't had like a super explosive start either, and potentially might not even kill this Frillish on the next turn.
Ralts will be found from the Nest Ball here on Ian's side, is searching the deck for any basic Pokemon, putting it directly into play. Of course, Gardevoir EX, the namesake of the deck, a big piece of any matchup, wants to make sure he'll have access to that in the future. And this is also Ian's first deck search here, so he'll take a moment here to check the prize cards, make sure he knows what he does and does not have access to. Plenty of Pokemon prize. That second Frillish, though, perhaps the most impactful. See what else he has this turn. It looks like it will be Earthen Vessel, discarding a counter catcher. That's a pretty big resource to go down right away. But he will get a basic Darkness Energy and a basic Psychic Energy. Getting energy cards onto Monkey Dory as quickly as possible, always a good strategy. Even when there's no damage in play, it just leads to multiple Monkey Dories in play in future turns.
Yeah, that's the goal with the Guardia deck. As many Monkey Dories as possible, as fast as possible. And I think another big note alongside the prize cards here for Ian, the second Frillish's prize, of course, does play Recovery. It's the Night Stretchers and the Super Rod, so can recover this Frillish. But the second Bravery Charm is prized, and the Bravery Charm is something you want to save for the late game. But if this first Bravery Charm goes down, then that means Soul Rock with Vitality Band will be able to get through any follow-up Frillishes until that Bravery Charm is found off the prize cards from Ian. So this could be a pretty big turn here from Alex if Alex can get this KO.
Alex is able to find Golden Go EX off of Ian's Iono. That leads to him drawing 2 cards here with the coin bonus. You draw 1 card, but if the Golden Go EX is in the active spot, he gets to draw 2. He's able to do just that. He does have another Golden Go here to continue that coin bonus train, but not before playing Arven here. Kind of an awkward supporter to play right after your opponent utilized the Oceanic Gloom, because Alex won't be able to play the item card he gets from this Arven. What do you think he's setting up for? What do you think he's looking for here?
I mean, at this point, from Alex, you are just trying to thin out the deck to increase your odds of drawing into energy cards to potentially KO this Frillish. This Frillish is going to be, and seeming to be putting in a ton of work already. I doubt Alex will be able to overcome it this turn, so it's going to have to happen over multiple turns. And we see Alex's build is pretty all in on Arven here. I don't see any Cypher Maniac in here, so it's going to make it a lot harder to actually find those energy and set up for a knockout to get through this Frillish.
4 bosses orders in the list here. Got a Turo Scenario as the supporter cards, but yeah, it's really all about these 4 Arven. That's his setup, and that's going to slow things down massively. He will grab Picnic Basket, just get it out of the deck. You know, maybe he'll find a way to get a snack here on Ian's next turn. We'll draw 1 more card here with the coin bonus. There's Professor Turo. So he could pick up this active Golden Go, push the Gimme Ghoul, and then draw 2 more cards. But at this point, it's, I think, impossible for him to get a knockout here on this Frillish. That Bravery Charm, meaning Alex would have to discard 3 energy from the hand in order to get this KO. And he has none. So it will just be pass from Alex, now back over to Ian.
Yeah, and the Turo is definitely going to be a pretty high-value card to try and hold on to from Alex for later. Depending on how Ian approaches this, Ian could go for, like, a prize race line or set up for a potential TM Devo route as well. So Turo can help play around both of those situations. And this is where we see like the trade-off that Alex made on that first turn. If we had gotten aggressive with Soul Rock, yes, Ian would have got that first Monkey Dory established, but we would have been chipping our way through this Frillish. But now Ian's going to have quite a bit of time. I don't even know if Alex will be able to pull together a knockout on the next turn even. So that gives Ian all the time he needs to get to the Gardevoir.
Pheasantipity comes down for Ian off of Nest Ball. Energy attachment for turn to the Monkey Dory, so still a little bit of a slow get off the gate here for Ian. Just another Oceanic Gloom and coin bonus for Alex. We'll draw 2 cards. There's an energy card. There's another Golden Go EX. If he can find a couple more energy here, he can start to attack. There is Boss's Orders. There is another coin bonus, and just still 1 energy card in the hand. That is so many cards in hand for there to just be 1. He plays 12 energy cards in this deck.
And the second air balloon is prized here for Alex. So even at this point, now at this point, I don't think we'd want to see the Soul Rock attack because the threat of double Monkey Dory next turn is probably too high. But even if he wanted to, he can't.
Yeah.
Air balloon on the Iron Bundle, air balloon prized. Is actually discarding this energy with the Lunatone. I don't know about that. We need these to be able to take knockouts with the Golden Goes. And if we're forced into the Soul Rock, then the Monkey Dories could just completely remove any possible knockout.
Well, Alex is going to go aggressive with the Boss's Orders he found. It will bring up Ralts. That does keep Ian from getting Gardevoir into play for at least another turn. And 2 energy discarded does lead to a prize card here for Alex. But yeah, with no Lavincia, like you mentioned at the beginning of the game, you know, there's no basic lightning in this deck. There's no Lavincia, no consistent way to get back energy cards under the item lock. Could get to a situation where if Alex gets rid of too many energy cards, I mean, even just Frillish could be enough for Ian to close things out, which is wild to say.
I have to say, I'm not a huge fan of that play from Alex because, like you just mentioned, this is where Ian wants to be. Energy in the discard pile without Frillishes being able to be KO'd. And then just replicate that as often as you can, and that leads up to just more and more damage being built up on Alex's side of the field with potential Monkey Dories. I wouldn't have hated to see Alex just try and hopefully wait for another energy to actually get the KO on this Frillish, because I don't think Ian is feeling too pressured right now, despite how the board states look, right? Alex got 3 Golden Goes. There's not even a Ralt on Ian's bench right now, but I wouldn't be panicking if I was Ian.
No, I'm sure Ian is feeling pretty cool about the spot that he finds himself in now. Lily's Determination able to be used, shuffling the hand into the deck, and since Ian does have 6 prize cards remaining, he does get to draw that full 8 cards. A super, super powerful supporter, especially in Stage 2 setup decks like this one.
Yeah, you're going to take a little bit more time to get things going, as we've seen here from Ian so far. So, of course, that's going to be able to net you the 8 cards a little bit more often than most decks. There's a reason Golden Go and decks like that don't play something like the Lily's Determination at all. And once again, Ralts makes his way back to the field, and Ian's going to take his time and start to build up to it once again.
Oceanic Gloom, 20 more damage. And there's nothing to worry about on Alex's side of like moving this damage around. There's no Monkey Dory, Darkness Energy, right? Not an Energy Search Pro build, so this damage is going to stick. There's not like Alex can play around it in any sort of way and abuse it, send it back over to Ian's side. We do see coin bonus from Alex drawing a couple of cards. He does have 2 fighting energy in hand. If he can find 1 more energy, he can finally deal with this Frillish. Let's see if he can do it off of these coin bonuses. There's number 1. Here is number 2, and there it is, the 3rd energy card, and he'll be able to take it down. But he has expended a lot of resources to get to this point.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Frillishes in this matchup for Gardevoir. One of the ways you can play it, and you don't have to play it this way as Gardevoir, but they can just keep coming back. Now, Ian did prize 1 of them, which will make it a little bit harder to maybe recover a Frillish on this next turn, which I'm sure is Ian's game plan is going to be to recover the Frillish and continue the chain here. Alex, was able to get this first knockout, is going to get over that Bravery Charm, which is also a big deal because the other Bravery Charm is prized for Ian, which means a Soul Rock with Vitality Band will want to KO Frillishes, making things more awkward for Ian.
So as Ian, sitting across from a Golden Go player, how many energy cards would you assume are in the player's deck?
Definitely making a guess of like 11 to 12. We see Alex is playing the 12 here, 4 metal, the 8 basic fighting. So yeah, somewhere in that range is what you're guessing here as Ian. And there's a couple ways you can definitely play around the counts as well. You could play 3 metal to 4 metal. So that could be another thing for Ian to like run between the Golden Goes with Counter Catcher and hope that the Golden Goes can't ever be set up eventually. And that's going to maybe be a problem for Alex. The air balloon being prized means there's less mobility on the side of the field for Alex as well. Does have the Turo still to work with, of course, though.
I mean, so we could see a world where if Ian is able to kind of manage those that count, right, on Alex's side and get him with a bunch of energy in the discard pile, maybe stick a Golden Go active, force him to attach in multiple places. If he could ever track 12 energy cards into play between the discard pile and what's like on the board, that, I mean, Golden Go does nothing if it's not discarding energy from hand. And if he's just item locking every single turn, Alex doesn't have a way to get those energy cards back. Is that a realistic win con here for Ian to play towards, to get all of those energy into the discard pile? There's already 7 down, Azul.
Yeah, and that's like the heavy Frillish route possibility from Ian here. And that's why Solrock is actually so powerful in this matchup, because it attacks for a single fighting energy, does not need continuous fighting energy, and that's why the Vitality Band is included in a lot of these Golden Go Solrock Lunatone builds, is because it allows the Solrock to want to KO the Frillish. Like I said, that's why the Bravery Charms on the flip side become such a powerful inclusion. But yeah, you're gonna have to get the Golden Ghost to the bench as well. It's gonna be like another step here for Alex into the Solrock.
And worth noting here for Alex as well, 7 basic fighting energy in the discard pile, 1 in the prize cards. He does only play 8, so he actually does not have any other fighting energy right now. If Ian was able to item lock here, Alex doesn't have a way to attack with that Solrock. He's also got the Monkey Dory, right? So Ian does, so he wouldn't really mind the Solrock kind of putting a little bit of damage into play, but put him in a decent spot. Does he have Night Stretcher here? I think he does, Azul. Are we going to see Ian go down this path? Is he committing to the Frillish play?
Yeah, I think so, especially the way that Ian was checking the fighting count in Alex's discard pile. I would guess that Ian has pretty much fully committed to the Frillish line. All the recovery is in the deck, like I said, lacking the second Bravery Charm and second Frillish, but you don't need those if the one Frillish can carry you all the way through. And I think in this situation, it might be. If you just item lock this active Golden Go for a turn, we might have to prompt, I guess, yeah, without fighting energy, is that just is back-to-back Frillishes just enough for Ian to win, actually?
I actually think it will be. If Ian can Frillish 2 more times, I think he's going to win this game. And he's got that set up as well with the Super Rod being found. He can Super Rod back the Frillish if it does get KO'd by Alex, and then get it back with Artisan. Just needs an energy to attach. He may still need to put a Gardevoir EX in play at some point to guarantee that he has his own energy cards, but this is shaping up really, really interestingly. And it's really a board state control play here from Ian as opposed to aggressive. And this is why Gardevoir is so strong. It's got so many options, so many different ways he could play it.
Yeah, definitely. And this is not the only way you can win this matchup as Gardevoir, which makes it so hard to go up against Gardevoir. So many different options. The Jellicent EX can get involved more aggressively. You can go down a more aggressive Screamtail Bravery Charm line as well. So Ian has a lot of options, but the way this opening played out, I really like that Ian has chosen to go down this all-in on Frillish line, despite the prize cards, based on how many energy are already gone, and with even though there's just one counter catcher left here for Ian, which could be a big deal for bringing up the other Golden Goes, I think it's probably going to be enough. We'll have to see what Alex can put together over, maybe not this turn, but the next couple turns is going to have to definitely find a solution.
Now, Ian did have his second counter catcher in hand. He discarded one earlier on. We see it there in the discard pile. He could have used it this turn to bring up one of these Golden Go, maybe force a little bit more from Alex. Chose not to. Why is that?
You want to force Alex to first move this Golden Go, because this Golden Go is already stuck. It does have 1 energy on it, so it's less stuck than the bench Golden Goes. Golden Go does have 2 retreat costs, of course, so 2 energy would allow the active one to retreat, but that's 2 turns away from a Solrock even attacking. You attach to the Golden Go, and then next turn you retreat into Solrock. That's another turn. And even if the Solrock has a Vitality Band and gets a knockout, you recover the Frillish at that point, and then you counter catch up one of the bench Golden Goes. Would probably be what you're looking here from Ian. Force Alex to move this one first before you worry about trying to trap something else.
After all the coin bonuses being used here for Alex, he's got a huge hand here, like 20 cards or something like that. It looks like he's got more cards in hand currently than are remaining in his deck, but he only has 1 energy card, 1 metal energy in the hand right now. He's got boss's orders, but can't KO anything on the bench. He's got superior energy retrieval, but he can't play that because he just got item locked by the Oceanic Gloom. Alex is really, really stuck here. Ian has really kind of controlled the setup of this game and where things are going to go. Ian is totally in the driver's seat.
It looks like Alex is contemplating playing a boss's orders to try and trap something from Ian's bench in the active. I don't think that would be very effective. The resource of the boss would probably be of higher value. I honestly think at this point, Alex needs to wait for Ian to show the second Frillish, and if it doesn't appear, then you just wait for Ian to actually KO your Golden Go with the Frillish possibly, while you build up the energy for the other Golden Go to attack.
9 more turns?
Yeah. But there's 7 fighting in the discard pile, 1 on the active, plays 12.
Yeah.
So there's 3 left. That is enough to KO a Frillish. I guess if you run into the other 2 energy, then you'll be able to KO it eventually with the active Golden Go. But you could let the active Golden Go get KO'd, I guess, as well. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how Alex approaches this from here. I guess, yeah, there's no fighting for the Solrock anymore.
Another thing to track here, right? If Ian is going to go for this line of Oceanic Gloom, it's only 20 damage, right? So it's going to take a long time for Ian to naturally win the game by taking all of his prize cards, right? He's going to try to generate a little bit more damage with the Monkey Dory here, Adrenabrain, moving it over to the Solrock. But one thing for Ian to note, you know, it seems like if he keeps this item lock strategy up, his most likely win con would probably be deck out. He could take all of his prize cards. It would just take a really long time. And Alex has more cards in deck. Like, I guess the question here is, can Ian do 20 damage enough times before he runs out of cards in his deck and decks out himself? Because he's gone through a few more cards, it seems like, than Alex has.
Man, at this point, it's going to be close. The thing with that as well, though, is that Ian does play the Lily's Determinations, right? Which would net him. Yeah, he should be able to win the deck out with simply Lily's Determination. That should net him the potential victory through a deck out strategy, because that shuffles only his hand back to his deck compared to something like Iona, where both players shuffle their hands back to the deck, and then things get a little tricky. But I believe Ian should have a couple Lily's Determinations left at this point. And one play I want to note here for sure from Ian is the 20 damage on the Soul Rock. If Alex eventually gets into the Soul Rock and starts to utilize it to get through these Frillish, Ian will be able to KO the Soul Rock with like a double Monkey Dory plus another Frillish attack potentially, meaning Alex will have to then find another Soul Rock and another Fighting Energy. And like we said, most people play 7 to 8 Fighting Energy, 7 are gone. I think Ian's just all in. I'm going to KO your next Soul Rock with a Frillish and win the game.
Oceanic Gloom, 20 more damage. That's all Ian has done this game. Now, one thing that is also awkward here for Ian is the fact that that second Frillish is prized. He's not able to generate infinite damage in play with the Monkey Dories, right? He's not able to bounce between these two Frillish.
Yeah, but because of the deck out win con available for Ian, he won't need infinite damage if there's no pressure from Alex. And I think that's how things are going to line up here. I think we will see Alex take one more Frillish KO. And then even if Alex gets the Fighting Energy off the prize cards, I guess maybe that is the only hope here for Alex, is you got to get, what do we have, 2 Metal Energy left, knock out the Frillish, get the Fighting Energy off the prize cards, maybe use the Turo to get into the Soul Rock, and then the Soul Rock can put pressure on the follow-up Frillishes and maybe eventually break the item lock. But if the item lock doesn't get broken, Ian will definitely walk away the victor in this game 1.
Alex is able to finally get another energy card. We do see him use Make It Rain, 100 damage. That is the KO on this active Frillish. Alex is able to take a prize card, and it does look like he took that basic Fighting Energy as his prize here. So that opens things up a little bit. Is there a world for Alex to fight back here?
So it definitely exists, but even with the Frillish prize here from Ian, Ian does have 2 recovery cards remaining, the Night Stretcher and the Super Rod.
Here's one more thing as well, Azul. Alex has drawn through his deck very aggressively. He has 2 cards left in deck.
Yeah, we could see the deck out coming sooner than later. I think Alex is betting on the item lock breaking this turn, and we see he has the Frillish gets recovered here from Ian. That is not happening, and back into the 20 damage item lock, and then probably he's going to continue to build up damage on that Soul Rock with those Monkey Dories, knowing the only win condition for Alex at this point is getting the Soul Rock established with a Vitality Band.
Alex's only way to put cards back in his deck is Super Rod. He doesn't play Iono. There's no like Judge or anything like that. There's no Pal Pad. Wouldn't be able to play Pal Pad. Can't even play the Super Rod here. So literally nothing Alex can do to replenish his deck at this point. So if Ian just uses Oceanic Gloom 2 more times, I think that the game is just over.
Yeah, yeah. Especially with the Soul Rock getting KO'd. Once the Soul Rock finally comes up with the Fighting Energy, which is the only route here for Alex. Oh, I guess with the Fighting Energy, you could actually just take the KO with the Golden Go, which is about the same thing here. And then once again, Alex is hoping the item lock chain does break. Ian is not able to recover this Frillish or have another Frillish. Unfortunately for Alex, we do know that Ian has the Super Rod in hand. Yeah. So I'm out of win conditions here for Alex. And Alex, of course, doesn't know for sure that Ian has it, so is playing through the motions here. And we do finally see that Turo come down.
Turo will be used, picks up that Golden Go, discards that energy card. Bundle comes up to the active spot, but it, of course, does have that free retreat with the Air Balloon. And here it is, Soul Rock.
That is the
energy plus Vitality Band, and it is a Soul Rock with no damage on it. Hold on.
Yeah, that is a good point. I didn't actually think about that. That is a fresh Soul Rock. This is a full HP Soul Rock. The Turo does give us the route into that. That does give us the KO for Alex. Does this lead to a potential win condition? The item lock can still be reestablished for Ian.
Yeah, he still has that counter catcher, right? He hung on to that.
Hung on to the counter catcher, and there's still only 1 card left in the deck for Alex. So even though I didn't see this play, the full HP Soul Rock coming out for Alex, I don't think it's enough to overcome one more Frillish. Especially with that
something that Ian does have to kind of weigh here, though. Alex has only played 1 Air Balloon.
Yep.
So
good point.
Does Ian have to play to that Air Balloon being prized? I mean, Alex did just take a prize card. We know that the Air Balloon is still waiting there. So we know that from this spot, if Ian did item lock a Golden Go, the game would be over. He would win. But
yeah, of course, yeah. Ian has to weigh that. Also, another thing Ian has to weigh here is, does Alex play recovery besides Super Rod?
Right. Is there another way to refill? Is there an Iono in Alex's deck, right? It wouldn't be the craziest thing to see.
No, definitely not. If you were Ian here, he probably would bet no.
Right.
Like if he had to bet on yes or no, he'd probably bet no. But you do want to think about those things in these situations. Is there a one of Lily, a one of Iono?
Yeah.
Probably knows about the Super Rod being pretty popular in Golden Go. So he's probably like, okay, well, if I item lock, Alex cannot play the Super Rod. Then it is, it's going to come down to, we see the line here for Ian. It seems like Ian has been all in on this line for a while. Does Ian continue to go all in? And it looks like,
oh, he's playing the Iono Azul.
He's playing the Iono. I mean, he did not feel comfortable there, going all in on the deck out line.
Even if Alex has
Air Balloon.
So is this him playing around Alex having another way to put cards back in the deck, right? That's the only thing that makes sense, because if Ian literally just item locked one time, sure, yes, Alex KOs the Frillish. He had one card left.
Yeah.
So then the game is over.
Unless Ian just didn't realize Alex had one card left, I guess that is a possibility here. But this is a lifeline for Alex.
Oh, wow.
I do say that, but Alex's Air Balloon is still prized. So this Golden Go might just still be stuck until the Monkey Dories KO both Soul Rocks on Alex's side of the field. So Ian could have won sooner, but
he's still in a good spot.
Yeah, the inevitable might still come around. Maybe this is the safer line from Ian because it deals with two situations at the same time.
Right.
Where it plays around the Air Balloon plus a potential recovery card.
The safest thing possible. I heard someone say one time, the Pokemon trading card game is a game of who can be the most careful. And that is what Ian is certainly doing here. He's being as careful as possible, not wanting to lose to the random Iono that Alex could play. And this is where, not having perfect knowledge of what your opponent has in their deck for the weekend, not having deck list knowledge. We're not playing online. We're playing in person here. You don't have that perfect information. Ian is going for this play to be as safe as possible.
Yeah, so does expend the counter catcher there. Still getting into the situation. Yeah, he doesn't win on the next turn like he would have if he didn't play the Iono, but it does play around other potential loss conditions, and this should still lead to a victory for Ian here, no matter what. Yeah, I don't think even with a couple extra turns, Alex can actually pull together any kind of play, and I think Alex is doing the math right now. Do I have a win condition? And you love to see the time to concede once he realizes no win conditions available.
Yeah, Alex looking to save as much time for a potential game 2 and 3 here. Concedes this first game. Ian Robb gets the win by only announcing Oceanic Gloom the entire time.
Yep.
That's all he needed.
It's a very powerful win condition for the Gardevoir Jellicent deck. Not just in this matchup, there's other matchups as well where it can happen, but I would say this is one of the main matchups for the infinite Frillish item lock strategy. Of course, you can play it a couple different ways, but that's one of the main routes you can take. And that's like the reason for the Vitality Band on Alex's side. And I think that's maybe an adjustment I want to see from Alex. Get the Soul Rock online sooner. Don't expend so many energy to get through the first couple Frillish. And then still play towards having that late game Soul Rock possibility as well, like we saw him play very well at the end of that one. But expending all the energy so aggressively just makes it tough.
Yeah, Alex got things off really quickly here in this first game. Took his first 2 knockouts very fast with Golden Go, but expended many resources to do it. All those energy cards going down. No ability to use superior energy retrieval. This is, in theory, a spot that Golden Go would be fine with. You're playing against a setup Stage 2 Pokemon, 310 HP. You can one-hit KO that Pokemon super easily, but you can't do it if you don't have enough energy cards, and that's what Ian was able to limit Alex from doing. Can't get those energy cards back. You're not going to be able to KO any of my Pokemon. Boss's Order's useless to you here. And now Ian comes away with the win. So you mentioned, Alex, you'd like to see that adjustment. Get in there with the Soul Rock quickly here. Anything else he should note going into this next game?
I think that's probably going to be the main thing. Try and hold on. He held on to his Turo very well in that one. Same with the Air Balloons. You want to try and preserve those as much as possible. Even the Picnic Basket. Now, if Ian never breaks the Frillish item lock, you're never going to be able to play the Picnic Basket. But there could come a turn where Ian does need to break the item lock, and that could play around a potential TM Devo play from Ian. Another thing I'll make note of just, okay, Soul Rock starts pretty good. Another note of the Soul Rock is that it makes it easy to boss KO Ralts off the bench, and setting Ian back a little bit further from those potential Gardevoirs.
So Alex has chosen to go second here and is rewarded with the start of the Soul Rock. It's pretty reasonable for him to get into it regardless, but he likes to just open up with it. Doesn't have to worry about finding Air Balloon here on this first turn. He can start attacking with the Cosmic Beam. Over on Ian's side, he's might be able to feel a little safe with that Monkey Dory, but we know that the combo does exist for Alex. Vitality Band, Premium Power Pro, those things lead to a one-hit knockout on this Monkey Dory on the first turn of the game. Ian will kick it off with Earthen Vessel, does get a Psychic Energy down. One of the main goals of the Gardevoir deck in these early turns, get those Psychic Energy cards into the discard pile so that you can activate the Psychic Embrace of Gardevoir EX later on in the game. He's able to find himself a pair of Psychic Energy as well here.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive start here from Ian. Still going to be the same plan. Set up for the potential of a turn 2 Frillish. It's not as tempting to do when there's a Soul Rock staring you down, but if one of those Bravery Charms can be found to give it some more HP to overcome the Vitality Band attack, then it might be the route that Ian goes. And yeah, getting a Ralts down here would be good as well. Just build up towards kind of the potential of the same game plan. But like I said, there's a lot of different routes that Ian can actually take in this matchup depending on how the games actually play out.
Second Earthen Vessel played, one more Psychic Energy down. Ian will find one more Psychic from the deck, and also the basic Darkness Energy. Now, the question here for Ian, those Darkness Energy, they're super valuable. You can get those Psychic Energy backs infinitely with Gardevoir EX, but you only have limited access to the Darkness Energy. Very important to get on Monkey Dory early. Does he respect the potential of the turn 1 Cosmic Beam KO? Will he put the Darkness Energy on this active Monkey Dory, or does he play it safer? What do you think?
I think it's tough here because Ian didn't see the Premium Power Pro in game 1, I don't believe.
No.
And I would say less people play it than more people play it. It's definitely an underplayed card in the Golden Go decks. However, opening the Soul Rock makes the potential of it way more likely. So I definitely could see Ian playing around it and holding back on the Dark Energy just for the possibility that Alex has it.
And he's even respecting that potential here with Nest Ball finding Pheasantipity EX right away. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's super aggressive here from Ian. I think the reason for it is probably, it might be his only out to draw power, and I think he's probably playing around the Iron Bundle, because I think he's probably going to bench the Ralts this turn, but doesn't want the Iron Bundle to push the Ralts into the active.
Is he actually going to hold off on benching Ralts? And it looks like the answer is yes. Is this him playing around the boss's orders aggressive play from Alex? What do you think?
Yeah, I guess so. Just trying to limit any potential for Alex to get a prize card. And like we saw in that last game, getting a really aggressive Gardevoir did not matter. So it seems like Ian's already geared up to, at least in the early game here, just try and get into Frillish aggressively, make it tough for Alex to put together these KOs turn to turn, and then we'll get Gardevoir online eventually when we need it.
So Alex needs a couple things here to pull this off. He needs to find a Lunatone for one. The Cosmic Beam from Soul Rock can only be used if there is a Lunatone in play, and we do see Lunatone is in the prize cards. He needs a basic Fighting Energy. You know, he's got a bunch of them, 8 in his list, but there's also 3 of those in the prize cards. He needs the Vitality Band, the Tool card, and he also needs that Premium Power Pro. And then he also has to weigh how worth it is it to go aggressive versus his own setup. Like, if he has the choice off Arven to get either Precious Trolley or Premium Power Pro, which one is stronger?
Yeah, that is a good question. You do want to get Gimme Ghouls established as well to start to build up into the Golden Go. I think in this situation, though, I would just take the KO on the Monkey Dory. Be aggressive, force Ian to find cards, and it would be a little bit awkward going to Ian's turn. The Fez does have 1 retreat cost, so you would not be able to establish a Frillish in the active on the next turn from Ian.
Does he have the Air Balloon in his list?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no Air Balloon.
Yeah, no
Some
Air
people are
Balloon.
playing Latias EX. Ian doesn't have that in his list either.
Yeah, so honestly, thinking about this a little bit more, yeah, definitely would like to see the aggressive play here from Alex. And it's a lot easier once you open the Soul Rock as well, of course, because then you can expend the tool search of the Arven to find the Vitality Band when normally you'd have to find the Air Balloon to get the Soul Rock in the active.
I think if he can find an Arven, he's got it. He has the energy card, but I actually don't see an Arven here in the hand. I think his only supporter is that Boss's Orders, his only supporter, a pair of Superior Energy Retrieval, a pair of Golden Go EX. Yeah, not much happening here for Alex. Really no place. He's just going to be forced to pass. And what was an excellent opening and an excellent opportunity for Alex, he's just unable to capitalize on.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate for Alex. Didn't even get the Trolley turn 1. We were talking about like turn 1 KO Monkey Dory. You would have liked to have at least seen the Trolley play happen if you weren't going to hit that.
And hey, how about this? If Ian had benched the Ralts, Alex would have been able to knock it out. He had Boss's Orders. He had Fighting Energy. He could have gone aggressive and taken the KO on the Ralts right away and gotten a prize card. Ian held off, waited for a turn, wants to get more established, and he has nothing else, though. It's just going to be attached to the Monkey Dory. Mind Bend 60 damage. And then now Alex has another question here. The flip is an option. It is on the table, Azul.
Yeah, the flip is on the table. I think as Alex here, you would like to just KO this Monkey Dory with a Golden Go. It is entering like a similar situation to what we had in the first game, but I think it is a little bit different. The pressure from a Soul Rock attack here is basically non-existent, unless you want to go for the Ralts. If you want to bring up the Ralts with the boss, go for the flip.
That is an all-in play right there. If I've
very
ever seen
all-in.
it.
So I wouldn't hate to see Alex here just retreat to Golden Go, get this initial Monkey Dory knockout, and then kind of see how Ian plays from there. Because you know Ian's all in on this Fez. So right? Ian is waiting for the Fez to trigger.
I was going to ask if it's ever worth it here for Alex to retreat before using the coin bonus, but I suppose he's actually probably going to use Lunar Cycle here first off of this Earthen Vessel, which was able to find him a pair of energy cards. So he'll have a chance to find Arven, which would yield him an Air Balloon to give him that free retreat. So that is going to be the choice here. Lunar Cycle will be able to discard that basic fighting.
Yep. And that could be a question for Alex as well, to be honest, is like, you don't have to attack this turn as Alex. What if you just sat here and waited until you could boss KO the Fez off of Ian's bench? That could maybe be the route we see Alex take, knowing Ian's all in on being able to draw cards with Fez or top decking something.
Does not look like Alex found an Arven here or Air Balloon. Does have another Earthen Vessel, so that's more energy cards. He also has Artisan, so that could get him another Gimmighoul, but at this point, I don't know that Alex wants to give Ian access to Artisan right now.
Yeah, you're the one with the draw power here as Alex, so even if it could help set you up a little bit better, I don't think you want to help Ian out at all, if possible, as we see this next Earthen Vessel come down to get some more energy. Has Golden Goes, has Lunar Cycle. I think as Alex, you take the advantages you have and don't give anything to Ian, and hope that leads to Ian whiffing for a turn, maybe 2 turns, and then eventually maybe chase down that Fez.
If Alex finds Air Balloon right now, he has not played a supporter card. He's got a bunch of energy in the discard pile. He's got Superior Energy Retrieval and Boss's Orders in hand. If he finds specifically Air Balloon from this one card on coin bonus, he could KO the Fezandipity right now.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't hate to see it happen, or I think that would be the route to go for. It just comes down to if you find it or not. And it looks like Alex wants to almost go all in on trying to find a big play this turn. It's thinking about thinning out the deck with the Artisan first, opts not to, though.
One card drawn. It is Boss's Orders, not going to be the Air Balloon, so he finds another boss. Not quite there, not quite what he needed.
Yeah, that's usually like the card to draw into to get the big play off.
Oh, Zul, he's going for it. He's going for the boss on the Ralts and the flip here, and does flip Tails. His Solrock is confused. When you're confused in the Pokemon TCG, you have to flip a coin to attempt to attack. If heads, it works as normal. If tails, you take 30 damage, and that is a Tails flip there. 30 damage, only 20 HP left on the Solrock. Man. And Ian finds the Lily's Determination on the top of the deck as well. Wow.
Honestly, for the situation, I didn't love the attack there from Alex, but it does kind of pay off. The one reason to not attack that from Alex is you just know, Ian's currently living off the Fezandipity or the top deck. If you take a KO, even though you KO the only Ralts in play, we saw in the first game, Ian didn't really care playing with no Ralts in play.
Right.
So you could have waited to maybe boss KO the Fez on the next turn. But we see it kind of worked out here for Alex. Did end up getting Tails, but Ian did top deck Lily, so it's maybe a good thing Alex went for the flip, even though the Tails happened.
I do want to point out one other potential miss here from Alex, and that was not playing Superior Energy Retrieval last turn. It's very likely he's going to get item locked here, and it actually lines up very nicely here for Ian. I guess it would involve Ian getting Rare Candy Gardevoir, which is a bit, right? But he'll have access to a bunch of cards from the Lilies. But if he can find Rare Candy Gardevoir plus Frillish's Oceanic Gloom would actually KO the Solrock here.
Yeah, and that would make things extremely awkward for Alex. That's a good point. Yeah, did not play the Superior Energy Retrieval, and does have like 3 or 4 energy in the discard pile. I think definitely would have been worth expending that on the last turn. But it looks like with the Curly out, there's no fear of the Frillish this turn.
And we're actually going to see the call sign of the Curlia. We've talked so much about the boosts that Gardevoir got from the new set. You know, the Mysterious Garden Stadium, right? The new Ralts even is good, but of course the Lily's Determination, the big one. But this Curlia, actually a huge deal for this deck.
Yeah, Curlia with the call sign. When you have like an off turn like this, it's perfect. You just go search your deck for 3 Pokemon. Even the Ralts with the Collect Attack, the new Ralts that we got, is a boost as well. Gardevoir getting boosted in all areas, and yeah, gonna make a good use out of it here.
Alex is able to play Fighting Gong now, searches the deck for a basic Pokemon, basic fighting Pokemon, or a basic fighting energy card. Does find the energy, so that will be the Lunar Cycle online here for him. And then now this board is getting sketchier for Alex, right? He was in a spot where he was able to be the one to potentially put on the pressure, but it didn't line up for him. He didn't find the other energy card. He wasn't able to find the right pieces exactly in the right order that he wanted. So things are making itself a little bit more awkward because now Ian is getting more established and Alex has not been able to take any prizes yet.
Yeah, but despite the lack of aggression from Alex and things seemingly going wrong with getting Tails on the confusion, I actually don't hate this board state for him. We might be able to line up the Boss's Orders KO on the Fezandipity this turn, get 2 prize cards. And then from there, Alex will be ahead in the prize exchange. And honestly, that wouldn't feel terrible for Alex to get that first KO. There's not a ton of damage built up on Alex's side of the field. And we have a lot of energy left, so we're not terrified of running out of energy like we did kind of in that first game. I think Alex will be able to maintain things throughout the rest of the game.
Lunar Cycle does find a few more cards for Alex here with the attachment now to this active Golden Go. Does only need to discard 2 energy cards in order to get this knockout, 100 HP onto the Kirlia, 50 damage for each energy discarded. Now the question is just going to be what cards does he discard from the hand here from Superior Energy Retrieval. I think he's fine to lose the Artisan. Maybe this next card, though, will be a bit of a tougher decision. It is a pretty costly card, of course, to have to play. And Pokegear going down, it's a pretty strong card, but not the worst one to lose.
Yeah, especially with the potential of the item lock coming up later in the game. It might just kind of be effectively a dead card for Alex later on.
4 energy cards added now back to the hand. 2 can be discarded here for this KO. Make it rain. Down goes the Kirlia. Alex does finally strike first here in this second game. It did take a little while, but he's on the board here with a prize card taken. Now over to Ian. He's got kind of interesting spot here. There's just a Ralts in play. The active Pokemon was the Kirlia, right? Didn't get 2 Kirlias into play, right? Only was able to bench the Ralts last turn, but there we go. That was going to be the big question, I think. Does he find a way to get Gardevoir out? And he was able to through the rare candy. Monkey Dory gets a Darkness Energy on the bench. Now Frillish is added to this bench as well. Item lock is potentially on the table, and he has not even used Flip the Script yet.
Yeah, so pretty big turn here from Ian. And with the Frillish coming down, I expect Ian to go into a Frillish line once again. Has 1 Monkey Dory set up, is only a Dark Energy away from a second Monkey Dory. And this time around, there's not the second Frillish prize, so we can create that kind of infinite damage potential where Ian is going to retreat between 2 Frillish because it does have 3 retreat costs and continually Gardevoir accelerate energy back into play, and then Monkey Dory the damage back over to Alex's side of the field.
The Iono there for Ian was also really strong for a couple of reasons. One, it gives him more draw power, lets him find more cards, but it also limits Alex a little bit. He'd started to build up a pretty large hand, and it also had just put a couple of fighting energy back into his hand from Superior Energy Retrieval. Now Ian knows that those cards are on the bottom of the deck here for Alex, and maybe his Frillish will be safe for the turn. And looking at the draw from Alex, not much going on. He does have Pheasantipity, and now Ian did take a KO, so Pheasantipity's Flip the Script will draw 3 cards, but none of those are energy. Arven, Nest Ball, probably the worst cards Alex could have drawn there. He does have a couple more he can find with the coin bonus. There's 2 more, 1 more coin bonus from the bench. That's 1 more card able to be drawn, and there are no energy cards here as well.
Yeah, it's looking tough, and this is also where Alex maybe would have fallen into the trap again, or doesn't want to fall into the trap again of attacking with Golden Go. This is where you want to make your way into the Soul Rock, ideally with a Vitality Band, because there's no Bravery Charm on this Frillish, and just 1-hit KO these Frillish. Remove them from play, force Ian to have to work really hard to recover the next Frillish and the next Frillish. But I think we're going to see Alex taking a turn off, probably from doing much of anything, and hopefully build up towards that eventual Soul Rock. I think the Soul Rock might be in the hand. We're probably just short the Fighting Energy and maybe the Vitality Band as we get the Air Balloon with the Arven.
Just a pass, yeah, an off turn here for Alex. And now over to Ian's side. He's got, looks like an Arven lined up as a potential play here. That will be the card he uses. Now what item card and tool card is he going to eye up here?
Looks like he's going for the Secret Box, goes for the Bravery Charm as well. So this will allow us to get into potentially that second Frillish, and from there Ian can establish a Bravery Charm on one of the Frillish as well if he wants to. I'm actually not sure when he wants to put the Bravery Charms in play. At some point you do, when the Soul Rock with the Vitality Band is a big enough threat to prevent that from happening. Right. But I think Ian could maybe take some time here and leave a Frillish without a Bravery Charm the active for a turn. But he does have 2 of them, so being aggressive with 1 here doesn't seem like a terrible choice.
Secret Box, of course, unlocks so many different options. Very powerful A-Spec. It's become one of the more popular ones. You do have to discard 3 cards from your hand. Very costly effect, but the trade-off, very well worth it. Searching your deck for a supporter card, an item card, a tool card, and a stadium card, adding them to the hand, making it very powerful both as a setup card, but also unlocks tons of options later in games. It looks like Ian will go with the Psychic Embrace from the Gardevoir EX, bringing back Psychic Energy cards from the discard pile, putting them onto the Pokemon. It does come at the cost of adding some damage to those Pokemon, but not really a cost when you have Monkey Dory in play, which is exactly what we see. The 20 damage placed on the Frillish, immediately moved with Adrenabrain to the benched Golden Go, and a simple tap of the active Golden Go. Oceanic Bloom, 20 more damage laid out.
Yeah, and this is like where Ian wants to be is setting up, and I think if my math is correct here, we might be 1 turn short from Ian, but in 2 turns from now, I think Ian will be able to threaten the TM Devo play, board wiping all the Golden Goes and Gimme Ghouls off the board.
Off this Arven here for Alex, though, he will be able to find Vitality Band, and I do believe he has the combination of Air Balloon Fighting Energy and that Soul Rock in the hand, so he can start to get aggressive, start to finally take some prize cards, find an answer to this play from Ian. But has he gotten to a point where it's a little too late? Is Ian the one who's in the driver's seat right now?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close from here. Yeah, Alex has finally got to that play that we were talking about.
Oh, just a pass. I think he had everything, Azul.
Was he short the Fighting Energy?
I think he had it, but I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I saw that Fighting Energy.
I feel like the time to go for Alex was now, as soon as possible. The more turns you give Ian, the more Monkey Dory damage built up in play,
right.
And Ian potentially sets up a board state where he removes all of your threats from play.
Yeah, got confirmation from the cameras backstage. He did indeed have Fighting Energy, so choosing to slow it down a little bit here. And now this is the board state that Ian, I mean, this is the dream spot for Ian. Double Frillish, Monkey Dory. If he can get another Darkness Energy into play here, he is just going to have total control of the situation.
Yeah, and what's even more scarier, I feel like, for Alex not going to that play is Ian could just play an Iono this turn just because he wants to see more cards. It has nothing to do with your hand. He's just like, I want to see some more cards, Iono.
20 more damage being played onto the benched Golden Go EX. Yes, building towards that potential Technical Machine Devolution line. Like you mentioned, yeah, sure enough, Fighting Energy there in the hand. I do believe Soul Rock was there. Air Balloon we know is available. Yep, Soul Rock, the play was there if he wanted it.
Yeah, and with that secret box that Ian got off his Arven, not last turn, but the turn before, he can set up for the big TM Devo plus Iono play on this next turn. If we don't see another Gimme Ghoul here from Alex, the threat of Golden Go won't be available, which means Ian doesn't need to use Frillish anymore. Soul Rock doesn't match up very well into a Gardevoir EX, so it would be tough.
Yes, very, very true. Now, Alex does have Professor Turo in his hand, so that is something he could be thinking about as a piece that he was potentially waiting for. But now he's going in. We see the Air Balloon on the active and a retreat into Soul Rock, and he will take this KO. Vitality Band boosts that Cosmic Beam's damage output from 70 to the 80, able to hit through the resistance on Frillish, takes that one-hit KO. Alex still ahead here on the prize trade, but the board position looking very strong now for Ian. We know Frillish already in the hand. Ian happy to push the Gardevoir EX, and we'll start things off with Flip the Script on Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, finally seeing the Soul Rock play that is so impactful in this matchup, but it feels like a little bit too little, too late. And there is the Bravery Charmed Frillish.
Darkness Energy to Monkey Dory.
It's looking tough. Yeah, you got the Vitality Band on the Soul Rock. Is like the first addition that we saw people add to their decks, and now Bravery Charms on Frillishes is kind of like to counteract the Vitality Bands on the Soul Rock. Of course, just a good card in Gardevoir in general, and yeah, this board state from Ian is looking pretty daunting.
Even Artisan coming down for Ian, putting that into play. You know, maybe worried about a potential disruption option from Alex, wants to make sure he will have access to the Frillish. We'll load a couple more energies onto this active Frillish with the Psychic Embrace, so I do anticipate seeing all that damage removed from this active put over to the bench in some way. And now the question here for Ian is, how does he want to spread this damage? What would you like to see him try to set up?
Yeah, so he's going all in on this Frillish here. I mean, the Bravery Charm protects him from the Soul Rock KO. Is putting some damage on Soul Rock, and I guess this is like just in case Alex does KO the Frillish this turn with a Golden Go. This means this Soul Rock will be able to be removed from play later on through Monkey Doors or a follow-up Frillish from Ian, which should leave Frillish in a pretty good spot to close out this game. I think the TM Devo play was available for Ian there, but taking this slower route, it almost kind of feels like how Ian played game one, just like slow it down again, take the safer line.
And what he can do with the TM Devo is wait until he's in a board state where he can KO both Soul Rock and both of the Golden Goes all in the same turn. So I think for Alex, finding a Gimmighoul here would be pretty good. Now, he does play a split, so there's a chance that the only Gimmighoul he could find would be that 50 HP Call for Family one, which is dealt with a little bit easier. So we'll see what he finds. Ooh, but it will be Professor Turo here. Does discard the Vitality Band, a bit of a bummer, but heals that Soul Rock. Is that the bigger deal?
Yeah, maybe, I guess. This almost feels, oh man, I'm trying to, like, as long as Ian has got a couple more Frillish coming up, and I don't know how much recovery he's expended with none of it prized. And it's even just a pass from Alex. It's not even a KO.
Wow, just passing, perhaps waiting for energy cards so that Golden Goes Make It Rain could KO this Frillish. Really, really tough spot here. Ian will use Artisan, doesn't find a Pokemon he wants to put down, just making sure he's got a full check of the resources available. And also worth noting as well, we're coming down to things here, just a minute and a half left in this game. This game may not conclude. Ian, of course, was the winner of game number 1, so even though it looks like Ian is probably going to win this game, if it was to play out fully, we may not even see that come to fruition.
Yeah, we might not see it happen in the end. But yeah, I don't think it would have mattered. I think Ian's got this one pretty much locked up. The Frillish is doing it again in this one. I mentioned the potential of like other lines you can take as Gardevoir, but I mean, Frillish getting it done.
Question here is now just going to be, how does Ian choose to close this game out? More than likely now under a minute left in this one. There's a bunch of energy here for Alex, so he will be able to take this KO on the Frillish. Okay, down to 3 prize cards left. Now let's remember as well, we're in a new season here where we have +1 turn as opposed to +3 turns with our 50 minutes. So there could be a factor here, and it looks like now may be that time for Technical Machine Devolution. Gardevoir EX in the active spot. TM Devo has been attached, and with just a couple of Adrenabrains, or just one even, 30 damage can be played onto that Golden Go EX on the bench, and that would be a 3 prize turn for Ian, popping all those Golden Goes back up into Alex's hand.
Yeah, in complete control at this point, is going for the big TMD Evolution play now, and going to combo that with the Iono, reducing Alex's hand size to 3. And yeah, with no Golden Goes, no Gimme Ghouls or Golden Goes going to be on the board after this turn, there is potential for a Soul Rock attack, but there's
into a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, the Frillish has 80 HP, the Vitality Band's gone. There's no potential even for a KO from Alex on this next turn.
That just feeds Adrenabrain as well, putting the 70 damage onto the Gardevoir, right? Really, really dominant board position here for Ian. And yeah, I mean, off those 3 cards from Iono, Alex finds nothing. He will have access to item cards, but he can't do anything with them now at this point, and that's why Ian has played to this position. We will see him now retreat this Gardevoir. So actually not going for the TM Devo play, just going to keep up this lock, and he's fine with that. And it looks like overtime has been announced. He uses the item lock. He knows Alex has no way to take 3 prize cards on this final turn. Alex recognizes it as well, extends the hand. Ian Robb gets a 2-0 win.
Yeah, 2-0 victory for Ian with the guard for Jellicent. Jellicent not really doing anything in that one. Frillish doing all the work and getting it done fairly handedly, for sure. I think it was just, especially in the early turns from Alex, there was just some whiffs on the more aggressive Soul Rocks. That's what was kind of missing for Alex in those early turns. And I guess even just KOs in general in that second game.
Yeah, really, really not much going on there for Alex. A pretty dominant game from Ian Robb. You can see why he's one of the best in the game for sure. He knows what's up. He knows how to navigate these positions. You can see now why he's won so many regional championships and is going to be certainly looking to make that happen here in Milwaukee this weekend. Let's recap this full match so we can see just how dominant of a win it was.
Yeah, so started off with a little bit of a seemingly shaky start there from Ian in game 1, but it turns out Frillish is kind of all he needed. Gardevoir not getting set up till quite a few turns into the first game and was able to take a dominant resource lead, I guess I would say.
Yeah, sure enough, and even with a Frillish prize, he was able to navigate things just right to keep that item lock up the entire time. I think besides the one Mind Bend we saw in game number 2, no attack was announced by Ian. No, he did Call Sign once. I can't forget that. Call Sign with Curlia. But other than that, it was all about Oceanic Gloom. Just item lock, item lock, item lock. Really, really strong into Golden Go.
Yeah, pretty much the whole game. Even towards the end of, throughout all the mid-game of game 2, was just Frillish after Frillish, isolating the Soul Rocks, trying to remove those from play. Those are the real enemy of the Frillish. And then even at the end of the game in game 2, TM Diva was thought about, but I was like, let's give Frillish one more attack here.
Yeah, might as well. Why announce Devolution whenever you can just Oceanic Gloom? Keep it up, keep the lock up, and that's exactly what Ian did. Now locking up a spot into phase 2.
Yep.
But I don't think he's content. You know, he's 6-0, but he wants more.
Yeah, definitely wants more. Yeah, like I said, Ian, his goal is to win. I don't even think he'd be content with top cut, to be honest. Like, his goal is to win the tournament, for sure. I do also, like Alex, with this loss, still isn't too far removed from phase 2. Just needs to get one more match point. It could be a tie, it could be a win. I expect we'll see Alex in phase 2 as well.
That's right, yeah. 6 Swiss rounds done now. We do have 8 Swiss rounds for this event in phase number 1. So 2 more rounds still to come. Still 2 more opportunities for Alex to pick up that one more match point. Still should be feeling pretty strong. And, you know, I think there's a couple of times there where maybe we could have seen Alex go with an attack, especially in that second game. But really, that second game, his opening hand just really didn't go anywhere for him. There was like the potential, the opening, that early aggression with the Premium Power Pro plus Vitality Band. We just never were able to see it quite come together. I have to wonder how things would have shaped up for Ian in that game if Alex had the aggressive starts.
Yeah, definitely the initial Lunar Cycle there kind of let Alex down there. Was hoping just for a little bit. You didn't even need that much. Opening the Soul Rock is like the big step.
And
right?
Arven. All he needed, literally, and Arven.
And Arven. Or even just like a follow-up attack on the next turn would have been nice to see. But yeah, no early aggression. That gave Ian so much time despite his slow start as well. Gave him plenty of time to eventually get into Frillish after Frillish. And then the Frillish just kind of shut it down.
Yeah, all about the Frillish. We've even seen players out there cutting Jellicent from their Gardevoir decks completely. They're literally just playing Frillish. And you can see why, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This is a matchup where you would think, oh yeah, Frillish, or excuse me, the Jellicent seems really good. It's got a lot of HP. I can put a lot of damage out, set up for 2-hit knockouts, and keep the item lock up. But when Boss's Orders is a real play from your opponent, they can just get around the item lock. So why give that opportunity to your opponent? Why not just keep the item lock up yourself? Which is exactly what Ian was able to do. Exactly, exactly. When it's backed by the threat of the TM Devo, you don't even need that much damage in play to create those kind of endgame board states that we saw in Game 2 from Ian. So why keep the Jellicent around at all? Is it still good against other things as well? Yeah, definitely still good in other matchups, getting out pretty aggressively, especially the mirror match. I would say that is maybe its strongest matchup. Of course, if it's Jellicent versus Jellicent, then things get weird. But when you're going up against the non-Jellicent build of Gardevoir, when you have the Jellicent, you're feeling pretty comfortable. Yeah, well, while we're waiting for our interview to get set up here with Ian, let's take a look at an example of a Gardevoir list that you may see this weekend throughout the tournament. Not any of our players' lists in specific, but just a sample Gardevoir Jellicent deck. Some new upgrades, of course, from the newest expansion we should call out. That Mystery Garden is a potential we see from players. Did not see Ian playing it in the last game, but Lily's Determination, absolutely the biggest one here. Yeah, Lily's has done wonders for these Stage 2 decks. All of them that I've seen have been bringing it. The Grimmsnarls, the Dragapults, of course, the Gardevoir. Yeah, I'm a little bit sad we didn't see a Mystery Garden in Ian's build. I'm a huge fan of the card. The card is theoretically very, very powerful. You said it earlier. It's basically like playing two supporters in a single turn. It can be pretty good. And then, of course, the underappreciated upgrades to Gardevoir, the Ralt and the Kirlia. I can't tell you how many times I've used the Filch on an Impidimp to get myself out of a dead hand in Grimmsnarl. You can do that now with Gardevoir with the Collect on the Ralts, and then we saw the Call Sign, the power of the Call Sign from Ian in that second game. Yeah, and this list here actually has the Latias EX in it, which is really interesting. So we saw Henry and Abon and crew for the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. They included Air Balloon in their Gardevoir list, which was a big innovation, letting you get into Frillish more aggressively in the early turns to keep up that item lock because it's so strong. We've seen players online in events be using this Latias EX. It's been utilized in tons of other decks in the past. Be using that card to get into the Frillish. What do you think of that? Yeah, it's definitely an interesting inclusion. Yeah, it's trying to serve the same purpose as the Air Balloon, but it is a Pokemon search card, or it's a Pokemon card, so we can search for it with Nest Ball and Ultra Ball as well. And you can see like this list specifically, heavy on the draw support, no Arvens. Arven has definitely become less powerful in Gardevoir. You want to play Iono because you are the comeback deck, but you want to play Lily's Determination because you want to set up to make your comebacks. Where's the space for Arven? It doesn't feel like it fits as comfortably anymore. Ian wasn't playing a ton of them in his build, so opting for the aggressive play into the Frillish, now going through Nest Ball and Ultra Ball instead of Arven. Lots of changes, lots of upgrades for Gardevoir, and a player who's been utilizing this deck very successfully for the event so far is Ian Robb, and Wancho is standing by to hear from our Round 6 winner. Wancho, take it away.
Thanks, Chip. Wancho Sudana here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, someone who did his magic and made such an amazing couple of games, Ian Robb. Ian, that match, complete control. I think from almost turn one, really. Let's talk about it. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, sure. That game went exactly how I wanted to in that match against Goldango Solrock. The big thing that came into this event was really realizing now that Goldango used to be a really bad matchup, but since they no longer have access to Lavincia, because you would lose by like 2 to 4 energy with Goldango attacks. Now they don't have access to it. So if you're able to lose by it through even just starting turn 1, this plays a really slow game in this attempt to run them out of energies and making sure the turn 1 they attack with the fighting Pokemon. I apologize, I don't remember the name of the one of the two, but attack with the fighting Pokemon, the Vitality Band, that you're able to still respond. So the game went exactly how I was hoping for.
Oh yeah, the Solrock, and it looks like you were completely prepared, right? Even preemptively attaching the Bravery Charm turn 1 just because of the threat of what Vitality Band. It's tool against tool almost. Very, very cool. But yeah, again, Gardevoir EX, let's talk about that a little bit. Why did you decide to bring this specific deck to this format?
So after World Championship and seeing it win, the past year, my friends and I, we kept making excuses for why we should not be playing Gardevoir. The deck has horrible matchup spread. The deck always wins. So after Worlds, I was like, all right, I'm done with this. I am just playing Gardevoir EX. So that's why I decided to play Gardevoir. Not like any big, I think this deck's favored against anything. I just think it's really unfavored against almost every single deck. To be honest, there's only a few I actually feel good about. It's just I think the deck's just so powerful that you're able to work your way through really any matchup and you're able to win even if the game looks really bad.
No, yeah, I feel like Gardevoir is definitely one of those decks that can make a comeback out of anywhere, and the fact that there are so many different lines you can take, right? And I know we basically saw just the pure item lock line in that match, but there was a point where the devolution play was a possibility, even attached the TM devolution, and with Golden Goes at 80 damage a pop, you could have totally done a board wipe, but you chose to shift gears back into the item lock. Tell me about that.
Yeah, sure. There it was. I knew that the game's about to end, so I didn't really want to do it. But also in general, I think it's really incorrect to devo, because the thing is, while yes, you are getting 3 prizes, when the game's basically guaranteed for you to win, why take that risk? It's just better for you to instead just keep item locking, because there's just Goldango can play a lot of random cards. The deck has a lot of space, like like 2 to 3 slots to play really whatever you want. It could be consistency, it could be tech cards. So I really try to play very safe against that deck, just in case you play something super weird. Like I have some friends that are playing some really weird cards. I'm just like really scared of them, so I'm trying to play as safe as possible.
I like it. Managing risk. I think that came into play as well in game 1 too, right? Your opponent was drawing like so many cards. They're even discarding energy under item lock. They're using the Lunatone ability under item lock, and they were down to like 2 cards, I believe. And the threat of decking out was a real possibility, but you chose to Iono. Why did we Iono?
I think the situation, I'm trying to remember exactly, but remember in my mind, I think that he had exactly 1 card left, which, if it was 1, actually, probably incorrect, because if he had access to no Iono, which I don't think that deck should play Iono, so I'm not expecting it. Yeah. But if he had access to it, I actually think it's wrong, to be honest. I think that my thought process there was I need to make sure that this Solrock does knock on my Frillish, because it does. I have to go for another Iono, hope I get lucky. So I don't know if it was actually really the correct play, to be honest. I think it's one of those spots where I was just like, hey, this is what I usually do every time in this situation. I'm going to keep doing it. So yeah. I think the Iono was a little bit weird, to be honest, now I'm looking back thinking about it. But I mean, the main reason really just was hopefully he misses Airblin, which luckily it was in Alex's prizes, so I didn't have to worry about that.
No, definitely. I mean, it was working out anyway. It felt like you were going to win the game no matter what. Might as well play the safest route. That's for sure. That's what it felt like. But yeah, again, such a masterclass. Both games, really. Just even there's that game 2 as well. In game 2, where you chose not to bench your Ralts. That was interesting too. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So I think that one really reflects how the matchup plays, where I'm trying to play this energy, like, disruption game plan, where I'm just trying to make sure he doesn't have access enough energy. So there, really what it is what I was finding in matchups against both Saraledge and Goldango, that if my Ralts got knocked out turn 1 from a boss, I really was feeling really disadvantaged. Yeah. And since I don't put out Gardevoir anyways until like turn 3, turn 4, turn 5 against these decks, like, I don't really need to put it out Ralts turn 1. So that's why I didn't put it in play. Like, since my deck's this weird, like, control-y, like, Gardevoir, like, Monkey Dory, Frillish deck, I just don't really feel that I need to take a risk turn 1, and I'd rather delay it a little bit. As you saw there, I attached the Monkey, because I knew that next turn I could Mind Bend and then feel safer.
Yeah.
It didn't really make sense to take that risk until I was able to start applying pressure, because, again, my game plan is make energy hurt to attach, do not want to use energy, and if anything is committed, I want to punish it.
I like it. In that case, you know what, thank you so much. I feel like we really dissected that game. Before I do let you go, because you have to make it to your next round, anyone you want to shout out?
I want to shout out all my friends, shout out Zayland, and yeah, shout out Aaron Friedman.
Amazing stuff. Again, Ian Robb, ladies and gentlemen, amazing Gardevoir player. I'm sure we're going to see more from you. With that, we're going to throw it to a quick break, though, before we go back to more Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon fans. We're still live here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And oh boy, do I have an interview for everyone here. Again, EUIC Champion 2023. Of course, no stranger to the stream. Probably the best Terra Box player out there. That hurt me a little bit. Alex Szymanski. Alex, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well.
Great to hear, great to hear. Okay, so we're new format. Again, people know you now. Again, you played Terra Box to Pittsburgh last event. You made top 16. Played it to World as well. How does it feel into this mega format, though?
It still feels pretty good. Not much has changed for it, so it's still very playable.
Well, Terra Box, of course, for everyone who doesn't know at home, it's a deck where you have to know the metagame almost. You want an answer to almost anything. Do you add anything to the Terra Box deck in this mega format?
There are a couple choices you can add. Obviously, Lily's Determination probably makes its way into the deck. And then Mega Mawile and Mega Kangaskhan you can build around. That might not be the best version currently, but eventually they'll probably be played.
Yeah, I want to dissect that actually, because again, I just want to hear more about some mega evolutions. Are there any benefits to playing one over the other? Or why would Mega Mawile be good? Why would Mega Kangaskhan be good?
Mega Kangaskhan is just good for draw support, decent attacker. Mega Mawile can kind of take the place of Lily's Clefairy to some extent.
Oh.
Right, because it one-shots Dragapult after you've taken 4 prizes. So once you've done the double Wellspring Ogerpon, you can just go Mawile and win the game. It's a little harder to pull off, but it also is more versatile into Golden Go. It just big damage the deck might lack at some point.
No, I like it. I like it. I mean, the whole idea of Terra Box is you're using 2 prize cards. Later down the line, when your opponent's down to 2, having a 3 prize card, probably a little better. Having high HP as well. But yeah, Terra Box into the mega format. Are there any decks you think are going to be standout now in this new format?
Probably the biggest standout new deck is Cerulege. It's just the new aggro deck that actually does what it wants to do now with the Lunatone Solrock combo. Other than that, maybe control variants get a little better with the new Yveltal. But other than that, no.
Do we have answers to these new decks? Again, I know Cerulege is a little tough, maybe.
I mean, I feel like that matchup's not that bad. If Terra Box does what it wants to do, it probably should win most of the time. But you never know.
All it takes is one fan rotom, and hopefully, just start a fan rotom, have a Terra, then the world is your oyster. No, definitely. With that, tell me your favorite Mega Evolution card, though.
Ooh, my favorite one probably is Kangaskhan. I like flipping coins, and I like drawing cards. So it's just really fun to play. Obviously, it has usage as a wall more than an attacker sometimes, but it's still really fun for me to play with, yeah.
Love it. Looks like, again, a lot of fun cards to play in Mega Evolution. A lot of new cards definitely to slot in decks as well. With that, how are you feeling about the event, though? And, just thoughts overall about this metagame.
I'm feeling fine for the event. The meta really doesn't change that much. We have a new aggro deck, but other than that, it's basically the same thing we've had. Gardevoir gets a little more pressured, so I'm feeling good about it.
You think Mega Gardevoir is real?
No, Mega Gardevoir is probably not real right now. Eventually, yes.
Okay, sounds good. With that, thank you so much, Alex. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Just shout out to my friend group and my mother for, being the best parents in the game.
Of course, no one can forget the best Szymanski. All right, with that, thank you so much, Alex.
We're going to throw it back now to more Pokemon action.
The first Pokemon game I ever played was probably Pokemon Diamond version. That was probably around 15, 16 years ago. Mew is my favorite Pokemon. No real reason, just it's always been my favorite. The farthest I've ever traveled has probably been to Australia for OCIC multiple times. At this point, I just look up to the player base in general. It's inspiring seeing us grow so much. I probably prefer to travel by plane than by car if possible. During events, I'm really just too busy to eat consistently, so whatever's there. This is a controversial take. My favorite region is Hoenn with all the water. It was just my favorite game in general, so I played Emerald a lot. It was just my favorite region. My favorite city, at least recently, has been San Antonio. It's been really nice there every time we go there. It's very walkable, lots of stuff to do. Probably an alternative most of the time. It's my favorite. Outside of Pokemon, my favorite hobby is probably like very casual bowling with friends.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to beautiful Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We have so many great players out here today to play in this tournament, our regional championship. Look at this. So many players representing all of our different games here. And of course, we are here on the trading card game to start things off here in round number 6 now as we're moving through the tournament. I'm Kyle Sablehouse, here with me, Pablo Meza. Pablo, we've seen some really interesting decks so far, and what's caught your eye in this tournament? Is it the new cards, some of the plays? What have you been looking at?
I mean, I've been really enjoying seeing like the creativity that we are seeing. Of course, it's no secret that Lunaton and Solrock are a great combo to include in many decks, but it's adding a breath of fresh air that I think we haven't had in a while. Like new sets, either we're not bringing like any brand new archetypes, or we were just seeing the same archetype and then a brand new one that didn't really affect how the other decks were built. But now we're getting Lily's Determination, the Lunaton Solrock engine, and then the innovation that we are seeing with the Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan. We saw that very peculiar Pidgeot control deck as well, including both of those. So it seems like Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Absol is not like immediately an easy combination to think of, but apparently they go pretty well together.
Yeah, they're working out just fine. We've seen a lot of players having some success with that. Goodness, multiple 6-0 players at this point doing very well with that archetype, which we're going to have to start considering as we move through the rest of the tournament. But there are plenty of other great players to be on the lookout for. We've seen a pretty good mix. I mean, we saw the meta breakdown earlier on. Nothing above 10% at this point. It's wide open, and not only with just the decks that you can choose, but the choices within those decks. And I think we see that with our players. A lot of confusing lines, or maybe they don't seem as optimal without perfect information like we saw with Ian and the shuffle, but it all adds up when you're just trying to piece together what's happening on the other side of the table.
And you know what's happening, Kyle? Our table is ready to go. So let's take a look at who will be playing for this Swiss round 7. It's going to be Caleb Gedimer featuring that Charizard Pidgeot deck, playing against the classic Raging Bolt Ogerpon combination played by Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter is playing this Raging Bolt deck. We've seen so much of it. It is the classic boomstick. Take all the energies, throw them at the other side of the board, see what happens. And usually you can take a big knockout, as we've seen with a lot of different decks right now. The Sarah Ledges, the Golden Ghost, Raging Bolt is one of those as well. But Caleb has thought about that. Caleb's got some interesting techs in his list as well. He's prepared for all sorts of shenanigans.
I really hope we get to see the secret spice that Caleb has here to deal with some of these grass, with this grass Pokemon, or maybe sneaky fighting types as well. Of course, funnily enough, Caleb won a regional championship last season with Raging Bolt, right? And now he's going up against it. And would you say, Kyle, that having played a deck and being successful with that deck and then going up against it, does that give you any sort of advantage or confidence even?
Absolutely, and I feel like Caleb feels that way about a lot of different decks, not only if he's won the tournament with them, but he's just played for so many years that he understands how all of these decks function. You're going to have a hard time functioning without two bosses' orders on the other side. That's trouble.
Yeah, one candy and half the Pidgeot line prize for Caleb. Not great news, but two bosses' orders will really limit the possible aggression that Hunter will be able to do against, or in this matchup in particular. Still has that clutch prime catcher though, and one of the bosses is towards the bottom, so perhaps it'll be accessible as we see that Fan Rotom starting us off.
Well, looky there. It's the duck. He's made his way onto the stage. There's a lot of stories about the duck right now out on the floor. Many players worried about if their deck would be able to play against this. We've seen Dusknoir players really shaking in their boots.
Yeah, I mean, some of them definitely, I'm sure a lot of players said, okay, Psyduck's out, I'm not going to play Dusknoir, right? Other people are like, okay, Psyduck's out, therefore people will not play Dusknoir, therefore people will not play Psyduck, therefore I will play Dusknoir, right? So you're in this like weird cycle similar to Shaman, right? If there's not a lot of bench threats or bench threatening Pokemon, then you don't need Shaman. So then if people are not playing Shaman, that encourages you to play decks that target down the bench. So which one do you go for, or where do you land in the cycle for a given event? That's part of predicting the metagame.
Yep, and it lines up in here, maybe not the perfect spot. You have this Pokemon now stuck in your active. You're trying to set up what is a Charizard deck on the other side, and Hunter has none of that information. Instead, just build on your own board, and with the Earthen Vessel, it's a pretty great way to get things rolling. Even if you don't have the information of Charizard, having some grass energy on your active Teal Mask Ogerpon, it's going to work out just fine.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty key aspect to this matchup. We're going to need to have like perhaps multiple grass Ogerpon established, and that will allow you to, well, if one goes down, I still have the other one to respond to a big Charizard. But as you mentioned, yeah, Hunter might not know what he's up against. A single Psyduck tech, right, doesn't tell you exactly who or what they are playing, and therefore he could be playing a guessing game, and if he knew, maybe he would be trying something different.
Well, this is a pretty solid play to go for in many matchups where you see the Psyduck. You can assume that it's a setup deck that is susceptible to something like the Dusknoir, so they'll have multiple lower hit point Pokemon. What works well against those Pokemon? The longest neck in the game.
Yeah, Raging Bolt can definitely reach all the way over here, right? No problem whatsoever with that huge neck.
It works out just fine, and that energy attachment works perfectly too. The retreat with the Teal Dance means you have that energy, which means next turn, Sada's Vitality and attachment, you're knocking out any basic Pokemon on the other side that would have evolved.
Now, Caleb does have triple Arven in hand, so he's definitely not going to be suffering anytime soon in order to be able to pressure. Now, with one Pidgey being prized and the other one being available, could immediately get sniped by just a single energy, right? No need for Sada, no need for Crispin. So we might even see Caleb not bench the Pidgey because it's just going to go down immediately. So, and it's like a win-win for Hunter, right? If he benches a Pidgey, it goes down, and you're denying Pidgeot. And if your opponent doesn't bench Pidgey, then there's no Pidgeot. So either way, Caleb is going to have a bit of a difficult time here to establish Pidgeot in and of itself, unless we see that Hero's Cape attached to the Pidgey.
Well, there's many things to consider there for Caleb. He sees that he has that technical machine evolution, another way to get a little more hit points into play earlier on. But his prize cards, he's getting some bad news. I mean, as you talked about, there's one Pidgey down already. There are only 2 copies of the Charizard EX, so you lose one of those earlier on. You might struggle to find that resource without a Pidgeot established. A lot of things to consider, and as you mentioned, no Pidgey this time around. It's too easy a target.
Now, he knows that the Mist Energy probably won't come into play whatsoever in this particular matchup, so that's the one we are choosing to attach in order to use that technical machine evolution. And this is very peculiar. We have 190 HP Charmeleon, which is now protected thanks to a Hero's Cape, and the 100 HP Charmeleon is just out of range of a 3 energy Thunderburst Storm from the Raging Bolt. So do we have an energy switch possibility perhaps in order to get 4 energy and snipe one of the Charmeleons? There is a copy of that.
Pablo,
we only have 1 Noctowl.
It's in hand.
Oh, it's in hand already. Jeez.
Yes, there's a world, definitely, where these cards come down, and there is a 4 energy Raging Bolt taking a knockout on Charmeleon there. That would be something else, but he's got all the resources, the Noctowl, to load that up too. There is a Terra Pokemon in play with that Teal Mask Ogerpon, Jewel Seeker available. That is 2 cards to help out in any way whatsoever. It's going to be pretty nice here with some energy acceleration.
We do have the Crispin as one of the choices. What could be the second choice? I mean, your follow-up to this, you have no more Hoot Hoot, right? So you won't be able to access Noctowl. So maybe you go for a Nest Ball for a Hoot Hoot, but then that's also sort of susceptible if your opponent targets that down. Although the Ogerpon is a threat, you can also make the case for a second Teal Mask Ogerpon now that you know exactly what you're up against. If you KO 1 Charmeleon and there's 1 Charizard coming back to you, then you need 2 Teal Mask Ogerpons in order to deal with that. And it seems like it's going to be double Crispin here.
Yeah, this is maybe a nod to what you're speaking of, where you want to have the energies accelerated now so that you take this knockout on Charmeleon, but then have the follow-up so that you can bring that Teal Mask Ogerpon into the active, load it up with grass energies, and have a response to what would likely be a giant hero-caped Charizard waiting for you.
Yeah, that Charizard is going to have so much HP, right? So as Caleb, I mean, this is going to require all the energy in play for Hunter, right? We're going to see the attachment for turn, the attachment from Crispin. We're going to see the energy switch over here. So maybe you just get rid of all the energy to decrease the chance of a Raging Bolt EX responding to your 430 HP Charizard EX.
Seems like a pretty solid play, and this is pretty great too. Knockout on Charmeleon, take that opening prize card as Hunter. And he's pretty well versed in Raging Bolt as well. He has a 27th place here just at the last Milwaukee Regional, and he also had an 80th place at NAIC with this deck. So he's done this once or twice.
Yeah, very familiar with this deck. Now we're going to see the Arven into an Ultra Ball, certainly, for the 1 copy of Charizard EX we do have. And that Charizard EX will really need to carry here in order to get us past the finish line. And now, just like Caleb has a peculiar tech card in his deck to deal with Charizard, Hunter has a peculiar tech card to deal with Charizard as well. So we'll have to see if that comes into play when the time comes for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth in this matchup. It'd be very fun to see how this plays out. For Caleb, it is just that lone Charmeleon, the lone Charizard, as there is one in the prize cards. But you have it ready to roll. You can take out this main attacker that we see right now with all 4 energies in the active spot. But after this, it could get pretty wild.
All right, how's your math looking, Kyle? How many energies does Raging Bolt need to KO this particular Charizard?
Oh gosh, 430. We're talking what's 7? 6, 7? Yeah, it's
7.
it's getting
6
dangerous.
is 10 short.
Yeah.
And there's no jamming tower, which seems to be a staple right, for most Raging Bolt decks, but in this case, oh, there is a copy of Jamming Tower, my bad.
Okay, so there's that chance there too. There's also the Teal Mask Ogerpon using that weakness with the Myriad Leaf Shower, trying to work in a knockout on this Pokemon. If you get the 3 energies and the Jamming Tower, you're up against a duck. I like those odds.
Yeah, that's a big ask though. With no Hoot, finding the 1 copy is gonna be very, very difficult. So I wonder, because of how difficult it is, there we see the Jamming Tower.
And there's the Pheasantipity. So yeah. you can draw.
Yeah. We'll have to see if it works out. Now, you do have another option, as we see the Cornerstone mask at the very front. If you bench the Cornerstone and focus on that, Caleb could have taken 2, 1, and 1 prize cards, right? That's 4 out of his remaining 5. But if Hunter was able or decided not to bench anything else other than the Cornerstone, that would have put Caleb in a very awkward situation. However, with the field that we have right now, Hunter is committing fully to the KO this turn, which is a really big ask.
Oh, look at that. I mean, if you're going to draw off the Fez, Energies is pretty helpful. Seize the Grass Energy. What else do you need to find here?
I
guess it was just the Jamming Tower at that point, because the Crispin and the Earthen Vessel, you have every energy to go with this.
Now, he did discard the area 0 off the Ultra Ball, so that means if he benches the other Cornerstone or Teal Mask Ogerpon, then he won't have space to Sada 2 energy onto the board, right? So now the Judge gets discarded as well, so we're not going to see any sort of hand attack. Signifies the Sada pretty much. I'm able to thin a few energies. I think the Cornerstone would have been a solid option here at this stage.
Yeah, if you want to go with the Cornerstone and take advantage of the fact that you see all these abilities on the other side, you're not going to run into any issues with the Charizard. There's nothing waiting for you, but you could potentially just close the game out right here. With this energy, the Teal Mask Ogerpon, you draw into Jamming Tower, you Crispin, you can win the game. You're staring down Psyduck, but it is a lot to ask of your deck.
I think, do you fancy your chances, right? How many cards do you think are there? Still probably around 30 left, I have to imagine.
And I think that's where we see for Hunter, the decision's already made for you. You're probably attacking with the Teal Mask Ogerpon regardless, so I think you should Crispin first. Get those cards out of your deck, and then just try to draw the Jamming. If not, you have 360 damage on a Charizard, and you just find the Jamming Tower eventually.
Agreed, yeah. We'll have to see if that's what we end up getting here. There's a Crispin. There you go, Kyle. Perhaps seeing it earlier would have been a little bit nicer. Are there even any grass left? There's 1 grass left in the deck.
Okay, so getting close, but this is all you need at this point. Just pull these energies out of the deck, see if you can get just that little bit further. Nice full board. We'll have plenty to work with on the following turn if he misses, but even now, this would be game-ending.
Well, it seems like we don't have another grass to draw with a benched Cornerstone. We do have a nice Stretcher, so we could use that, but what are the chances that it's the top card? No, we're not even going to go for it. We're just going to deal a solid 360 damage. That's a lot of dice on that.
That's a workout for Caleb to grab that many pips, and it works out there. But I mean, this makes sense for Hunter as well. What are you truly afraid of at this point from the Charizard? The damage is already dealt. If there was a Monkey Dory move damage, it's still not going to keep out of range from Jamming Tower. You're in a really good spot with the damage here. It's probably not moving.
Yeah, agreed. And it's actually 420 damage, not 420 damage, not 360. Yeah, the math, like these huge numbers are really getting out of hand here, Kyle.
It is a lot. It compiles quickly.
Right,
okay, there we go. I was about to say. I thought I was right.
I trusted the players more than my own math. I was like, I thought it was 360. Maybe I'm wrong. Apparently it's 420. So yeah, that was 1 extra 66 damage counters on there. Now we finally see the Pidgey. Now that there's no more threat of Raging Bolt, we have another Charmander for backup, and we see that Tatsugiri. That's not a common card to see for many players at this point in Charizard decks.
Yeah, it's slowly crept its way back into a couple of different decks. We've seen it now in the Absol Kangaskhan of all things, but it's just a really solid ability to have. Give yourself that opportunity to find that Arvin and establish what you need. You don't need very much, but if this card can get you there, you're very happy. And this is a really solid setup from Caleb. He's got this Pokemon that needs to be dealt with in the active spot. So when do you play the Pidgey? Throw it down right now, and hopefully you can set it up for later.
Now, Hunter could still find the Jamming Tower this turn, right? And get that mid-turn KO and force Caleb into an awkward situation. And if he did that, he would probably end up grabbing the boss's orders from his prizes, and that would allow him to target down the other lone Charmander if he has something to attack with, right? Which could be as simple as the Fan Rotom. But we're just going to commit to the Raging Bolt here.
Yeah, I think for Hunter, this pretty much spells out thin the deck, use Fez, use Sada, and get energies in play, and you'll probably have enough to get the job done. If you find the Jamming Tower, fantastic, 2 free prize cards, and then Caleb will give you another one for free. You'll set up a decent board. You'll have some energies in play because you're likely only discarding one of those energies with Bellowing Thunder to take one of these simple knockouts. It all lines up, but if you find the Jamming Tower, it's just even easier.
Now, Jamming Tower plus Prime Catcher here would be the dream off of Professor Sada. Not giving himself the option to flip the script first to see what we get. So we're going to see the attachments onto these 2 Raging Bolts and huge 3 cards here off the top, Kyle. There's a Jamming Tower off the top.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Now, do you Fez before? I guess you can.
Imagine if you had Fez before, then you get this, and then you get the boss of the prize cards. But now we have committed to the Sada, so now, and we've already committed the energy as well. So now Prime Catcher is no longer an out to take down this Charmander. So maybe getting a little bit of ahead of ourselves here.
Right. So if the Fez sees Prime Catcher, if we had seen that previously, maybe there was a world instead where you have that energy attachment for Fan Rotom. You take out the Charmander instead. You're still getting a prize card, which is important at this spot. You'll go down to 2 prize cards remaining. You'll have 2 energies in play still, maybe even another if you can accelerate with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. It seems like a good spot, but it could have been maybe a little bit better.
Yep, just slightly better. I mean, if your opponent's Charizard deck doesn't have any Charmanders or Charizards in play, that's usually pretty good news for you. Now, Hunter's still definitely in the driver's seat. He's going to take a knockout on the side, go down to 2 prize cards, and then Caleb will need to respond with a single prizer or with a Charizard and hope that Hunter can't respond back.
Right, and this is where Caleb is already made some of those preparations. The Tatsugiri's lined up with the air balloon. If you find an Iono in this spot, you have 2 copies of that card. There are no Hoot Hoot in play on the other side. Hunter needs to throw down as many cards as he can from his hand, thin down, put the energies in play, and hope that this board state is enough to get the last 2 prize cards.
Which could be tough. I mean, we are going to see 1 energy on the Teal Mask, so then that means we only need 2 grass in order to get the return KO, and there is a copy of energy retrieval. Also going to thin more, so definitely preparing really well, right?
Yeah, this is smart.
Yeah, like the actions during the turn perhaps earlier, depending on what he was planning, right, could have been done differently, but right now we are doing everything we need to make sure that we have the highest chances of drawing what we need off of Iono, especially if our opponent isn't able to piece out Rare Candy, Charizard, Iono, and Counter Catcher. If there's no Counter Catcher, that Fez is huge.
Well, Pablo, where would you discard the energy at this point?
I feel like the other Raging Bolt, just to make sure I have a fully powered up attacker no matter what, right? It's like, okay, if you don't deal with my Raging Bolt in the active, I just threaten game if I just get a Professor Sada or something, right?
I think I like that too. It makes sense. If the Raging Bolt were to be handled as well, it's probably by Charizard, and you'd have a Grass Energy Teal Mask Ogerpon waiting to respond. You'd need the Night Stretcher, you need some help, but you'd probably have that ready.
Yeah, having a ready attacker, especially at the face of Iono, and when there's so many threats, right? Like the Serendipity is not a threat, but it's probably the best Pokemon for Caleb to take down here to reduce the chance of Hunter taking what he needs.
Attract customers. He's got nobody at the store.
Gosh.
Oh, there's nothing. He's got Ultra Ball. He's got Rare Candy. Okay, so he can still do this. He can find Iono, but he's got no attacker to follow up with this.
Yeah.
Do you just go Super Rod Charizard and just go for it now? Your opponent still only has 2 energies in play. You haven't seen the grass energies.
All right, we're going to grab... Seems like it's going to be... It is the Charizard.
Could you imagine this with the Iono? Just missing with the attract customers is so crucial here.
Dang, that's tough. Now, I mean, I feel like with the energy getting discarded, if we go for the Pidgeot and Iono, there's a big chance our opponent whiffs, right? So now attacking into a huge hand here. I mean, Caleb obviously, like, he measured his choices. He's going for this. He's checked his opponent's discard pile. There's a lot of energy there already, so maybe he's sort of confident that Hunter cannot piece this upcoming KO. And with no Latias down, Hunter definitely, with no Latias and no Hoot, Hunter has to pretty much commit to whatever he's going to do right now before seeing his top deck, before seeing what else he draws.
Right. And for Hunter, the decision comes down to, am I more comfortable drawing into these Night Stretchers and then having the TLMS Ogerpon clean this up, or is it Raging Bolt with the Sada? I think Sada does make the most sense here.
He has Sada, Night Stretcher, and Ultra Ball and Nest Ball, so isn't that, and energy, so...
He's got it.
He's got it, right?
Yes. As long as you have any Pokemon to charge up with the Sada.
Oh, there isn't.
You'd be okay. Well, even then, with the Night Stretcher, you can just grab the Raging Bolt and play that down, and then Sada attached to the fighting, you're there.
And then you're there. Yeah, you're right. You're completely right. Hunter has game in hand and on board. If he benches this Latias, though, now he would need Area 0.
We're getting to a dangerous spot.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
That shuts down game for Hunter from what he had in his hand. So I guess we're going to see how this plays out.
Yep. Ultra Ball played down. He's hunting something in the deck to close this out instead. He wants to thin out for the Pheasantipity draw, but it was all there. Looking for what energy retrieval could be found for the grass energies. That's a way to close up, but you promoted Raging Bolt.
With Sada, okay, we need 5 energies, right? I'm not doing my maths wrong. With Sada, we get 3.
So I think he's tunneling on using the energy retrieval for the grass energy accelerant and then 1 energy from the Sada, but it's not there. It's Prime Catcher. Oh, boy.
Or did we not see Night Stretcher in hand? I thought there was one.
Maybe that's where we're missing it.
Okay, I could have sworn there was a Night Stretcher in hand. Okay, so maybe game wasn't available. There's now 6 cards left in the deck. We need that grass. We see the Area 0 bumping the stadium. Can we get anything else out of the deck? What happened to all our ancient Pokemon? I guess they got discarded throughout the thinning, right?
Yeah, well, even with all of this, you'd feel like using the Sadas to draw through and maybe find that help, find that
2 outs.
Night Stretcher would have been okay.
There's Night Stretcher and Energy Retrieval in this 5-card deck. Unless they're both the bottom 2 cards in the deck, Hunter should be able to win this game.
Wow. I mean, we've seen Fez played. There's nothing else to do on this turn. You can attack through. You have to move this Pokemon, though. You have to Prime Catcher and hopefully stall a Pokemon in the active spot. How do you do this? Well, yeah, you have Sada, of course.
Yeah,
I'm
Sada.
like, where's the 3 cards coming from?
It's gonna be not bottom 2 cards, Energy Retrieval and Night Stretcher, and there's the Night Stretcher, the last card drawn. So I think he's finally there. But he's not doing it, so I don't know what I'm missing.
I mean, it's Night Stretcher for grass energy.
Teal Dance, attach return, 5 times 7.
That's math. We're at there. There he goes. All right.
I think he finally got it. There we go. Night Stretcher for the grass, Teal Dance, and okay. 350 damage, Bellowing Thunder knocks out the Charizard EX, and Hunter wins game 1.
Well, maybe making us sweat a little more than we needed to, but Hunter finds the knockout there and takes down multiple Charizards that game. One with a Hero's Cape. That's a lot of damage to get done, but he was able to find a way and do it with just 2 cards remaining in the deck.
Yeah, jamming now off the top. Who needs Noctowl Jewel Seeker when you can just get the card that way? And I mean, that changed the whole story, right? If Hunter had to use another turn to take down that Charizard, then it was probably Caleb with the initiative to make something happen. So let's take a look at the replay of what happened in this game 1.
Yeah, this was wild. What an opening here from Hunter. Had the transformative start with the Ditto, moved into the Raging Bolt, and then had the energy switch to go 4 energy KO on a Charmeleon. But Caleb did have the answer. The Charizard with the Hero's Cape comes up. It takes 360 damage, and in one fell swoop, it is taken out with a jamming tower.
Yeah, immediately getting taken down in between turns. And you have to realize Hunter won this without using any sort of ghosting effect, right? And he also didn't reveal the Cornerstone.
Yeah.
Cornerstone popped up until the very end, and it wasn't utilized at all. So maybe that's something that Hunter can use in the second game to his advantage, because Caleb doesn't know about it yet.
That's a great point. And on the other side, we have another unrevealed card in Caleb's deck that may help him against Cornerstone. There's a lot of back and forth in this matchup. Maybe the prize cards will help out this time around, as Caleb was a little unfortunate in game number 1.
Really want to see Caleb's spicy Pokemon come into play. I don't want to reveal it just yet, but I really hope we get to see it in action, because it's going to be really cool.
Well, he's starting things off here. Gets to go first with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, and these prize cards are not as good as I was hoping for Caleb. He sees the Hero's Cape. That was a card that helped him stick around for a little extra longer, and down another Charmander, the Tatsu, that may have been helpful. What's the count on the TM Evolution, too? It's just the 1, so.
No, there's 2 technical machine
okay, good.
evolution. Woo. Yeah, so he does have 1 available. As you mentioned, the Ace Spec is not available. Over on the other side, there's 3 Nest Balls down.
That's crazy.
So, I mean, you want those to be able to continually establish threats, right? Be able to get your Pokemon for Sada, get backup Hoot Hoots, get your Fez out, which could play into your favor since they are prized. You take a prize, you grab them off the prize cards, you're good to go. But if your hand gets immediately Iono'd, then you're in trouble. And so now we are going to see Hunter utilize that Fan Rotom, as we see Caleb very thoroughly shuffle his deck. We're going to see that Fan Rotom get utilized, and he does have the Cornerstone in hand, so he could play into that similar situation where he has the Fan Rotom, 2 Hoot Hoots, the Teal Mask, and then he focuses on the Cornerstone.
Yeah, and that's certainly a spot that you can go to with this matchup. There's not a lot of answers for a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. If Hunter chooses to go that route, it could slow things down a lot. You're already up a game, and you're halfway through this match as far as time goes. I'm curious if he's going to find out about the Nest Balls, though. I feel like that's not a card that people look for when you're doing your opening deck
I would
search.
never price check for Nest Balls ever. Like, it would just be a bad news situation where you go Noctowl, Jewel Seeker for a Nest Ball, and all of a sudden you're out.
Yeah, which leads to an interesting spot for Hunter, where you could see this Noctowl trying to find some help, and maybe he just doesn't have a way to get the Pokemon in play. He's going to go for the Cornerstone this time around. I like it.
Yeah, I love the Cornerstone here. It does mean that Hunter has to commit to not benching anything else, to not give Caleb the opportunity to take 6 prizes without having to deal with this Cornerstone. And this Cornerstone is generally already a very big threat. It's 1 Crispin away from getting fully powered up and can start demolishing things in its path. And Caleb now has to worry about setting up Pidgeot, setting up Charizard, and setting up something else that can actually attack into the Cornerstone. And because he's not playing Dusknoir, this could be problematic.
Yeah, and this is what you want to see from Caleb's side of the board. Lily's Determination, drawing 8 cards. You have Rare Candy Pidgeot. The Quick Search is lined up. The Artisan is in play. There is so much going for Caleb at this point in the game. And I think he is prepared for Cornerstone. He's got that secret tech he can include. He can have an answer for it. You just got to bide your time and line it up for the perfect turn. It's gonna take some time, though, and I don't know if that's something Caleb's really excited about.
I will say it's not a perfect answer.
Almost.
It does come up a little bit short, but we're not going to spoil it. I'm sure we're going to see it now that the Cornerstone has come into play, so I'll let you have all the excitement, Kyle, when that card finally pops into play. And we got a glimpse of it right now.
Yep, there's a legendary bird flying around in there, and that could be pretty fun for it later on. For now, it is just the Buddy Buddy Poffin, double Charmander in play. A little bit of time to get this board set up some more, but I mean, we don't see energy just yet. We still haven't seen Quick Search. I feel like a TM Evolution play here would be lovely, but I don't think the cards line up.
Yeah, Caleb missed getting energy or TM Evo off of this Lily, therefore he can't quick search for the missing piece. That's a big problem for him right now. That means these Charmanders will remain as Charmanders. I mean, you can't just quick search for a Charmeleon, right? That sort of fixes things because this Charmander was in play. But yeah, we are revealing that Ho is Caleb's choice of Pokemon in order to deal with that Cornerstone. That Shining Blaze attack, pretty decent.
Yeah, this is a pretty great inclusion when you think about it. You have your Terra Pokemon in the Charizard. You accelerate the 3 energies with the Charizard, given which matchup you need it for. And you're just a little bit short of a one-hit KO on the Cornerstone. But when you have Monkey Dory, maybe there's a world where some damage is already in play.
Yeah, that coming up short by 10 damage could be something that ends up affecting this game a little bit. Now, Caleb tilting this Charmander to signify that that's the one that came into play this turn. Therefore, this is the one that he can evolve at this point in time. So being very thorough. Have seen the quick search utilized. We have seen the Ultra Ball utilized. So I think that's it, right?
Yeah, there's not much else that you can do here. A ton of recovery cards in the hand. Just, I guess if you're going to bring Psyduck into play, the only thing it's there for is a good old sacrifice.
Yeah, and that's pretty cool by Caleb. Like, he purposely quick searched that missed energy. It's the least valuable energy in his whole deck. That's what was used to pay for the retreat cost. Because as you mentioned, Ho does come up short by 10 damage, so Caleb will need to tank a hit somewhere, half damage on his side of the board, and then use Adrenaline Brain to deal with the Cornerstone effectively, at least.
Meanwhile, for Hunter, it's just going to be a keep on trucking situation. You've got the energy with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, now the Jewel Seeker with the Noctowl. The energies are all there to take a knockout on this Psyduck, but maybe you can go for a little more.
Do you take the knockout with Cornerstone, or do you just commit to the Teal Mask at this point in time? I have to imagine you go for the Cornerstone, right? Just start asking your opponent, well, how do you deal with this?
Yeah, it just depends on what Hunter values. If he wants to turn this into a turn where you just have a Earthen Vessel for an energy and boss's orders on a Charmeleon, you could take that Pokemon out right now and close out there, or you could switch things up, go for the Crispin, load up on the Cornerstone and say, well, you're not going to handle this right now. You've shown me nothing that makes me worried.
Yeah, the fact that both players have not shared like full information on what they have. Caleb didn't know about the Cornerstone. Hunter doesn't know about the Ho that we can now find with that Artisan and can be immediately powered up, right, with a Charizard EX's ability. So have to see how this plays out, but 200 damage is not quite enough. So I think Hunter with a little bit of an advantage here. If he could Prime Catch or KO the Charmeleon, that would be fantastic. But I think he's going to play it a little bit cooler here.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty great turn. You don't need much else. Retreat with the Teal Mask. Promote the Cornerstone Mask. And this Pokemon's demolishing its way into another prize card. And now Caleb has a decision to make. He's going to reveal this. Does he try to sneak in damage early? Does he work around it? How would you go about this, Pablo?
I mean, Caleb did get Charizard EX off the top. I feel like you basically have to commit to like use Charizard EX first, take down this Teal Mask, tank a hit from the Cornerstone onto your Charizard, and now you have the damage for Monkey Dory, and then you set up another Charizard, and then you power up the Ho. I think that's the only realistic guaranteed way to deal with the Cornerstone, and that probably also requires you to bench another Charmander because you know your opponent has a boss's order, so if your opponent thinks that you have a certain counter, right, but the third Charmander copy is in the prize card, so I mean, you still have that Charmander on the board, but if Hunter prepares for like the worst case scenario where Caleb does have an answer, whatever answer it is, you will need to power it up, and that means evolving this Charmander or potentially Charmeleon. So if you deal with that, that's the only thing that could potentially threaten you at this point.
All right, well, maybe that means for Caleb searching out a Hero's Cape, but he doesn't have that card. It's in the prizes, so he's got to work around that. He's got an air balloon. He's got a counter catcher. He can go after the Teal Mask Ogerpon at this point and work in that play that you're talking about, but he's certainly susceptible there with the Charmander. Once more, those prize cards just being an absolute pain.
Yeah, this is Caleb having to assume that Hunter will not go after this Charmeleon. If Hunter goes after this Charmeleon, Caleb is going to be in a lot of trouble. And he also, like, he definitely didn't have enough help in the hand to power up the Ho already and hit for 200 damage. And then that gets KO'd, and then you have to do 10 somehow to the cornerstone, which can be done with a Pidgey or whatnot, but definitely an awkward situation. The question is, can Hunter recognize this, or will he be like conservative with his resources? I think he got another boss's orders off the top, so even the deck telling him to play that boss's orders.
Well, yeah, this is Hunter has to make a read now. Are you worried about Chi Yu, as most players were considering in these positions? It would come up, attack for 120 and maybe soften up a little bit, but or 140, whatever it be. But he's got the read for it. Boss's orders on the Charmeleon. That is gone, demolished off of the board.
And so are Caleb's plans. They've been demolished completely. That Charmander off the prizes, that Heroescape off the prize. If you had either one, you would have been fine.
Yeah.
But both of them being prized now means Caleb is in a lot of trouble. I mean, he's going to have to super out back these things and be able to establish the Charmander again and play towards the play for next turn, right? But little does he know that Hunter already has the other boss's orders in his hand available, and also Prime Catcher.
Yeah, and even if you go even further, use the Tatsugiri, try to make a combination where you find the Iono and the Charmander with the Pidgeot, there's still a Hoot waiting for you. There is an answer that will find a way to knock out your Charmander regardless of how you approach this spot. Just the fact that Caleb can't get that 10 damage on the board or keep that Charmander means he cannot handle this cornerstone at all.
Yeah, and I mean, he could have committed to pre-powering up the whole getting 200 damage and whatnot, but I mean,
ooh, I like this. This is smart. As for Caleb in this spot where you realize there's this inevitability about this Hoot. If you remove this Pokemon now, maybe next turn there's that world where you can go Iono, Charmander, and bide yourself that one spot where boss's orders doesn't come back to get you.
And this also sort of like tempts Hunter perhaps into, okay, your Hoot's down, maybe you want to bench another one. And then, I mean, Caleb does only play 2 boss's orders, but he does play a copy of Palpat. So that's effectively 4 boss's orders, along with the counter catcher that he already played. So if Hunter makes the mistake of benching anything else, Caleb would be fine.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Pidgeot, is you will search this card out every turn and make sure that you have an answer. And look at this. It's boss's orders on Monkey Dory. Damage not sticking on the board. Smart from Hunter, as that's another reason he could be surprised by a card like Ho-Oh.
And that's pretty great for Caleb as well, just because like that's one less boss's orders he has to worry about, right? That means the Charmander will now be that little bit extra safer on the bench at this point in time. So it's sort of like, it feels like a win for Hunter, but it's probably a bigger win for Caleb.
Well, that's a good point there too. This is a battle of resources here. When you play down the cornerstone, you have decided how this game will play out. It is not going to be pretty, but you'll have to count the discard pile many a time. And boss's orders added once more. If there was a card like that Hoot added back onto the board, punishing lines would be all over the place.
I think Caleb has the potential play lined up. He can quick search or establish the Charmander, boss KO something to keep up the aggression, put himself down to 2 prize cards, and then if Hunter is tempted by attacking into the Charizard EX, then the play lines up. Well, actually, no, it doesn't, Kyle, because Caleb's benches now can only have Charmander and Ho-Oh, but there's no space for Monkey Dory.
Yeah, well, the damage would start to build up, but there's a few turns where you can accept that damage. Demolish is only dealing 140 at this point. Caleb with a read that boss's order is very unlikely after seeing another one just now. And taking out the Noctowl, I'm almost wanting to take out the Fan Rotom here, because there's a world where Prime Catcher takes out Tatsugiri, and that's a prize card you weren't expecting to give.
Yeah.
Noctowl's not a great attacker here, and I don't know what resource it really gives you.
Agreed, yeah. Fan Rotom is an actual potential threat, there's always going to be a stadium in play, whereas Noctowl is just hanging out, being a chill guy.
Well, chill guy gets him punished. He's going to go into the discard pile. And for Caleb, another card that is not Hero's Cape. It is Charmander. He's got some more resources, but what can Hunter do from this point forward? He doesn't want to do much. He needs to just sit there in his cool cornerstone stance and hold out.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the correct play is to not attack, right? Like, that's the only way Cornerstone potentially saves itself, if you will. And then Caleb is forced to get the hoe down, powered up, attack into the Cornerstone, and then that gets knocked out, and then Caleb has the difficult task that does feel difficult with Charizard decks to deal 10 damage to finish off the Cornerstone. But he's not going to hold back. We see the damage, and now the play is lining up for Caleb.
Well, he's got Monkey Dory. He's considering what to do with that last bench spot, but he actually has extra bench spaces because of Era Zero, so this lines up pretty great. He can maybe even work this out all together if he's got the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, the missing piece is also Professor Turo. You need another Charizard, Monkey Dory, and Ho, right? So we need Turo, we need the Dark, we need the Monkey Dory. Do we have it all, Kyle?
Well, he's got the Monkey Dory in hand. Didn't see the rest of the cards to go along with it. There are 2 fire energies in the deck, so when you search out for Ho-Oh, you'll be a little bit short too.
You definitely have time, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can pull this off. Like, you have one more turn, right? Or you could just retreat the damage from the Charizard, let something else go down. That's not the Charmander, of course, and then you're fine. Or you send the damage now, and then next turn you go for the Turo, Candy, Charizard.
I don't dislike just using Monkey Dory, pushing the damage and passing. You're not at risk of being KO'd. You still have a Turo play where you bring the Charizard back. It's just enough at this point. You only have 10 minutes remaining. You're down a game. You want to move quickly, but this is the best play. You have to slow things down, move that damage over, and maybe you can set this up for the following turn.
You need Turo and a way to find that Ho, which Hunter still doesn't know about at this point in time. And Caleb doesn't have the combination. He doesn't have one of the 2 pieces yet. So he's going to need one of them off the top so he can quick search for the other one. Or if he retreats into a Tatsugiri, Tatsugiri could find the Turo, and then you quick search for the Ho. Interesting spot for sure.
Yeah, he's got the Super Rod, so the energies won't be a problem for the Ho-Oh. It's getting close. I feel like the top of the deck could be pretty helpful for him. Maybe that would line up that last piece as he's quick searching. It's just demolish on that side from Hunter. Not much else to do. Charizard still in a decent spot as far as HP, but can Caleb find the last piece?
No, Puffin off the top. We need Turo and we need Ultra Ball, or the Ho rather. So can only quick search for one. Oh, Area Zero.
Yeah, no, he's got the bench space,
true.
but now the question is, how do you ever attach energy to like retreat to a searched out Ho-Oh beforehand and then go for lilies into like Candy Charizard? Like I don't feel like you are forced to go that route just yet.
No,
Does Arvin have the resources to get there too?
If he has an Ultra Ball, he has it, right? He has the space, he has quick search. I mean, I think Caleb doesn't realize, just like I did, that Area Zero is actually giving him extra bench space.
I said it earlier.
No, sorry, my bad.
There is the Turo there. You need to be mindful of how you go about this. This is your 1 Tera Pokemon if you need to play more Pokemon down, but it should be there.
So Turo in hand.
Search out the... you have the Charizard that comes right back to you. You just got to find a way to get your Ho-Oh down.
Oh, yeah.
Air Balloon Tatsugiri, Pidgeot, there's plenty for your treat. It's looking pretty good. Move some damage over to that Cornerstone just in case things get wild.
All right, so we Turo, get the Tatsu up, have double Charmander, our opponent attacks, and then we're good to go. Now Area Zero is no longer working, so we no longer have the extra bench space that I thought we did previously. So yeah, just missing the Ho. That's all we are missing right now.
Right, so with the quick search already used in that spot, no way to bring the Ho-Oh into play.
Not possible now.
Slowing things down. Tatsu can search out a little more of the tracked customers, but this is just, it's slow plays, but it may be the difference between 1 point and no points here for Caleb on this side.
All right, we get a boss off the top. Not going to be very useful. We see Supra, so a lot of things happening. A lot of movement within the deck. 2 fires back. Really want to see the Ho shine, Kyle.
It's wild because Hunter just may not know that that's what's happening on the other side. And you see a board of 5. You think, well, nothing else could come out and surprise me at this point. But all the cards are there. And for Caleb, it's just promote and pass the turn. Give this card to your opponent. Open that prize card. Maybe best spot for Hunter is to pass the turn as well. It's crazy, the back and forth that we see here, but this is what you have to do when you go with this line of Cornerstone stance.
Yep, there's a KO, so Hunter falls for the trap that Caleb has been setting up this whole time. Top decks, Ultra Ball off the top.
Yeah, there's not much else you need. Here is the surprise. It'll come down and...
I bet Hunter's going to read the Ho.
Well, it will be bad news. I'm sure he's going to see the energies flying onto this Pokemon now and realize there's a problem. Shining Blaze. Enough to get the job done and clear out on that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. With 6 minutes remaining, Caleb gets the job done. And that is going to be tough. There's not a lot of time left. These are 2 decently fast decks. Maybe there's a world where we see something, Pablo.
Yeah, honestly, if both go super aggressive, I feel like Hunter has the possibility where if he doesn't have a great hand, he just lands the Cornerstone onto the bench, and then he's guaranteed the tie, right? Whereas Caleb definitely could come out with this win if it was a normal 2-2 price trade-off between both players. But let's take a look at what happened in this game too, and major props to Hunter for not having to read that Ho. I definitely would have had to read it on the spot.
Well, he didn't have to read very much else other than Demolish, as that was the name of the game. Using this attack basically every single turn. There was not much else to do. It's a great Pokemon in this type of matchup where there's abilities all over the place. You removed that Charmeleon, which did save him from a threat he may or may not have known about.
Yeah, knocking out that Charmeleon was so clutch and ended up almost giving him the win. But that last turn, Caleb piecing out everything, powering up that Ho for that Shining Blaze, taking the knockout to end things.
Yep, 200 damage. Caleb was trying to set it up. The cards just weren't falling for him, and it took a lot longer than he may have anticipated. Oh boy. There's only 4.5 minutes remaining, and Caleb might not like what's going on in this game too.
My goodness, Psyduck in the active. Did we start the Cornerstone? Almost.
Yeah, this is it's going to be an aggressive start here from Hunter, going first, throwing energies onto the board. And he's got the button. If he wants to press it, there is Cornerstone. He can throw that down and guarantee a point no matter what.
And you know what? He got Ultra Ball off the top. He didn't have anything else other than that, but now with that Ultra Ball, he can find Fan Rotom. And Fan Rotom, we're going to see the exact same board for a second game here for Hunter. But yeah, realistically, 3 Arven in the prize cards. I mean, I'm pretty sure Caleb will be happy to take the tie here with this Cornerstone tech that Hunter is playing.
Yeah, from Hunter, the opening deck search on Game 3 hurts a little. Yeah, to taking his time to see what there is to work with. He will find out that Fan Rotom would not get access to the transformative start. Ditto, a few energies prized along with this. It's going to be just a Fan Rotom into the Noctowl Hoot friends, and maybe just throw some energies on the board and hope it's just Psyduck.
How do you know the Hoot and Noctowl are friends, Kyle? Have you talked to them?
I just assumed they've been staying up late and watching movies. They got to be pals.
They are pretty nocturnal, for sure. So,
the one of them is like an insomniac. So, thankfully, it wasn't that one.
All right, now over on Caleb's side, he top decked, I think, the 4th Arven because all 3 others are not available. So,
he has no idea how lucky he was.
Yeah, no. So he's going to be able to double pop in. I think he has the energy in hand as well. He does, so he can technical machine evolution. So he would have had a pretty solid starting turn for sure. But unfortunately, I mean, given both players' fields, 2.5 minutes on the clock, we're definitely not seeing this game conclude.
Yeah, Caleb needed that top deck graphic like 6 turns ago in game 2 if we wanted to have a realistic chance to get the job done here. But this is going to look like a really beautiful board. This is everything that he's wanted. His opponent didn't set up anything fantastic on the other side, and meanwhile, we could see evolutions all over the place.
We're going to see that second Buddy pop in on the turn, getting 2 Charmander and 2 Pidgey down, or eyeing up the Tatsugiri because his hand is actually not very good after this Arven. So it seems like he's going to favor the Tatsugiri, possibly evolve into a Pidgeotto. Like with no threat of the Raging Bolt Thunderburst Storm, then you know your Pidgey is a lot more protected. Unfortunately, that Tatsugiri doesn't have a lot of Arven customers to attract, though.
There's not much to look out for, unfortunately. But this is, you don't need much for a Hunter either. This Crispin gets the job done, gets the energies. You can accelerate a little more. We've already seen the Teal Dance. Just getting an energy onto the active Pokemon, then threatening that Cornerstone. It's not a play that's conducive to victory when you have a minute left on the clock, but it certainly looks like the ideal setup if we were in a longer game.
Yeah, and I mean, in the long run, I feel like now with the knowledge of the Ho, you can definitely manage your attacks better to not leave damage on the board, right? And then you know the Ho can't take a one-hit KO on you, and then you play into waiting for the Ho to get powered up, you take the damage, you deal with the Ho, and then, I mean, then maybe you have to play around a Flap KOing you or something like that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, with 40 seconds on the clock, we're never going to know what happens here, Kyle. It's going to be one of those mysteries that we never solve.
Oh, man. The X-Files, we got to call you guys back up again.
All right, so Caleb using attract customers. We know where he's not going to find an Arven for sure. It's the only thing we know here. Does find an Iono. Can't see an extra 6 cards. Maybe find a Pidgeot. Maybe find some aggression with... Oh, he has a Pidgeot already, so... And he has Counter Catcher, so Caleb off to the races as well here. Could have taken knockout on the... Or can take the knockout on the Teal Mask. Now we also have to remember... We are going to have only 1 turn after this, yeah? So even in a weird world where Caleb took 2 prizes here and then he got 2 extra turns, maybe he could have finished the game if Hunter benches other stuff, but yeah, game's definitely going to end up in a tie here.
Yep, we've got 10 minutes, but I don't think we'll need any of that. This turn doesn't take too much longer. You can get out your Pidgeot, you can do a knockout, but it's not going to matter. This game ends in a tie for Caleb and Hunter. It was a pretty wild back and forth that we had, especially when you look at the sheer difference in how the game's played in game number 1 as opposed to a full cornerstone game in game number 2.
Yeah, I think it's pretty ironic that the game where, like, Charizard usually has a natural advantage against Raging Bolt, right? So the game where Cornerstone didn't come into play, Hunter won. And the game where Cornerstone, the Charizard counter, did come into play, Hunter ended up losing, right? And it's, of course, because of the circumstances of the game. So let's take a look at the replay and see how it all played out.
Yep. As we talked about before the game, the technology is important at this stage. Yes, you know a lot of the decks that you'll see, but Energy Switch, a nice card to have included. You get that extra damage, take that knockout, load up onto a Heroes Caped Charizard, and keep some of that old technology. The Tower is going to take the knockout here, line up another free knockout, and Sada's Vitality, Energies, 2 cards left in deck with Night Stretcher or Retrieval would get it done. Found the Night Stretcher, takes the KO. Game number 2, completely different.
Completely different. Everything slowed down to a halt. That Cornerstone was a really tough wall for Caleb to take down, but Monkey Dory was the hero of the story, combined with that legendary Ho-Oh coming in to close things out. And yeah, I mean, Caleb was definitely in a pinch because he prized the Charmander, because he prized the Heroescape, but ultimately he was able to pull off the combo because of Hunter's lack of knowledge of this tech card. And this is where, I mean, we've had discussions of open deck lists, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps in a different situation, if Hunter knew about that Ho, then he might have played some of those turns a little bit differently. He wouldn't have stopped attacking fully, but he might have stopped attacking at some point, or definitely not damaged the Charizard.
I'm not attacking that Charizard. That is a scary thing to consider. It takes a long time to take that knockout. The Monkey Dory math started to stack up there. If you're worried about Chi-Yu, you would be okay. If you're worried about Ho-Oh, you're in trouble. That's a good Pokemon in this spot. It lines up very well, and we saw how it worked out. For Caleb, he's got a pretty solid matchup against this. I would consider a few of these matchups now pretty favorable too. That he's got a couple answers built in. Psyduck to help with maybe a couple of those stragglers, the Dusknors that are floating around. But Ho-Oh as that one prize, or are you thinking that's the new answer?
I mean, is it better than Chi-Yu? You're not forced to have a Pokemon get taken down in order to be able to dish out that big damage, but big damage quotation marks because it's not enough to KO something like Cornerstone immediately, right? So yeah, I mean, it's a nice thing to see. I definitely would have been just as surprised seeing the Ho right there as when I first saw it in the anime, I think. But overall, I'm not sure it's the answer. I feel like all these basic fire Pokemon are like, they're almost good enough. They're not the answer. They all have their pros and cons, but there's not one definitive one.
Well, people wait 50 years to see that Ho-Oh in the sky, right? Well, we didn't have to wait too much longer. We waited like, what, 45 minutes? It got close. But we will take a look at a Charizard deck profile now, as this is a pretty interesting deck. We've seen it in so many different iterations. It is now a standalone archetype. It's got its pal Pidgeot helping out even 20 years later, Pablo.
I know. Now, though Monkey Dory, very interesting inclusion for sure. I think that has become a little bit standard. The ace pick has been swinging between like on first stamp historically, maximum belt. We saw Heroescape in this particular spot. And then you mentioned the Psyduck to help with the straggling Dragapult Dusknoir players who are still playing Dusknoir. And also the Enhanced Hammer, right? Enhanced Hammer can be a pretty neat tech for all these Prism energies and Neopra energies going around.
Yeah, a lot of one-of inclusions, and this is the beauty of playing a list like this. You have Arven's, just 2 copies this time around, but searching those different item cards out, having the tools to go along with this is also very nice. And we see 2 copies of that Technical Machine Evolution. Searching out some of those Stage 1 Pokemon. Occasionally you get that Stage 2 if you're a little slower, but we see that reflected here with 2 copies of Charmeleon and 1 Pidgeotto.
Yeah, so this deck feels like it's trying to cut so many corners now to just fit an answer to everything, right? Monkey Dory and Psyduck and Chi-Yu and the Enhanced Hammer, and yeah, so it's a lot of things you have to account for in such a wide metagame. But whereas Raging Bolt, right, if we take a look at a Raging Bolt deck, that's been pretty standard for the most part. I feel like the standard 57, 56 cards of Raging Bolt are pretty set in stone. We do see sometimes 2 Area 0, 1 Jamming Tower, or in this case 3 and 1. We see 5 Grass, 3 Lightning, 3 Fighting, or 6 Grass. But overall, I feel like these decks have stayed pretty similar and pretty optimally, I want to say, since the last Milwaukee when Christian Labella won the regional with it.
Yeah, and it wasn't nearly as long as we remember it to be. This was one of the later regionals that we had last year, and it's one of the earliest ones we have this year. It's nice to be back, and we're reminded of a simpler time where Christian Labella ran over all of the other players with his Raging Bolt, where we're just completely surprised by basically the baby Raging Bolt. That was the #1 card in the deck. It really shined, and we saw that here, at least in game #1.
Yeah, that Thunderburst Storm attack is just so powerful, and with very few people actually playing Shaman, right? It's like Shaman exists, therefore people should be afraid of their bench attackers not working, but realistically, I mean, you're not fully committing to like 3 copies of the baby Raging Bolt, right? It's just 1 copy, you get to use it and apply pressure with it, great. If not, you have a plethora of other options and attackers that are very good.
Right, and a lot of what the power is from the Raging Bolt is to have that Pokemon as early as possible. You want to target down some of those lower hit point Pokemon, like we saw, and a lot of that comes from the Transformative Start Ditto, searched out by FanRotom. You bring all of these Pokemon into play very early, and you also sneak in the Hoot line. You have Hoot and Noctowl as that follow-up afterwards. Everything can go so well for this deck, but then we run into those issues at the end of the game. And it can be pretty hard to close things out.
Yeah, I think that's something we talked about a lot from the previous regional in Pittsburgh. Like, a lot of the top decks right now feel like they're trying to get away with drawing extra prizes somehow, right? Whether it's with Dusknoir, whether it's with Briar, whether it's with Monkey Dory, damage all over the field. However, Raging Bolt doesn't have that. It's very good at what it does. It does unlimited damage, does it very fast, applies a lot of pressure, but overall, it is missing that like one piece of how to get that extra turn, right? That extra free turn, if you will, of getting an extra prize card when normally you shouldn't.
Yeah, it's playing a little too fair, which is crazy to say when we've seen what Raging Bolt has done in previous situations. This time around, there's just a lot going on from these other decks. And we will see more of these other decks here very soon. We're going to get into round number 8 here shortly. It is the last round of Phase 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Be wary of nights when starlight is bright. It's said that when the star shines in the night sky, the Pokemon will spirit away sleeping children. Some call it the Witch of Punishment. It is unknown just what link Gothorita has to the greater universe. Fear and loathed by many, it is believed to bring misfortune to all those who see it at night. It is said that when chased, it lures attackers onto the dark mountain trails where the foe will get lost.
My name is Calvin Connor, and I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Calvin Connor, 1 game away from that regional championship victory.
My go-to starter would definitely be Charizard. Oh, Charmander. I started playing Pokemon because my whole family was kind of into it. All my brothers played as well. So we started at Uncle's Games, actually. It was at the mall where we first found where Pokemon was. So we would all go to the local leagues. Worlds. And my first Worlds ever, I was a junior, and I felt like I was really prepared for the event, and then I ended up losing like almost every single round. I kind of got shell-shocked and was like, okay, there's another level that I can get to in this game. My father, he likes to play Pokemon TCG as well. He would always be there for me and have my back throughout these tournaments. Sometimes you take a hard loss and you just kind of sit there for a minute. It's always nice to just have that person that's there for you and will help support you and get you through it. I did end up quitting from 2016 to 2020, I believe. I had a lot of changes going from high school to college, and over COVID, there was online play going on. Just getting a chance to compete and play again gave me all the strength to say, okay, I'm gonna start going to events again. My favorite moment was London 2022. I played in the asymmetrical top cut at 8 to 9. I ended up losing that game, but I did end up proposing to my wife at that event, so that was one of my favorite moments from Worlds for sure. My #1 goal is to always just be the best version of myself that I can be. So going into every game with a clean slate and saying, how can I play this game the best that I can? Something I learned is that it's okay to fall down, you know, not always win. If you put the time in, you put the effort in and the practice, you will eventually get there. My deck was a Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mass Ogerpon. So you play a plethora of Dragon-type attackers inside your deck that you can copy, like the Alolan Executor, Dragapult, Giratina V-Star. This finals match was just crazy. I tend to make conservative plays. I talked to my brother about this. He was telling me that I should make more aggressive plays and go for the wins. I said, all right, I'm gonna flip this coin. If it's tails, I'm gonna win this game. I'm gonna become a regional champion.
This could be the biggest coin flip of the year. Are we going to see this? We're gonna see swinging speed. What's the flip? Tails!
To just finally get this one, it just feels like a weight like lifted off my shoulders.
Cal Cutter of a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
My last finals was Peoria in 2022, and I played against Tord Reklev, who a lot of people say is the best player in the game. It felt like that was my chance, and I was just right there, and that was the one that got away from me. So I would love to get a rematch with him at the World Championship. My little brother actually ended up winning the World Championships in the video game. To be a champion with him, it would mean everything to me. I was planning on skipping this one. My grandma ended up passing away last week, and she was there for me when I won my first other tournament, which was Nationals in 2013. My mother, she was like, you're gonna win this one for her, like, she would want you to go. It just felt like she was there with me for this one.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans of all ages. We are here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for our TCG Regional Championship, where so many players have that exact look on their face, having an absolute great time here, playing some TCG. I'm Kyle Sablehouse, here with me, Pablo Meza. We had a pretty fun one last round, but I'm sure we're in for just another great match here as we get our final game here of phase #1.
I know, round 8 of phase #1 coming up next. We are getting our players ready, but Kyle, what's been like the biggest surprise for you in terms of the mega set? Like, were you expecting Absol and Kangaskhan to make such a big like shake in the metagame? Like, how many players do you think out there saw the Tord Masterclass and are here playing that deck?
Yeah, I mean, everybody on X was going crazy, wondering, what is this? Is this really it? Okay, well, let's put some hours into it and see. The beauty of it was there was not a lot of time to get that preparation in. So unless you sat down and learned from him or put a lot of hours in those last few days, you would not know what you're doing with this deck. And I think a lot of players ran into that situation. I don't know if I would have said Mega Absol was my most favorite coming out of the set just yet, but there's a few other Megas that are surprising. There's a 7-0 Mega Manectric flying around out here.
Yeah, Mega Manectric, like on paper, looks very powerful, right? The 330 damage closes out all of the stage 2 EXs, and its first attack helps with basic Pokemon, so technically you have it all in one card, but I mean, I'd really love to see eventually how that 7-0 player is playing their deck, because I'm sure like it has to be something unique to where it's got him so far.
Yeah, and you're playing it into a set that just released Mega Lucario. You'd feel like with the Soul Rocks and Lunatones, Lucarios, there's so much stuff going on that says maybe Mega Manectric's not the best play, but sure enough, we see what the breakdown was. It lines up very well. It takes those big KOs. It's got a lot of HP to work with. It's interesting, and I don't know if there's any other players that really decided to go down that avenue.
Yeah, I mean, what percentage would Mega Manectric have in the field? You probably need
the conversion rate might be going crazy for us. And these two also have a pretty great conversion rate at every tournament they attend. We've got Ryuki Okada and Andrew Hidrick. This is such a great powerhouse matchup. And no surprise to see both these players doing well here.
Yeah, former NAIC champion, right, going up against a regional winner from last season. Japanese player who's coming all the way to our rating zones in order to try and get that coveted Worlds qualification, right? So yeah, I'm sure we're in for a pretty good match against two really skilled players, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for us now.
He brought out the cloth for us at EUIC and gave us a finals to remember, winning in, what, 10 minutes? It was wild, and watching him and the excitement that he plays the game with, it's unlike anything that we've seen. And he's playing a very interesting deck. Maybe you've heard about it. It's Mega Absol with Mega Kangaskhan. It's back here. It's in the hands of a great pilot. He just took down John Eng, who was also 6-0 with this deck. Who's the best pilot? I guess we'll find out here soon.
And then Andrew Hendrick with that very trusted Dragapult Dusknoir. Feels like he's been playing this deck for months and months and months. Even before rotation, I believe he was playing the deck. Did really well at that one crazy regional finals he had with Henry Chow, I believe. And yeah, I mean, we're here. Psyduck is out in the field.
Don't tell Hedrick.
And the Hedrick's just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Maybe my opponents don't have the money to get this card real quick, as we've seen many players flocking over to the vendors, trying to grab this last resource to add into their deck. Do you know one player who did get that card? Ryuki.
Yep, Ryuki does feature the Psyduck in his deck list as an anti-Dusknoir measure. And yeah, I think it makes sense. Like, I don't want to say you're scared of Dusknoir. You play the card. It's like your deck has a certain weakness towards Dusknoir. Just add the card, and you're not fully protected, right? It can still get gusted up. It could still get like flying pressed by Halucha and then taken down by a Phantom Dive because it does have a low 70 HP. But if you want to go next level, Kyle, you attach that mist energy to your Psyduck, and now how do you deal with it?
Yep, you can protect the duck. I like protecting the prince, and this is one way to do that here too. This Pokemon will stick around for a long time, and for Andrew, there was some technology that was spoken about. Maybe you include that Klefki and try to sneak in a big KO here and there. Not going to see that focused on this time around. It's a really clear, consistent build here, and I like what he did with the supporter line. Just has a bunch of different ways to get that consistency up your court.
Yeah, I think the shift from research into Lilith's determination, right, really gives the deck a bit more breathing room. You don't have to fully commit to the 4-9 stretcher. You can play a bit more variety with your one-off supporters, because even though you can't guarantee to find them at the right moment, you're seeing a lot of cards through those Dracloak's Recon Directives and the Lily Shuffle, especially in the early game where you're going through like body after body, not applying pressure in terms of a powerful threat, but you are slowing things down to just find what you need, have a very powerful board. And that's where extra copies of things like Professor Sturo or the Jack can really come into play, even though you only play one copy.
Well, for Andrew, as you mentioned, with the Lily's Determination, 4 copies of that card. You don't have to worry about if you're going to see 6 or 8. Most of the time, you're going to see 8. Giving those early prize cards, that's what this deck is all about. 30 HP Badoos, handing over those Dusclops early on so your opponent doesn't get 8 cards to bank on and build up that hand size. Maybe that's something we see come into play here, where Andrew just builds up a massive hand, waiting for a time to strike and just take 3 prize cards, or 3-2-1 map that lines up so well.
It's all gonna come down to that Psyduck, almost like availability, that Psyduck presence. Are you able to use Dusknoir to get that burst of extra damage to take down the Mega Pokemon. The 2 Jamming Tower could also be pretty powerful, right? Locking down Braver Charms, locking down, and speaking of Jamming Tower, we see one at the very bottom.
Double Lilies along with Iono, Boss's Orders. Where are the supporters for Ryuki? And also prizing 1 energy to go along with it. For Andrew, that 1 copy of Jamming, as you mentioned, but not too much else to worry about. It is going to be the 3 copies of Dragapult here, so no skimping on the lines.
I mean, a deck that only plays 7 energy, prizing 1 is a bit more significant than in other situations or for other decks, but overall, with Hail the Surge and with all the cards you end up seeing through Recon Directive and your supporters, it's probably not a big deal, right? So hopefully the prizes don't affect the outcome of this game and we get to see a fully fleshed out new matchup of Mega Absol plus Kangaskhan into the classic archetype Dragapult Dusknoir.
Oh, we are underway here. What a way to close out phase number 1 in Milwaukee. Andrew Hedrick, Ryuki Okada. Energy on Pheasantipity. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, you might have.
Well, I've got news for Ryuki fans. This hand's cracked. He's got the trolley. We're going to giddy up.
Top decks the Psyduck as well, just in case, right? If it wasn't enough that you already had the Precious Shows, like here, you really need this card.
Is there a more Ryuki card than Precious Trolley? I feel like just watching him play this with Cloth at EUIC, just flooding the board, throwing poison damage, taking big KOs. This is exactly where he needs to be, under the big lights with that pink card.
Yeah, that pink Precious card. I mean, we even got a shot of Andrew just like smiling and being like, oh gosh, you just have it, right? Like you're not even forced to search for it with your Arven. You just have the card in your hand. You're just going to get your perfect setup right off the bat against my attach pass with a Pheasant.
Yeah. Well, there's not much else to ask for here for Ryuki. But you could, and he has it. And he's got energy to go along with this. He's going to have a nice full setup. Move this Pokemon if he wants. Can bring the Kangaskhan to the active and draw some more cards. This is beautiful to see.
Now, last time, Kyle, we saw the Mega Kangaskhan put in all the work. But now we see the Mega Absol immediately. Okay. So, I mean, we might not see a lot of draw with the Mega Kangaskhan, right? If that doesn't come into play. And you have to wonder if it's going to be all about the Mega Absol, which I think both attacks are very powerful. The Terminal Period with double Monkey Dory and the 6 damage counters that Phantom Dive places could be used against Hedrick. And if he manages to get 3 energy down, which is usually part of the plan, right? Then you can take resources away from your opponent from their hand. So it's a win-win which attack you end up using.
Yeah, I really like this early stage here. He's got the Arven, Turbo Energized. You can use the Mega Kangaskhan to accelerate onto the Mega Absol and use that as your main attacker if you'd like to. Just 200 discarding Dracloaks or whatever you want. Just pull those cards out so that there is no setup on the other side. And then if you're worried about the 3/3 prize map later on, Penny whatever Pokemon doesn't get KO'd.
Yeah, Penny to remove all that damage, also very crucial. I mean, it even feels like a very unfair card when you have these huge 300 HP, 200 HP basic Pokemon. You get all the resources back, but so far pretty standard for Ryuki. I mean, the Dream Turn for sure. Even has the Pokegear to try to find whatever supporter he might need the next turn. He already has a Lilies in hand. We're going to see the power-up through Monkey Dory, not through Mega Kangaskhan, interestingly enough. So really valuing that energy onto the Monkey Dory for future Adrenabrain ability usage.
Yeah, I don't dislike this either. This is just another line that helps you move into this play of if damage is on my board, I'd love to know where the energies are at. Monkey Dory, Dark Energies, you've got all that established. Now buy time with Kangaskhan or find energies and work in the Mega Absol early on.
Now the Turbo Energized does need to get discarded here in a minute. Interesting way Ryuki distributed the energies right here. So Absol is not really a threat next turn unless we see the energy switch being utilized. Now Hedrick going for his own Monkey Dory to match at least one of Ryuki's. And this is usually a dynamic we see in a lot of matchups, right? Like whoever has the most Monkey Dories in play has a big advantage. So you have to at least try to match your opponents. By having, like, if they have 2 and you have 0, you're in a pretty bad spot. If they have 2 and you have 1, then it's not great, but at least you get to a more even playing field at that point.
Right. It's going back to all of those Gardevoir mirror matches we've seen time and time again, just targeting down Monkey Dories, as you know that whoever's pushing the damage over is likely going to be in the lead here. For Andrew, he's playing a little bit of catch-up, trying to find something here. He sees 8 cards to help out, but need to see Dreepy here get the ball rolling.
Oh my, we do see a Dreepy, but I don't think we see anything else, Kyle. What?
It's almost the same hand. Some support, some Stretcher, Hawlucha. Yeah, it's just cards that would be nice once you're already set up. The Latias is back again. It's all the things he didn't want to see. This is the difference between Lilies and Iono, is they can come back.
Yeah, no, wow. Really nothing at all. No help, no puffins, no extra Dreepies. My opponent didn't even play the friend Iono to help me out. Like, I'm in a lot of trouble if I'm Andrew Hedrick at this point in time. The big thing is, with only 1 energy here, there's no threat of an attack, at least unless we draw the energy switch off of these 8 cards. And 8 cards is a lot.
Yeah, and that's a point that you mentioned earlier on. It's Ryuki kind of hedged at this point, wanted to play slower, work in the Mega Kangaskhan as something that just builds his hand up, buy a little bit of time. You assume that your opponent will go for Bidoof, put a little damage in play and set up something, but there's just nothing on the other side. So Ryuki actually missing out on some opportunities now because of that.
Now, Andrew top decked the Neo Upper Energy, which on paper is a great card, right? But if you keep it in your hand, then that Claw of Darkness could just take it away from you, from your hand. And if you put it in play, I mean, the Dreepy's probably getting KO'd, right? So it's sort of like a lose-lose to have drawn that card. It doesn't help you at this point in time. And yeah, not great here. That Flying Press will get a little bit of damage, which can then be just sent back immediately.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword all over the place where you look at it. Andrew can't hold on to good cards because he'll lose them. If he draws more bad cards, he doesn't get to play the game. And playing Hawlucha just means you're giving more ammunition to Ryuki, who doesn't need any more. He's already working a pretty great strategy. Missed energy, could go protect the Psyduct, but the aggressive position of Mega Absol is also hard to deny.
If your opponent goes boss KO Dreepy, do you immediately go to game 2, Kyle, here?
You know, I don't see a way out of it, but we've seen Andrew do a lot more with a lot less. So if anyone were to do it, it'd be him. It just takes a lot when your opponent already sees your hand. They know exactly what you're working with, discarding some of those resources as they go too. Ryuki's going to get so much information here.
We are seeing an Earthen Vessel get concluded. And what? We're going to shuffle the deck a bit more. We see the attachment, not of the missed energy, but the fighting energy. And there we see the boss into the Pheasantipity. All right.
Well, that's one way to deny some of draw power here. And you can see a look. This isn't a concession. This is just how the card works. Claw of Darkness. Let's see what there is. And denying the Night Stretcher here.
And so we had Adrenabrain, 10 damage onto the Fez from the Psyduck, and then the 200 damage for the knockout. So I think Andrew might have missed that step, but we see the knockout. That Flying Press, I mean, isn't Flying Press optional? I think could have chosen not to use it to avoid the situation, which, I mean, having a Fez stuck in the active with 200 damage, and there's a scoop. We head to game 2. Nothing for Andrew here. No help. That 8-card Lily was almost a fraud here, Kyle.
Yes, yep. That was it was a lie, as we've seen with Roxanne many a time.
Yeah.
It just did not work out there for Andrew. And how unfortunate for him. He saw so many cards, but just nothing lined up. He saw the same hand basically off of the Lilies. Meanwhile, Ryuki's just living in paradise.
Yeah.
He's got the trolley and he's shopping for everything.
Yeah, and I mean, then Andrew's deck was like, here's your ace spec. Yeah, you can have yours too, but it came at the worst possible time when Andrew could just not get any use out of it.
Yeah, I did like that from Ryuki to spot the Night Stretcher, take that card out as you knock out the Fez. So then there's no recovery of Fez to draw 3. He's just, you're stuck with this awful hand. Enjoy it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's generally nothing Andrew could have done better in that match. It's just the combination of the awful cards in the beginning, Ryuki's flawless setup. I want to even say, like, Ryuki played it even too passive at that point.
Right.
Like, he could have attacked 1 turn earlier, established double Monkey Dory when his opponent didn't have a Dreepy in play.
Yep, there were a few different ways to go about this. We've talked about being passive in the TCG. Sometimes the safer plays are correct, but when your opponent just has nothing, you could have finished a little earlier, but it doesn't matter here because there's still plenty of time. We have potential for 2 great games if Andrew is to get this set up, and we'll see how he's feeling on this side as he plays out these prize cards. We know this can be pretty rough sometimes, Pablo. I always get nervous.
I know. I hope we don't get to see something too atrocious. Now, did get a glimpse of Andrew's hand at the very least, and he definitely has a much better hand. He'll be able to have more than 1 3-pin play, which is already a million times better than the previous game.
Well, there you go. He's figured it out. And for Ryuki, it's a go first kind of game, and he's got that nest ball to start things off, and a few more of those supporter cards to go along with this. But once more, just not the worst prizes, and the Lilies is in an alright spot.
Yeah, counter catcher at the very end, usually not that impactful overall. Lively Stadium to counter Jamming Tower, potentially give yourself not only extra HP, but reactivate your Bravery Charms could be impactful in the middle of the game. Lilies to start us off. We have plenty of other options. Arvin is our preferred supporter anyways to get that precious trolley. Late game Iono. I mean, this isn't really... I mean, late game Iono with Absol is pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few different things you can see as the prize cards get mapped out. Ryuki is going to take a look at the deck and try to identify a few of those cards as we move along. And there's always one card you can rely on in this deck. If regardless of how good or bad your hand is, you might as well add 2 extra cards running some errands.
Yeah, run errand, what an ability. I mean, you do have to be in the active spot to utilize it, but with Latias helping you out, that's usually never a big deal. You're going to see the Poke Gear. I think we're hoping for an Arvin, and now you might be wondering why Ryuki is playing this card. He can't play the supporter that he finds right now, but he knows there's the threat of Body Uzichi Pollen coming into play, so play this preemptively. If it gets Iono to the bottom, that's completely fine, right? You weren't playing the Arvin anyways if you still had the Poke Gear as a Poke Gear in your hand and your item locked.
Wow, well, no energy to go along with this. No Latias, anything like this to move Pokemon. It's just Fez stuck in the active, so a little bit of a window here for Andrew, who's staring at double Buddy Puffin, Badoo, Iono. This is okay now.
Now, he does have his A-Spec, right? So it's now Andrew who started with his A-Spec in hand. And that's a great energy to attach, but it's not the one you want to use to pay for the retreat cost to head into the Itchy Pollen. So I think Andrew's probably going to want to utilize that Ultra Ball for the Latias. However, we see 2 Dragapults and 2 Jamming Towers prize, Kyle. Wow.
That's an easy prize search, but you don't like easy prize searches. It usually means you prize multiple copies of things.
Of key cards, too.
Dragapult, no towers. We know how great that can be in this matchup to cut down on some of those massive hit points on the other side. Even some of the recovery, the Night Stretcher, it's not pretty, but for Andrew, it's not the end of the world. He can still load up plenty of basic Pokemon here and has the Iono. Would really love to see an energy.
We do have Buddy Puffin for those 2 basics. Now, I think we have to go for the Latias, right?
Oh, yeah, there's
we're not going to go for the Latias.
There is the Ultra Balls, so if you want to play that out, you could work that in. I'm nervous about how many cards are left at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Because one of them is in the upper and the other is the Iono. So I think we're definitely, I think we have Night Stretcher and Body as the other 2 cards available.
Maybe you search out a Badoo and discard the other one.
I mean, dang, like item lock feels so strong when your opponent's A-Spec is Precious Trolley.
Yeah.
Right? That Body being put into play, I mean, we have the cards to do it. It's going to cost us a Night Stretcher, which feels like it's a fine cost to pay, and our other Body, which we definitely don't need anytime soon, unless you want to risk drawing an energy off of your Iono, which I don't think you want to do that.
Yeah, well, this seems like a pretty fair play here for Andrew. You really just need to buy 1 or 2 turns here as you build up your board presence, then try to get aggressive with the Dragapult. Put your opponent on a clock where you can set up so much damage that they're forced to desperately draw into those pennies or what it may be. You can accelerate this game to a point where you get a really clean game 3, but you're asking a lot.
We shuffled our deck for a good while, and the Ultra Ball is still in our hand. So we're going to attach. Are we gonna pay the retreat cost? My goodness, that's a heavy cost to pay for an itchy pollen, Kyle.
Well, he's got to read that the hand's not good. You saw your opponent search out for Arvin. What does Arvin do for you here? It's passive the turn. There's no energy. Maybe this is the move.
Dracloak off the top. Another Dracloak off the top. My goodness, we are seeing. Oh, wow. What a read.
Oh, and wow, what a decision to make here. You feeling risky? He is. He'll take the Lily's Determination as opposed to the Luminous Energy. He can throw away some cards with the Ultra Ball and then see 8 fresh cards. Andrew Hedrick is moving through right now in this game too.
Got rid of the Iono as well, so now Ryuki knows that was available. It's definitely not getting played. 8 fresh new cards. You really want an energy here though, right? You definitely want an energy here to threaten a Dragapult the next turn.
As for Ryuki last turn, would you have wanted to just play Arvin just to get a couple cards out of your deck? Maybe get a step closer to a Latios or an energy, just something to get to that Mega Kangaskhan and draw out of this mess?
Probably, yeah. You keep the Precious Trolley in the deck in case you're ever free of the item lock and you have a chance to draw it if your opponent Ionos you. But yeah, I think getting those 2 cards, there was definitely merit to it, right? There's also merit to not playing the Arvin. It's a resource for later down the line. But overall, Ryuki against the ropes here, whilst Andrew misses energy, still has 1 Recon Directive available. But with the Neo Upper Energy down in the discard pile, there's, like, if we don't get energy now, then Ryuki knows there's still a while before he gets to see a Phantom Dive coming his way.
Yeah, this is the risk that you take.
Yep.
Saw that Lily's Determination, thought he'd see an energy. Did not work out in this case. Built up a very nice board, but you just have to bank on Ryuki not seeing an energy, a Latias, a way to move these Pokemon for another couple turns as you find the energies to start to threaten with a Dragapult. The Dragapult, we should mention.
Yeah, it's all because of this Itchy Pollen really affecting Ryuki here, denying that Precious Trolley, denying the full setup as we see the next Itchy Pollen get utilized. And another Mega Kangaskhan off the top. No help for Ryuki here. I think it's just going to be another draw pass. Does decide to or not.
Yeah, it's tough to say. You've already committed to the line of don't Arvin. You'll just work your way out of this. Damage onto the Fez isn't the worst thing to see. There's always a spot where Ryuki could draw through, find the Monkey Dory, and eventually get that damage pushed back over. But Andrew's threatening things that Ryuki has not seen very much. There is a Dusknoir ready to go. If the energies were there, this would be a lot more devastating. But even so, this board is amazing.
Yeah, in any other situation, this Dusknoir could potentially be a threat, an issue for Andrew if Psyduck somehow gets put into play and that gets brought up to the active. There is a copy of Turo to get it out, but it's not ideal, right? However, Andrew really needs to see energy, and he did not find an energy off of the Lily. Can he find energy? He does. The first recon gets him the Psychic energy.
As he builds up this hand, doing his best errand running that he can on his side as he starts to load up. The recon directives are finding just about everything he needs. Multiple energy to go along with this. Ultra Ball to search out next turn for the Dragapult. It will all be there if he wants to go for the aggressive lines. And that is another Pokemon, Ryuki.
Off the top.
Uh-oh.
It's like he Precious Trolleyed to his top deck.
Precious Trolley maniac.
He's getting trolleyed by Precious Trolley, Kyle. Here.
Well, this is not what he signed up for, but when you win game 1 in that fashion, I guess you can wait out a little bit longer to see what happens.
Now we're going to see the Recon Directive. What are we looking for? We have the Dragapult in hand, we have a Hilda, we have the energy available. So do you free your opponent from the item lock, or do you have to wait until you find like an Iono? Because now they have built a sizable hand, right? You have the possibility to go Curse Blast onto one Mega Kangaskhan, counter catcher it, and then knock it out with Phantom Dive. That is pretty aggressive and leaves your opponent with a Mega Kangaskhan and a Fezandipiti to draw 5 extra cards after the Iono. So maybe you just go after the Fezandipiti, which is great, but doesn't play great into your price map, if you will, because if Ryuki shifts gears and doesn't bench anything else other than these Mega Kangaskhans, then you're playing effectively an 8-prize game.
Right, you wonder if this is a spot where you try to set up multiple Pokemon that can get KO'd. You can place the damage down, reopen a spot for a Duskull again, and then try to set up a big board wipe. You don't want to give that prize card or the advantage over with a knockout here to a Fez. You cannot let the additional draws happen for Ryuki. But here we see Mega Kangaskhan in the active, and that will mean at least some drawing, but thankfully there's a lot of damage to go along with that.
There's the Iono in hand already. We're seeing the Monkey Dory getting benched as well, so no backup Duskull for more bursts of damage. Now Ryuki down to 5 cards. Has extra draw with the run errand, as you mentioned, Kyle, but that Fezandipity is in range of Phantom Dive, so it's definitely going down here.
Yeah, seeing 3 cards as opposed to 6 is a lot different, and Ryuki still not staring at much post Iono.
Yeah.
It's
not staring at anything, really. Wow.
It's rough. It's rough out here. With the damage already built up on the Fez, you can see the knockout lined up. Do you want to place all the damage counters on Fez here, or do you want to leave one for the Kangaskhan?
I mean, there's already damage on the active, so I feel like the trying to play around Monkey Dory doesn't really matter anymore. Yeah. There's so much damage on that Mega Kangaskhan in the active that you might as well get the most value out of your damage counters, right? And if an energy goes down to Monkey Dory, then Mega Kangaskhan is still not a threat whatsoever.
Okay, well,
Lily.
Yep, and this is what we talked about here too, with the use of Dragapult. Lily's is just a little bit less efficient. Ryuki has taken a prize card, whether he feels like he did or not.
Yeah, that Dusknoir coming really clutch here, denying 2 cards from a future Lily for Ryuki. As we see the counter catcher get played into the Monkey Dory. We're going to see the Evil Doll, so we're going to try and see some sort of trapping strategy. Now, let's be careful here because, yeah, as you mentioned, Ryuki has taken a prize card. He didn't take it himself. I wonder how many players, because these interactions are so new with Lily, right? This is the first tournament that Lily is legal for tournament play. That's 8 cards. Yep, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yep. It's only 6 because Ryuki has not taken a prize card.
It just doesn't feel like a game where you've taken a prize. You look at this board and you know that this is not a great spot for you, but thankfully judges are on it. Pablo's on it. We've got everything we need.
I wonder how many times this has happened out there in the field today, Kyle, where players have drawn too many cards off of Lily when they shouldn't have.
Oh.
Yep, there's a 6. It's all fixed now, right?
I see 6. I'm happy. This is a spot for Ryuki where he has the Latias. He can move this Mega Kangaskhan. He can start to work in something with that Evil Tall. Guess we're trying to determine the order of the cards played down. Maybe it was like you have to put the other 2 cards on the top of the deck instead.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
they're all random, but yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. They want to make sure they
it's the
reverse
exact
it perfectly.
2 cards. Yep. I mean, he put, what, 4 on the table, then the next 4, then he put the 4 at the top, and that's where the 2 cards came. Maybe, like, since you put 1 from the top to the bottom, then I don't know. I don't know. These 2 cards were the ones that were put in back on the top of the deck. If they're not the correct ones, or maybe they're just double checking to see which, that those are the 2 correct cards. As you mentioned, they're all random, so in the end, because we have no knowledge of the order of the deck, whichever 2 cards were, it would be statistically correct, if you will, but making sure everything's correct.
I'd love if Aaron running was just available here on the Kangaskhan, and he just was like, I'll just draw them.
I'll just draw them with my ability, not play anything. I'll commit to that, right?
Yep.
And we're good.
Either way, we'll take a minute, make sure we get that sorted out. Pablo, as we see this setup the way it is, Andrew has no way to move this Monkey Dory just yet. It would probably take an energy to retreat this Pokemon and move around. You see 3 Drag Cloaks. What do you want to go to in this spot? Would you ever shift gears and try to lock out the items again, or do you want to go right back into that the Dragapult?
I mean, now that there's multiple Pokemon beyond these 3 prize Pokemon in play, right? We have the Evil Tall, we have the Latias. I think you just want to take down this Kangaskhan, go down to 1 prize card yourself, and then you just have to find a way to knock out that Yveltal or knock out the Latias, or even two-hit KO the next Kangaskhan. I mean, it all depends on what Ryuki does during his turn as well. If he finds the technical machine energized, gets energy into play, then we're talking a much more threatening board, right? But if he goes for the clutch Yveltal, which is probably what he was going for, then as long as he can find the Professor Turo, he will be able to like be or continue the aggression, denying all the energy in play. So I really like that option.
Yeah, just taking a look at the list, seeing that one copy of Turo would be pretty phenomenal. Has a lot of ways to search for that card and could move the Monkey Dory. All of that is given that Ryuki would go for that play with the Dark Energy if he has that to line up with it. We get a little nod to Pramawat. Hi, welcome to the stream.
Hello, Pramawat.
We have a lot of talent up there at the table right now.
Yeah.
This would be a pretty great game.
All right, so yeah, we're making sure it's the right cards are getting put back to the top. I think that's the discussion we are having. I think if initially the two cards that were put back were the wrong cards, Ryuki did already take a look at their hand. So I don't know if that's gonna merit some sort of penalty because of the information that he now has. I mean, he's seen his deck multiple times. No, has he? No, he hasn't played any search card.
Yeah, I don't think.
No, no, he hasn't.
I don't think
no, he did. He Netsmold. He Netsmold at the beginning.
Yeah,
so he has
after that.
knowledge of his deck at this point in time, but we are seeing Ryuki. Now he has all his cards in his hand. He's continuing to play cards, so it seems like we're good to go for this upcoming clutch play.
I would hope that he wouldn't ever be penalized for a situation where the judge put the cards back and then you looked at your hand. Yeah,
I agree.
At that point, you just have to accept the fact that we're just going to move to the other portion of this. But Ryuki does flash the energy for us. He could move this Pokemon and start to clutch up on the Monkey Dory, slow things down on the other side, really leave it up to that one copy of Turo for Andrew.
And I mean, it would only really give Ryuki 3 turns, right? Because of that darkness, weakness, clutch actually does 40 damage instead of 20. So Monkey Dory goes down in 3 attacks. So that's 3 turns, which Andrew will try to find the Professor's Turo. But will he be able to do it now? He's going to have triple Recon Directive. They look like they're used, but they haven't been used yet. His turn has not started. That's going to be pretty important. Now, actually choosing to attach to the Monkey Dory instead. So, I mean, he knows there's 2 energy here, and there's the Neopper as well. So there aren't that many energy left. So he's going to go for a more protective approach, as we see the Professor Turo already in Andrew's hand.
Yeah, maybe this just lines up with a different strategy for Ryuki, where you target down the energies. You've seen a couple discarded. You can keep a couple of those on the Dragapult. Maybe an Absol sneaks in late, discards a couple out of the hand, surprises your opponent.
Gosh, Andrew has the Lumina's energy. He's 2 damage counters away from winning the game this turn, because he has a boss's orders as well. You transfer 3 here, and then boss KO, and then that's 4 prizes almost, right? Can't quite do it just yet, though. So do you Turo the monkey, even though you know it's your only resource and there's an Yveltal staring you down, or do you pay the retreat cost, keep no energy in play either? But I mean, I guess your opponent has no energy either, so your Dragapult's not threatened ever at this point in time.
You can build up the damage. You're not too worried about what's happening on the other side. Even if there's another Monkey Dory, there's no relevant way to move this damage and also have an attack. That's just what happens when Ryuki misses on that opening Turbo Energize. There's no attacker lined up, and everything is telegraphed from this point forward.
Is there a world where you go after your opponent's Monkey Dory as well? Deny the 1 energy they have, deny the Adrenabrain, get more damage counters on the board. See the attachment, the Luminous going down into the Mega Kangaskhan. So I think it's just going to be a retreat and attack into the active and pile all the damage here. But there's 3 pennies to account for.
Yeah, well, what if you split the damage and put maybe like 2 damage counters on the Yveltal, or just something to where you can set up for that 4 prize turn that you were talking of too, and maybe have something against that penny situation, but it's just a lot of damage counters on the 3 prizers, it looks like, for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just overall...
And Monkey Dory's the same business there, too. It's just one of the 110 Pokemon needs to take 2 damage counters. I like this.
And then if Ryuki decides to heal 3 from any of his Mega Pokemon, then the damage could just be sent back. Maybe that's what Andrew is playing towards. I mean, Ryuki should have a game plan now, could potentially have double Monkey Dory. There's so many damage counters on the board, Kyle.
Yeah, and this is just the problem that we've seen from Ryuki is he's not drawing into the right pieces here. If he had Penny to go along with this, maybe you do salvage this board state, buy a little time, move the damage over, and find something. But it has to be counter catcher and clutch stalling here.
Ryuki being very clear that he's only going to draw 5 from Iono, not 8 from Lily, not 6 from Iono, even though he hasn't taken a prize card. He's fully accounting for it thus far, making sure everyone knew he was going to draw 5 cards.
Okay, well, what Pokemon do you end in the active spot with here? This just doesn't feel great. 3 prize cards feel like they're going to go away at some point in time here. And if you give that to Andrew, you're probably also losing the game.
2 damage to the body. I think it's got to be the Evil Doll, right? Your Kangaskhans can no longer tank a hit. And, okay, so Ryuki was very careful to do 2 damage counters and then 1 damage counter in order to KO this body, not leave any damage for Andrew whatsoever. And he's going to pass. So leaving a Mega Kangaskhan up front. There is a boss's orders in Andrew's hand, but he's so... I mean, he's not close to winning this game, this turn in particular.
Okay, so he did 20 and then 30 just to heal off as much as possible, but leave no damage on the other side.
Oh, right.
But regardless, this just sets up for what Andrew was not looking forward to. He needed some damage to push over to the other Monkey Dory, try to take those 4 prize cards. Instead now, you do have that bench space to work with. 3 recon directives to go along with this. What's the ideal Pokemon here?
I mean, maybe Latias to avoid any... Well, no, that just gets clutched. Never mind. Yeah.
Bez, draw.
Bez for future situations.
I don't know.
We see the Latias.
I don't know if we even have to bench anything in this spot. I don't like any of these choices.
Probably just keep it in hand just in case it gets brought up and it doesn't get clutched, right? We do have triple recon directive, and that's definitely something very important here for Andrew. The Iono 2-4. It's not going to be super, super effective whatsoever. See the first one coming through, counter catcher. Not going to be useful anymore after we take this knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan, if we take it. However, that's the card Andrew keeps, so that tells me that he has a Boss Orders in his hand, and he's going to use it to take a KO somewhere else. Maybe just attack the Latias without taking a KO. That's another option.
Yeah, you could place the damage on the board and also Night Stretcher a Duskull if you feel like you could work in the Dusclops at some point. Then that opens up for Counter Catcher to clean up and take the last prize cards you'll need. There's so many ways to close out from this spot, and it's just about what's the most optimal for Andrew at this point. He still has 1 more recon directive. He can fish for a little more information.
Now, seeing this matchup, Kyle, as we have so far with game 1, the way it went, where we didn't learn much, but seeing it now where it's been like, both games have been a little one-sided, if you will, right? So, as either player, would you be okay with a tie here? Like, Andrew could, it's in Andrew's best interest to win this upcoming game so that it's not a loss, right? But is a tie an okay result based on what we've seen and how these decks are, like, playing out, and in terms of, like, would you rather walk away with this, or do you feel unfavored by either player, and therefore you prefer the tie over losing the match?
I think Ryuki's telling us that he doesn't feel very comfortable in the matchup. Even though he got that opening win, he had a chance to get out of this game many, many turns ago.
For sure.
It was not working out for him. He stayed in this hoping that maybe the resources would work out, but he's committed at this point. He's going to keep playing here. He's got 19 minutes. Maybe feels like he could speed the game up and use the turbos to get in there a little more. But for Andrew, we don't have any information on this. He just lost an early game. He's playing as fast as he can to get in a setup, but when you see Psyduck on the other side, you know that it's going to be an uphill battle. And you can only do so much if your opponent just has the trolley and gets in there.
And we're going to see double Adrenabrain usage onto the Dracloak here. We're going to see the Penny into a third usage. So 90 damage healed, prize card taken, still in range of the knockout with this Mega Kangaskhan. So the only Pokemon that can actually take a hit right now is the Latias EX. We do have Bravery Charm that puts the Mega Kangaskhan out of range, but there's still jamming towers to account for. And we see the boss's orders played by Andrew Hedrick to win game 2.
Okay, well, regardless of how they feel about this match, they will see a third game here. 1-1, a longer game 2 here from Andrew with a really clean setup and a lot of safe choices we saw. I mean, even discarding that Neo Upper Energy, that was something else, but it worked out so well. Just slowed down everything on the other side from Ryuki, and I'm sure he's just waiting to see what those opening 7 cards are going to be.
That really was something else. Both players struggling in the beginning, respectively, in each of their games. Game 1, handily won by Ryuki. Game 2, handily won by Andrew. Let's take a look at what happened in this game 2 and how powerful that Itchy Pollen ended up being. And then that Pheasantipity ended up going down quite quickly.
Yeah, damage piled up on the board. Ryuki tried to salvage things here by pushing the damage over onto the Badoo. But from here, I mean, the prize cards were all over the place. We saw Andrew go down to 1 prize fairly quickly at this point. Ryuki did have a really nice play to close out on a Dracloak. Try to slow things down, but with the boss's orders already in hand for Andrew, took that final prize. He's ready to go. I mean, everything comes down to this opening hand. It really does. So you know that Itchy Pollen is waiting for you on the other side. If you do not have the resources, is this a spot where you see Ryuki go second? Does he's trying to find Arvin no matter what?
For sure. Going second, I think, favors both players pretty heavily. Ryuki gets to Precious Trolley as long as it's available. Hedrick gets to Itchy Pollen as long as he's able to retreat into it, which he wasn't able to in the first game either. Now, we did see that Andrew gave Ryuki a mulligan, so that means 1 card closer to the Arven and to that Precious Trolley. Will it be available though? What do the prizes tell us? We'll get to find out.
Yep, sound the alarm. We're in game number 3. And things are starting off quick here. Andrew Hedrick with his patented move of Psychic Fez. That is not where you want to be, and that is that a top deck Arvin? Yep. Regardless, he's going in. Ryuki, you're going to find out that information that is so sought after. What is in those prize cards?
That Precious Trolley definitely happening here for Ryuki. No slowing down, and the issue is not just the Precious Trolley. It's also the fact that Technical Machine Energize gets energy onto a board, and that way you're able to actually establish something, right? Last game we saw Ryuki trying to survive the whole game. He wasn't really applying any sort of pressure. He was just trying to extend the game as long as possible. But now we're taking a look at the prizes. Monkey Dory prized, Mega Absol prized as well. I don't think any of these are really a big deal.
Nope, this is exactly where you want to be for Ryuki. He's got it all, a full setup, 1 piece of the puzzle on each side. Did he learn his lesson, Pablo? Are you going to see the energies thrown onto the Mega Absol this time? 2 copies ready to go, or does he still want to go with the Monkey Dory strategy? I'm so curious.
Yeah, I mean, with no Dreepy on board, it has to be the 2 energy.
Come on,
Mega Absol,
get in there.
Like, you have the Latias, you're going to have your Monkey established. We see the Pokegear preparing for the Itchy Pollen. Just, like, be aggressive, right? Especially, like, you see your opponent draw pass with no Dreepy, and it's game 3, and you know there's not infinite time, right? Yeah. Therefore, if you want to win this round, just go for the 2 energies on the Mega Absol and start taking away cards from their hands with your Claw of Darkness.
Really smart here from Ryuki. Avoid the shuffle. He's got the Turbo Energize attached to the active. Play this card now. Find those energies and shuffle up, just saving every second possible. Has 14 minutes to get the job done, and my goodness, he does it again. He loves charging up the Monkey Dories. He does not want to go aggressive with the Mega Absol.
Yeah, I mean, double Monkey Dory against Dragapult is very good. but there's no Dreepy.
They don't have Dragapult. You're just playing against Fez.
It's going to be a while. Like, first Dreepy needs to come down. Then we need to evolve into Dracloak. And then we need to get to the Dragapult. That's what I
don't know if we're going to see a Dragapult. Look at these prize cards.
Yeah, 2 Dreepies in the... Oh, my goodness. I mean, Ryuki doesn't know this, right? But even if he had 4 Dreepies available, going aggressive just feels like the right move here.
There's a big spot there. You just don't see anything from your opponent. Andrew, lucky to see basic Pokemon at this point off of the Lily's Determination. Would love Buddy Poffin, maybe to switch into the Budu if he could, but he's going to basically have, what, maybe a Dracloak, maybe a way to find this Pokemon. If you had Mega Absol discarding out of the hand, you could shut down all the draw power.
Shut down all the draw power, get extra prizes, get extra access to potentially boss's orders, to chase down wherever energies happen, wherever Dracloak happens. Yeah.
There's 13 minutes remaining. You got to take prizes at some point.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to win this, then you need to be, like, fair. If this is your strategy to beat Dragapult and play extra safe, go for it, right? But it's game 3. It's important to be able to adapt to different situations and not have, like, this sort of, like, ABC and follow it every single time regardless, right? And, I mean, Ryuki, of course, has, I'm sure, played this deck extensively, worked with the group of players that brought it to the tournament. He's at 7-0, right? So I'm not questioning what he's doing. I'm just, like, because of the time, maybe there's some adaptation.
I'll give it to him. He has the energy switch in his hand.
But Budu,
did you need to do it? Exactly. You're not working around Budu there. You're just, if he was thinking about all of those options, it just doesn't line up anymore. He could have had the energy on the Absol, 10 damage from the Budu, moved it over, had the Fez line up with a boss. Like, there's all sorts of things that could happen there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's no Itchy Pollen happening, right? But, I mean, you can even see, like, Ryuki waiting for the deck to cut it, right? Doesn't seem like we're going to see the Itchy Pollen. So maybe, I mean, if we see the energy switch onto the Absol, I'm going to cry.
Oh, it's just passing the turn with Dusclops. The energy switch is available if he wants to go for it. The energy's on the Mega Absol. There's no damage counters, so if any attack were to happen, it would be before this Lily's Determination.
All right, no energy switch, so there's definitely something I'm missing here.
Hey,
where
he feels
Ryuki's
comfortable.
playing faster, so he knows he's pressed for time, so why is he not attacking?
Okay, there's a Mega Kangaskhan. There's another Turbo Energize. He could have so many energy in play, but 2 cards, valuing that, building up this massive hand, just wants a little bit of damage on the board. I feel like this just speaks to the fact that he loves to KO the Pheasantipity. He wants to bait the 10 damage onto the board, move that damage with the Monkey Dory, and then KO the Fez.
Yeah.
But if Andrew just plays slow and doesn't get anything set up, you aren't going to take 6 prize cards at this rate.
Yeah, the more time you give Andrew, the more Pokemon he can get down. He's not forced to evolve into a Dragapult. He could even Turo away the Pheasantipity, which right now you have no way to 1-KO if Andrew doesn't attack you. So, I mean, and obviously Andrew knows that he's against the ropes, right? So he's fine with his opponent not attacking him when he has the better board presence overall.
Yeah, Andrew used the Ultra Ball, finds the Dracloak, has access to 1 more Recon Directive this time around. Could see something with that. I mean, the Dusclops promotion is basically just a nod to, there's a Psyduck, this card's useless for me. If you want to attack in and see my hand, just take this card out of the board for me.
Now Ryuki didn't draw any energy off this Iono, so there's a world where he doesn't even find energy this turn to start attacking.
He's got Penny. He can
yeah, true.
He can pick it up and try again.
Pick up the energy that should have been attached to
Put
the
it where he should have.
All right, we're going to see the run errand from Kangaskhan. 2 cards off the top, no energy. Or there's an Arvin, okay. So we have, oh, okay. There's Earthen Vessel. Imagine if the Earthen Vessel was priced and he had to grab energy to attack this turn.
Well, it's not the case. Sub 10 minutes remaining. Finding 2 more energy cards to go along with this. As far as the resources go, it's theme deck mode. A lot of just ways to build up HP, throw down energies, a penny if you want to pick something up. But that's the name of the game for Ryuki. He's got all these defensive tools, but that's not the spot he's in. He needs to get going.
Yep, I think we're finally going to be able to to see the Claw of Darkness. Gonna discard.
Where do you want to go here? I guess the energy is pretty tempting.
I mean, the energy doesn't work here because this is a Luminous, right? So they cancel each other out.
There's
So
the other one.
Oh, yeah, true. You're right. I completely missed that energy. You're completely right. Yeah, should be the energy. It goes for the Turo, though, in case he needs to clutch something or make sure the Fezandipity never gets removed from play. That's also fair.
All right.
So we're going to flip the script, draw 3 cards. There's a Jamming Tower, a Lily, a Buddy Puffin. We have the Ultra Ball for the Dragapult.
Massive hand here. If you want to thin out and see a few more cards, you have the Ultra Ball. You could find some more once you use Recon Directive here first.
All right, Kyle.
Let's hear it.
Is Ryuki wanting to conserve the energy so much? No, I was going to say something silly. Never mind. I thought he could use Quad Monkey Dory.
Oh, I mean that.
In a turn to then tank 200 damage, send 120 back, and one-hit KO the Dragapult. But he doesn't. He could if he had another bench space. But
pennying some and then energy switching over.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's a dream play with Monkey Dory. There's so many lines.
I know.
With this deck to take a sneaky knockout. But the damage will build up here. There is the Luminous energy that was not removed, and now we see even more cards to go along with this. Andrew, reward yourself with 8 cards. You have not taken a prize.
Now, he did have Ultra Ball to potentially find Halucha and take out the Psyduck this turn. Oh, no. I mean, to help himself potentially for future Dusknoirs. He is falling behind, though, so that's when you don't want to use too much Dusknoir as well.
It's always so tricky as you're trying to avoid playing too much damage on the bench. You don't want to walk into a Fez KO, but you're going to have to place damage all over the place in this matchup. And I feel like you just chase the energies from this point forward.
Yeah, I think you have to go after those Monkey Dories probably. Yep, there's a counter catcher onto a Monkey Dory. Reduce the damage that's coming back to you. Where do you place all this damage, though?
I mean, 6 damage feels awful. I think going like 2-2-1-1 makes the most sense here.
Yeah.
He might even go 1-1-1-1, but yeah, I think if you can put 2 damage on each of these Pokemon, just reduce the amount that the Monkey Dory would have to do, and even if Ryuki gets another Monkey Dory out, he's still not pushing 3 over twice.
Now, Andrew does finally hit a Dreepy off the prize cards. As like last game, we saw him triple Dracroak every single game, every single turn. Now he only has access to 1 for now. Could potentially set up a second one. Could also just get the Dreepy discarded from his hand because of that Claw of Darkness. As we see the Monkey Dory immediately reestablished.
Yeah, Ryuki, it's been what he goes for every single game, setting up, get these damage counters moved over, and try to set up some optimal ways to take Pokemon off the board. If you can do it in multiple turns, great. If you can just target down the draw power, that's a really great way to handle this game. Iono in combination with Mega Absol discarding seems optimal, but it is Penny this time around, and he's going to take that single prize off the board.
Yeah, and there's no need to have Psyduck when there's no Duskull in play, right? So looking pretty good here for Ryuki so far. Question is 5 minutes and a half enough time to close this game out? As we see the Claw of Darkness, Ryuki asking Andrew for his hand and choosing the Jamming Tower to the discard pile.
Wants all the hit points, wants to hold on, and this lines up with where you were trying to go previously. There's a bench space open. There's multiple Monkey Dory. There's likely an attack going into this Mega Absol unless we see a boss's orders this turn. And that would still mean 6 damage counters spread amongst these 3 Pokemon. It just doesn't work out too great for Andrew. Somewhere there's going to be some damage counters to push.
Does find Halucha off the Recon Directive, which doesn't really accomplish too much at all. So, I mean, what is the plan? Even like your Iono, because Ryuki hasn't been super aggressive, your Iono is not as effective, right? It's 5 pretty solid cards, plus your top deck. See a Puffin, fail.
I think where you need to go with this is either A, you need to evolve your Dracloak, which feels awful because you're not going to have any draw power afterwards, or B, you're you're taking out the Latios with a boss's orders, and you go 2-2-2 on the bench, and then your Dracloak can't be KO'd because you can't push the damage over and then make an energy switch or penny play.
Yeah.
We'll see the evolution now. You just got to keep these Pokemon around if you're going to try to close out with 4 minutes.
Well, what are we grabbing here? Bloodburst, Luna, decent closer. It's going to be Dusclops instead, so that tells me it's definitely going to be an Iono here. Wants that card at the bottom of his deck, because it's not very useful whatsoever right here.
Okay, that means damage counters all over the place, and if that's where you feel comfortable, so be it. Does line up for ridiculous plays with 120 hit points remaining on Andrew's side. If you attack into this Mega Absol and you get the 4 Monkey Dories, pushing all the damage to the active would be insane.
Can you imagine, Kyle? I mean, it's possible, right? It's definitely possible.
There's a world. I mean, if there were another Pokemon to really close out on with the Mega Absol, it'd feel great, but even then, just dealing 200 to something that wasn't expecting it would feel nice too.
I mean, raw penny and raw energy switch of Iono to 5. That would be such a high roll, right? But we did keep the energy switch available throughout the whole game. Right?
He likes that card.
He definitely likes it.
Okay, well, less than 3 minutes remaining. Ryuki anxiously anticipating the attack. He needs to hear that. How's the damage get spread?
It's got to be 2-2-1-1, right? Just like the last time. No, it's going to be 5-1. Interesting. Okay. Oh my God, energy switch off the top. And there's a Pokegear, Kyle. Oh my God.
Okay.
Well,
he doesn't have a Monkey Dory,
Yeah,
right?
the third Monkey Dory is prized, actually. So
Okay.
it's actually not possible. But I was like, no way. I've been talking all this time about the energy switch. And then it's found off the top. My goodness.
Oh, there's still boss's orders. There's Monkey Dory singularly if you want to target down Fez, but wants to see more cards. Just 6 of them.
2 minutes on the clock here, and there's only going to be 1 extra turn. Imagine a universe where Ryuki attacks 1 turn earlier, Kyle. He's down to 4 prizes instead of 5. He takes a knockout on this Dragapult right now. He's down to 2, and all he needs is boss KO the Fez because he discarded the Professor Turo. That 1 turn of non-aggression that Ryuki took when there was no Dreepy in the field could be the reason why he ties this game instead of wins it.
Yeah, we saw that in game number 1 and now in game number 3. Just a few turns of slowing things down and trying to line up these plays. Ryuki, he's got boss's orders, he's got Pokegear, all these great tools for next turn, but his next turn might be his last. There is 80 seconds left in this match. He's got the knockout lined up on the Dragapult, but after this, how do you close out and take these 3 final prize cards? I just don't see it right now.
Yeah, it's just he's gonna be 1 turn short. That's what it's gonna come down to, I think. Like, now Andrew will have a pretty big turn here of a 3 prize knockout, right? That Absol, despite having the Bravery Charm, is most certainly in range of this KO.
Okay, Blood Moon Ursaluna tossed into the discard pile here. Dragapult brought up, and this is a fresh hand. That's not a card you saw, Ryuki. There's a Lily's Determination. Does he want to see that, or is there a supporter he'd rather find? Maybe those weren't the right ones, but... Oh, how do you move about the 30 seconds left?
All right, we're going to see the Lily, shuffle, draw 6. What can we find here that could possibly help us here?
There's just nothing, just wants to burn through. He wants to guarantee this final turn and +1. Ryuki will promote. There's 10 seconds left. Need to see the card drawn before this gets going. Andrew nods over, then there is the draw. So Ryuki will be turn 0 in this game with 3 prize cards remaining. Andrew has 2 left. You see the Monkey Dories on board. Is it Penny Protect? How do you hang out here? You're in full defensive mode from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, now it's on Hedrick to potentially win this game by knocking out the Latias, right?
Yep.
That's the one option he does have. So yeah, okay, grabbing Iono off of Pokegear. And, I mean, this damage is definitely going to get cleared from the Monkey Dory, so we can't boss KO these 2 Pokemon.
Just leaves the Jamming Tower option. or finding your own Monkey Dory with an energy to push the
you
damage
need
back over, and a boss. That's a lot to ask for.
I mean, and that doesn't even work because Ryuki is at 3 prize cards, so Blood Moon can't even attack, right? So
I'm just even attacking with Dragapult.
Yeah, it's got to be Dragapult. You need boss, you need Jamming Tower, you need Monkey Dory, and you need an energy. That's a big ask of an Iono too.
Well, it's just, for Andrew, it's just 2 prize cards. He's if it's just one of those 2 options will get it done if you can move the damage over. Well, no, he doesn't even have that.
No,
it's just Jamming Tower boss, and he has it. Are you kidding me?
God,
How did he find that off of Iono? He's got it. What a ridiculous way to close out this match. There was no hope throughout that. Ryuki went so slow with the Mega Absol, and my goodness, if it weren't for 5 seconds left on the clock with Andrew passing it over, he would not have found the game.
Oh my goodness, how on earth did that happen? And I mean, even Ryuki had the option to clear 3 off the Monkey and then 1 off of that Latias, and it would have been out of range of this specific play.
Oh man, you're right. Yes, there's just so much to consider there. The Iono, he thinned it down. He put it at a point where Andrew just likely would not find the answer. We got to go back to the replay. Let's see how we got here.
That was a crazy ending into the game. I mean, game 1, we saw that Absol just putting in so much work, knocking out the Fez, taking away the Night Stretcher, fully denying anything that Andrew could possibly have right after. And then Andrew scooped his cards, went into a game 2 where it dragged on. Ryuki was in, as you mentioned, full survival mode. He was just trying to get enough damage off his board in order to not let Andrew win, but he never had any sort of offensive pressure whatsoever, no damage, realistically no attacker powered up. He was just going through the motions. Andrew was able to close out that game by knocking out the Mega Kangaskhan, and then that Mega Absol started attacking. I'm gonna say it 1 turn too late, Kyle.
Yep, game 1 we saw the Mega Absol attack with 8 minutes into the game when it probably could have been 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Now we see it slower on this turn coming into play, and he did play this pretty well at the end, lining up, but he did miss on that one portion there. The damage counter on the Latias, 3 cards left, and oh my gosh.
It was a top deck too.
He sees the top deck boss, the top deck Jamming Tower with the boss in hand post Iono.
Wow.
Sometimes you're just built different.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Andrew, of course, is an amazingly skilled player. So is Ryuki. And that's when most games will come down to these sort of like either luck moments, right? Because the difference between the decision making and the skill between both of these players is so little to non-existent. Therefore, what factors into the deciding factors of a game? It's either the matchup itself or luck. And top decking, I mean, he had 1 Jamming Tower left for sure because the other one got discarded.
Yep.
And then how many boss orders did he have left? I have no idea, but couldn't have been more than.
I mean, he only plays 2. And,
there you
I'm
go.
not even sure if we had seen the one earlier on, but yeah, it is astronomical to think about for him, but sometimes it just works like that. He's been a part of $10,000 coin flips in the finals of NAIC.
I was there. I saw it live.
So he's definitely seen a lot of this throughout his career, and he has so many regional accolades as well. With 3 regional championships that we've seen already, and he's just done so much in this game now. I can't believe he's still doing it with Dragapult, though.
I know. I was exactly going to go there. Like, Psyduck comes out, who cares?
Yeah.
Psyduck's in my opponent's deck, who cares? I walk away the winner. How? I didn't bench Dreepy on my first turn, and I still walk away with a win.
Yeah, and my opponent was ripping cards out of my hand, and it still didn't matter. I still had every resource I needed to close out here.
Yeah.
It is something else. I'm pretty shocked by a lot of what we saw from Ryuki. I understand what you need to go for with the deck, and you're trying to set up these nice consistent lines. Game number 2, if not for game number 3 with slowing down on the Mega Absol, game 2 just what's the percentage that you have there of actually closing out in a match like that? Like it just doesn't seem optimal.
I mean, let's hear from Andrew, right? Let's hear what's going through his head as he was taking over that game 2.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined with last round winner, Andrew Hedrick. Andrew, that was quite the match. How are you feeling?
You know, I'm kind of in disbelief about how it ended, to be honest. I was pretty resigned to a tie for most of the game, and then I ended up giving myself a slight chance to win, and it worked out, so pretty happy.
Yeah, let's talk about that ending, the ending to game 3. That was a nail biter. Like, we were watching it in the back, just the timer counting down. I think you had like 8 to 5 seconds or something before when you announced your attack. So, and then Ryuki drew his card at like around 3 seconds, so just in time for you to have one extra turn. You got hit by the Iono as well, but the perfect Iono almost. What was going through your mind in the last couple of turns?
Yeah, so like the couple turns before, I like knew that if I benched like little 1 prizers and stuff, he was gonna get an opportunity to like knock them out with Monkey Dory, and then he might be able to win the game. So I had to really limit my board to just some Dragapult and Pheasant Deputy to stop him winning the game in time. But that meant that my draw was super limited, and I wasn't gonna be able to really be able to find what I needed for very well throughout the rest of the game. And then when I had 1 turn left, I was trying to play really fast to make sure I was gonna get 1 more chance at it. And then it ended up working out off the Iono, but I don't really know how that happened.
No, it's just it was just meant to be perfect cards there to draw. You needed exactly that jamming tower in a boss's orders, right? Very heads up of Ryuki as well to just pass. I think he could have attacked with like Blood Moon Ursa Luna or something, but there's no point, right? But yeah, that matchup. You're playing Dragapult still. That was what, the Absol Mega Kangaskhan deck. Is that something you prepared for going into this tournament?
I've played against it a little bit. I have like some general ideas. I knew like I couldn't hit into his Absol because then you could just Monkey Dory 60 onto my Dragapult and knock it out. So yeah. I knew I had to target down, go around it, hit the Monkey Dories instead. But yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty close matchup, I feel like. But I had pretty slow starts game 1 and game 3, which kind of put me behind a little bit.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, you did lose game 1, but the game his opening hand game 1 was immaculate. Just anytime you hard open your ace spec and just having all the access to every Pokemon, right? But you've stuck with Dragapult. You're playing Dragapult Dusknoir. You've been probably his #1 supporter at this point. Bringing it to this tournament where Psyduck exists. Tell me about your deck choice. Why we decided to stick with the Dragapult deck.
Yeah, Dragapult's just like, it's so good, and Lily like makes it even better. Just being like, your early games get so smoothed out with that card, being able to draw up to 8, and also not lose stuff like counter catchers, bosses, order stuff you need for the end game. So that is just like really strong. The Dusknoir obviously is a little bit weakened by the Psyduck, but you don't need the Dusknoir that often, to be honest. It's kind of just like a nice supplementary piece at this point. I definitely feel myself using it a little bit less this tournament, but it is still pretty strong. Helps out a lot against Gardevoir and stuff, and other situations can come up. But yeah, I don't know.
That makes sense. I mean, Straight Pult exists, right? And I guess if your opponent has Psyduck, you're playing Straight Pult almost. But has Psyduck been a hindrance at all? Like,
this was the first round I played against Psyduck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there aren't too many decks that play it, to be honest. Against this matchup, it's really annoying because they play a lot of Monkey Dories. So in like some other matchups, I can sometimes put 60 on it and then use Hawlucha, use my own Monkey Dories and stuff to knock it out later, and then use my Dusknoirs that turn. But against this matchup, they set up more Monkey Dories than me, so I can't really try to set up that play in this matchup. But
oh no, yeah, we were. I was thinking about it backstage as well, because the Psyduck even has the potential to get even bigger. There's the Charm, there's the Stadium.
The Stadium, yeah.
So it could be the biggest Psyduck to ever have to deal with. But yeah, no, again, he still made it through it. What are your thoughts about, again, your opponent's deck, the Mega Evolutions? Tell us about your strategy against it.
Yeah, so I kind of want to like, I want to set up a lot of Dragapults. I don't want to let them like take knockouts on my Dragapult early, so like don't hit into the Absol, don't give them the Monkey 60 play, and then kind of be patient, set up a really good board, because they can't really deal with Dragapults that well if they can't move the 60 damage and knock them out. So you kind of get some time there. I don't know, it worked out.
I think we saw it in game 3 where you basically force Ryuki to just attack with the Absol, the second attack, right? Which still hurts. 200 plus discarding the jamming tower. Yeah.
I think I had to.
Yeah, but you had to. Very true, very true. With that, hey, you're now in phase 2, but no surprise there. You're one of the best Dragapult players out there, one of the best players out there, really. Any advice you want to give to any aspiring Pokemon trainer?
Just play as many games with your deck as possible and keep playing. I mean, that's what I've been doing with Dragapult for a while now.
Great to hear, great to hear. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my sponsor, FCBC, and everyone who's tested with me, and also shout out the Cubs. I hope they win tonight.
For sure, for sure. With that, thank you so much, Andrew. Best of luck in phase 2. Hopefully we see more from you. with that, we're going to throw it to a break, though, before we do start our Phase 2. But don't go anywhere. There's a lot more Pokemon action to be played here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Hello, Pokemon fans. Wanjo Sadana here once again in the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you last season's Milwaukee Regional Champion, Christian Labella. Christian, how does it feel to be back here at the Milwaukee Regional?
It feels great. You know, pretty short time span between now and then, but yeah, it feels good to be back.
It might be. You might be the shortest defending regional champion. I feel like it was just like, what, 5 months ago?
It could be longer. Could be longer. Yeah.
Yeah. You just have to win it again, defend the title, right? But yeah, let's talk about that. You won last season's Milwaukee Regional Championships. I remember that very, very clearly because in the sea of Gardevoir, you were the lone Raging Bull, right? That was the season of Gardevoir. Gardevoir won pretty much everything, and here you are, Christian Labella, bringing what is essentially weak to Gardevoir and winning a regional championships. Very, very cool. Do you think Raging Bull still has legs for this tournament?
Nah, it's dead, bro. I don't think so. Yeah, Gardevoir is too strong and it only got bigger, and that's a really big problem for Raging Bolt. So unfortunately, had to say my goodbyes to it.
That is fair. I mean, won you a title. It's time to retire. That is okay. What do you think you're playing though for this event then?
I mean, if you can't beat Gardevoir, you gotta join them. I'm also thinking, you know, I played Zoroark to the last event. You know, Zoroark's pretty good into Gardevoir. Might play after this event, so those are my top 2 picks right now.
I like it. Definitely, you know, Gardevoir has been always good, so wouldn't mind joining that. But if you can't beat Gardevoir, then you have to find a deck that does. And if, you know, we had Pittsburgh just a couple of weeks ago, and Zoroark did win that event, right? So it could be a good pick. It's just a matter of finding the right matchups. Now let's talk about the format. We're in the Mega format now. Are you liking any of the new Mega Evolutions?
Yeah, I think Mega Kangaskhan is really cool. I think the ability, the draw 2, I think that actually works good in decks like Raging Bull, you know, with the new Fez engine, you know, you gotta add this too, you know, that's almost as good as a draw engine as Zoroark, you know? Yeah. Not really, but maybe we're getting there. I mean, like a couple more cards like that, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, drawing 2 cards pretty good. It's like, what, 2/3 of a hop almost, and yeah, on a basic as well with 300 HP. I like it. Do you think any other cards to shake up this metagame?
Yeah, if we're talking about cards from the Mega set, I think the Lilies is a really good supporter. That is shuffle draw 8 at the start of almost every game is it's really strong. Good to see cards like that. I would definitely like to play the game. So yeah, Love that card. Mega Absol, another card that also seems really good. Actually pairs well with the Kangaskhan. You know, yeah, 200 and discard a card from your opponent's hand. That is really strong. Yeah, those are my top 3, I think, I'd say.
That does seem kind of scary. You're drawing cards with your basic and taking away cards with your other basic. Sounds like pretty good synergy. It's going to be a very exciting weekend, I think. What do you think are the top 3 decks, though, for this weekend?
Top 3, I'd say number 1, Gardevoir. You know, it's always been popular. It has no signs of slowing down. Number 2, Dragapult, another deck that's been pretty popular. Yeah, it's just a good deck. And yeah, the 3rd most popular, I'd say Goldengo with a Solrock Lunatone. Got really strong. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna expect to see a lot of that this weekend. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel like the Solrock Lunatone, not only is it a good draw, it's a good basic attacker now for a lot of decks. So it should be very, very interesting. With that, I want to circle back though at you being the Milwaukee Regional Champion, defending one. Anything going through your mind? Any pressure to perform in this event?
Yeah, I'd say yeah. I don't want to be the shortest reigning champion. So yeah, does not sound fun. But yeah, definitely more pressure than the average regional. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best and do my best out there. Yeah.
If anyone can do it, I'm sure it's you. I mean, Christian Labella, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out my cat Nelson. Shout out Nelson, he's the realist. Yeah.
Shout out Nelson. I'm sure. I'm surprised his name isn't Raging Bull or something. No, Nelson for sure. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Christian Labella, 2025's Milwaukee Regional Champion, possibly 2026. But yeah, we're going to throw it back now to more Pokemon action.
Moonless night, a strange incident occurred in which every one of a village inhabitant suffered nightmares. The villagers attested that Darkrai appeared before them in these nightmares. It chases people and Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep, nightmarish slumbers.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, for one more Swiss round today. We have finished Phase 1. We have slimmed the field down quite a bit. We are kicking off Phase 2 tonight. Yes, that's right. One more Swiss round to play still. One more round of Pokemon action. Cannot wait to see some exciting games. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth for this final round by Azul Garcia Griego. It's been a great day, Azul. We've seen a lot of excellent games and some high-level play from some of the best players in the game.
Yeah, especially that last series, specifically even coming down to the wire all the way to the end, and Hedrick gets the victory. But yeah, all of our matches across the board have been pretty good today so far, and excited for one final match to close the day out.
Yeah, a crazy end right there. Hedrick said himself that he was resigned to a tie, and then just somehow finds a way, gets the perfect cards off of the Iono to 2 cards in order to just win the game. Sometimes it's just like that,
Yeah, definitely. And he's been playing that. I mean, he's been on the Poltnor for a really long time. He's still treating him well. Continues to bring it into the Mega Evolution format still with the new upgrades, especially that Lily's Determination, which I think he even mentioned in his interview.
Yep.
So, yeah, still making it work.
So Phase 1 is all done. We saw the meta there. Sarah Ledge leading the charge. I'm really interested to see how things look for our Phase 2 metagame. And speaking of which, I think we've got that ready. Gardevoir is now taking charge, and we do see an appearance here from the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan EX deck.
Yeah, that's a pretty big step up. Probably the best conversion rate of any deck from day 1 to day 2 would be my guess, but not anything too crazy besides that. We got Grimmsnarl still around that 8%. Dragapult Dusknoir with a little bit of a gain there from the day 1 as well, and Sarah Ledge took a step down, but it's all within like 1 to 1.5 meta percentage here. It's not a huge shift, I think, besides Mega Kangaskhan Absol making its way into the board.
Yeah, I think Sarah Ledge was at 8.9, right? 8.8, something like that. Now it's down to 7.3. That's pretty close. Gardevoir gets a bit of a boost, not a huge surprise there. But one deck that is removed here, we've added in the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan here for the 6th spot of the meta share, but the Gardevoir Jellicent has fallen off a little bit, favoring the straight Gardevoir. Do you expect to see that kind of reign true through the rest of the tournament? Do you think Gardevoir will overall have a better success rate than the Jellicent build?
that's interesting, maybe. I don't want to say yes for sure, because going into the tournament, I was favoring Gardevoir Jellicent as being like the better way to play the deck. It seemed like the better way to play the deck, the more popular way to play the deck even. But we see that not being the case from Phase 1 into Phase 2. Will that continue throughout the rest of the tournament? It's hard to tell. I mean, recently we saw basically the same thing happening, but Jellicent kind of came out on top in the end. I can definitely still see that coming around by the end of this tournament for sure. Both builds very powerful, and I don't know, a lot of unique stuff in Gardevoir right now, so I wouldn't be surprised one way or the other.
Well, Azul, I think we have our 9th Swiss round ready to go on the stage. Let's get down to the table and get into this one, and this is going to be really exciting. Yes, that is not a mistake. That is correct, folks. Mega Manectric EX up on the stage, sitting at a 7-1 record. Justin Barty on the left.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting to see Mega Manectric here. Justin's been on a tear so far, I believe, only losing this previous round. So a 7-0 going into round 8 and closing out Phase 1 at a 7-1 record, and now going to Phase 2 for the first round is going up against the Dusknoir Dragapult here.
Ooh, and right away, a bunch of energy cards going down.
On both sides.
On both sides for these players. That Neo upper is a big deal for Carson, of course. A couple of supporters there for him as well. A little awkward, but 3 lightning energies. We see Electric Generator there in those prize cards. That is a big part of basically any lightning deck. So something that Justin here not going to have super high likelihood of maybe hitting some of those early generators.
Yeah, could hurt the generator numbers a little bit, but it is an electric build, which means there is more energy acceleration besides the electric generators, of course. And we see Justin jumping into immediately with a Nest Ball and maybe eyeing up the Squawk, but might just be going through some prize checking here.
Yeah, going to check the prize cards. Of course, Miraidon is an excellent option in the early turns for this deck. He actually already has his pink card in hand, A-Spec spotted. The secret box for Justin in this opening hand opens up so many possibilities. So Justin will kick it off here with that Nest Ball. Does indeed eye up the Squawkabilly. Over on the right-hand side, we've got Carson Washer starting a Dreepy, going to be playing that Dragapult Dusknoir deck. I actually think a same build, probably the same 60 as Andrew Hedrick, who we just saw in the last round. Carson and Andrew are friends, work together, and Carson is actually a really cool story here. First-year Master, his second ever tournament as a Masters Division player, and he is sitting at a 7-1 record. You know, Carson's someone who's had a lot of success over the years in Pokemon TCG. He was a great Juniors Division player. He just won a regional championships last season in his final season as a Seniors Division player, and now he is off to an excellent start here, his first year as a Master.
Yep, already put himself in a pretty good spot heading into this Phase 2. Over on Justin's side, we did see the secret box come out immediately, which is, this is a Mega Manectric deck, but at the core of it, it's also still a Miraidon deck. We got the Miraidon EXs. We have the Iron Hands, which is going to be a big piece of the opening aggression here from Justin, most likely. That's going to be what Justin's going to be looking to set up as we see it make its way to the bench, and the first generator is coming out here.
Yeah, 5 cards from the top. Any 2 lightning energies up to 2 can be attached. It is just 1. But here on this first turn, even getting that 1 is really strong. Still has access, of course, to Squawk and Seize. We'll be able to discard the hand and draw 6 new cards here on the other end of this shuffle. So talk to us, kind of fill us in, Azul, a little bit about the general strategy here for this Manectric Iron Hands deck. What are we going to see from Justin specifically in this matchup?
So we're going to want to see the Iron Hands kind of be the initiator for Justin to start to pick off some stuff like Dreepies. Maybe it has to go through a Badoo, if you can chase a Duskull down, and the core of it, like I mentioned, it's like the Miraidon Iron Hands of old that we've seen for a while. But the Mega Man is the Mega Manectric is like the new big upgrade to the deck that Miraidon's been missing, the big one-hit KO potential, which is what the Mega Manectric brings to the deck once again. Being able to do potentially 330 damage with the Riotous Blasting can KO stuff like Dragapult EX, Charizard EX, Grimmsnarl EX. This is something the Miraidon Iron Hands combination's been missing, and now it has that missing piece.
Yeah, very powerful just stats-wise as well. 330 HP, free retreat, which automatically makes any card so much better. But something missing here for Justin on his first turn, there was no Electrike. So we will not see a early establishing of the Mega Manectric EX. But I guess that's something he's fine with. He doesn't have to get it right away. Now over here on the other side, Carson is kicking things off pretty nicely. Able to find Buddy Poffin, searching the deck for a Dreepy and a Badoo. And I have to imagine the item lock of the Itchy Pollen will be really nice here for Carson. It will cut Justin off of being able to amp you very much next turn. It's actually not possible for him to do that.
Yeah, actually, Justin whiffing the the Dynamo or the Electrike, like you mentioned. More importantly, maybe a Miraidon to find those 2 cards, because one thing Carson's deck, of course, can do very well is pick off those lower HP basic Pokemon before they can get evolved. That's something Dragapult is very, very proficient at. And like you mentioned, with no access to the Amp You very much from Iron Hands on the next turn, things are already looking a little bit scary here for Justin. He is playing the more aggressive deck. Getting Iron Hands established initially, or even Miraidon and starting to draw 2 prize cards with your initial attacks is a big deal when you're going up against such a late game powerhouse like Dragapult.
And how about this setup here from Carson? Plays the hand out perfectly, able to get down Duskull, Ultra Ball for the Latias EX, and then a Lily's Determination as the final card in hand, shuffling in to draw a fresh 8 cards. An excellent, excellent start. You couldn't write it up better.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. Usually the one thing you're okay with, like whiffing on the first turn of Dragapult, is like an energy attachment or committing your energy attachment to retreat into the Badoo. But Carson literally has everything. The Latias to get to the Badoo and the Dreepy with the energy. Things are looking pretty good.
He does have another Dreepy here in hand. Is kind of thinking about whether or not he wants to bench it.
Yeah, I might want to save the bench space open for a Duskull, but it looks like the Dreepy might be making its way down here. And yeah, seems content with that. And then even the aggressive Jamming Tower takes away the air balloon.
That's actually a really big deal here. That will remove the ability for Justin to just simply retreat that Squawkabilly out of the active spot. Now, with the Itchy Pollen being utilized, interesting here to see Justin going for the Arven. Will not be able to play the item card that he finds off of this. Is that all the only supporter he had in his hand?
I think so. Actually, there was maybe a questionable play from Justin, I feel like, on the first turn of the game with the secret before using Squawkabilly's Squawk and Seize. I believe took a Lily off of the secret box and then just discarded it. So valuing the potential of the Arvens higher, or it looks like it was an Iono actually. So valuing the Arvens higher, but as we see as this develops, once the Badoo gets online and starts using Itchy Pollen, Arven's pretty weak, especially when you already have an air balloon established on the Squawk.
And it is just a pass from Justin over to Carson. That find of the Jamming Tower working nicely. I guess it wouldn't have actually mattered anyway, because Justin doesn't even have an energy card. Really nothing working at all. Carson here going to get time to establish, and I have to feel like that is a huge deal. And then this could be a huge deal here as well. I understand it, right? You want to set up, you need to value your own board position. Carson, of course, wants to find some Dracloaks, but Carson knows his opponent did nothing last turn. I always hate giving my opponent a new hand when I know they have nothing going on.
Yeah, it feels bad, but definitely the correct play here from Carson. Just needs to continue to build up his board state. Even if Justin was to pull off an arm press for a single prize card on the Badoo next turn, you're not stressing about that at all. Carson is more than happy to potentially give up some aggressive options to Justin.
And wow, look at this. Carson, off of his 6 cards from Iono, does not find a Dracloak. No Ultra Ball, no Dracloak, no way to get a Recon Directive up and running, no way to draw some more cards. That is going to be an opening here for Justin to get established, but he doesn't have much either. It will be Motivate. The attack from Squawkabilly does play 20 damage onto this Badoo, so sets up for an aggressive 2-hit KO from the Squawkabilly, but maybe more importantly, does get an energy attachment to the Iron Hands EX on the bench.
Yeah, and Carson's hand is actually completely dead. Things were starting to look really, really good for Carson, but the lack of Dracloaks, like you mentioned, and now the lack of a draw supporter this turn is giving a huge opportunity for Justin to get back into this game from his slow start because of the slow follow-up.
And Boss's Orders will choose to bring up the Electrike here. Carson, with this play, just trying to bide his time, give himself an opportunity to get out of this slow start, hoping to give himself a chance to find a supporter card, find a Dracloak, and hope Justin whiffs a little bit here, is slowed down just a bit.
And Justin is not slowed down at all, has the retreat off the Electrike. Is going to have to settle for the arm press for the KO here, so we'll only get 1 prize card. Justin possibly could have just retreated to the Squawk there and motivated instead for the turn to load up the Iron Hands fully, but
still take a prize card.
Removing 2 energy off of Dreepy feels pretty good.
It's exactly what Justin goes for. Gets rid of that Dreepy. He strikes first, takes his first prize card, and now Carson is able to find a little bit of help, has Iono in the hand, will be able to play that to hopefully find some Dracloaks and hopefully start to get his board more established.
It's definitely funny how this game has played out because Carson was in such a good spot to begin with, but then had that little hiccup in the last couple of turns, and we're kind of at the pace that this matchup usually plays out at. Like, we've returned to the average at this point now, I feel like, going into this turn from Carson. As we finally have the Iono, of course, if there's no Dracloaks found here, I think we're worried again.
Carson does have Ultra Ball, so at least 1 Dracloak can come into play, of course. I think we've got an issue here potentially with too many cards drawn off Iono from Justin?
I'm not sure exactly
Actually, I missed what
happened.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe Justin placed, he was dealing out his hands, his draw off of the Iono, and then placed the remaining of the cards he was dealing out on top of his hand that was supposed to go on the bottom of his deck. But I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, our judges at the table are gonna try to get this sorted out, and we'll figure out exactly what the word is. We will get you all updated as soon as we know. But yeah, that's maybe a good note for anyone watching at home. After Iono, before you draw your cards, put your deck all together. Put it all together. Don't leave yourself with multiple piles. Really just a general rule of thumb with Pokemon TCG. Don't leave a bunch of piles on the field. It just leads to potential confusion, and I think that may be what has exactly happened here.
Yeah, not 100% sure. But yeah, definitely minimize your piles on the table. Get your Iono cards on the bottom of your deck before you go to draw off the top of your deck. They're talking about the Electrike as well. Maybe the energy from the Electrike ended up back in the deck? Is that possibly the confusion here?
No, it's right there in the discard pile, face up in the discard pile, right?
Yeah, because it didn't get motivated last turn, so that should be the Electrike's energy.
Yeah, so I don't think it's that. I think the question may just have to be how many cards were put on the bottom from the Iono, and that's I think we've sniffed it out here as well. I think that is indeed what happened here. Simple enough fix, but yeah, very sketchy there for a moment. Could have been a bit of an issue for Justin, but thankfully everything was caught, realized before cards went to the wrong place. Looks like we are good to go.
Yeah, thankfully able to recover that. And the draw from Justin, I saw an energy and a boss. Which going after another GP, maybe a Dracloak on this next turn would be a pretty powerful play.
Now, Carson does have a pair of Ultra Ball here, so that could lead to 2 Dracloak in play if he'd like it. And he may feel that pressure, right? Because Justin is potentially threatening Boss's Orders plus a energy attachment in order to just take that Pokemon out. He wants to be able to establish a Dragapult on the next turn, I have to imagine.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll probably see, I'm sure Carson is hoping to not have to play both Ultra Balls, would love to Dracloak into another Dracloak off of its ability, but we might have to see Carson sacrifice a lot of resources to double Ultra Ball here to get the double Dracloak down. I think it's definitely something you're aggressively playing around.
And he actually could also just get Pheasantipity here, and that's what he is going to go with. And with the other Ultra Ball remaining in his hand, he will still be guaranteed to get a Dracloak, hoping to find one off of this. What do you think of this sequence?
It feels a little risky. I kind of like the idea of just guaranteeing the double Dracloak. The double Ultra Ball does feel very resource intensive. You have a pretty good odds here, though. This does give you the fuel for the second Ultra Ball. You're going to draw 3 cards. You'll probably be able to give up one of the cards in hand or one of the cards off the Fez and make the other Ultra Ball work, but you're still very much hoping to find double Dracloak here.
3 cards here from Flip the Script. Does find a Dragapult, but no Dracloak found. He will find one now off of this Ultra Ball and going to be crossing his fingers off this Recon Directive to find a way into one more.
Yeah, this is going to be a big Recon Directive here for sure. Whether or not you get a Dracloak here can completely shift the tempo of this game. You want to be attacking with Dragapult next turn. And we do know Justin has energy and boss, but even just a boss, an arm press KO in this Dracloak would be devastating. Let's see how it goes.
Recon Directive looks at the top 2, a Nest Ball and an Iono, so no Dracloak found, and this could be a big opening for Justin if he indeed has boss plus energy in hand. That will be an Ampu very much coming in on the Dracloak here, clearing it out of play, putting him in a really strong spot. Itchy Pollen from the Badoo will limit Justin's play a little bit here, but he's got everything he needs, and sure enough, energy, Boss's Orders lined up, ready to go, and that Dracloak is enemy number 1.
So one of the interesting things about how this matchup can play out sometimes, and for this board state specifically, is you can win these games without Dragapult. You have Ursaluna, and it usually, when you're Badooing in the early game, slowing Justin down like it has happened so far in this game, Justin has this Iron Hand set up, is using Amp very much, but has no other threats established. And actually, with the Duskull on the bench this turn, Carson could find Dusclops, activate its ability, give Justin another prize card, and then be able to use Ursaluna for a single energy and knock out the only threat in play, which is the Iron Hands.
And pairing that with Iono would be a really strong option, and the Iono is already waiting in the hand here for Carson. Going to use Flip the Script, drawing 3 first. Does find the energy card. Ultra Ball can get the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And I believe Dusclops is in the discard pile from the Ultra Ball on the previous turn. You could go a step further, maybe find Hawlucha and take out the Electrike on the bench as well, leaving Justin with just a Squawkabilly, getting 2 cards off an Iono.
Okay, okay. That does make things a little interesting here. The question has to become, where does Carson go from there? That would be a really strong play this turn. It would leave Justin with almost nothing, but Justin would still have just 2 prize cards remaining. It gives him a chance to try to get reestablished and find a way back into it. And this deck can be really explosive with Electric Generator.
Yeah, and once some prize cards start to get drawn, Justin does play the other closer in the Manectric deck, the Zekrom EX, which of course does more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. And it looks like Carson, with the Ursaluna grab, is gearing up to get aggressive this turn, which would open that up as a possibility.
Looks like everything is coming together nicely here for Carson. A pair of Night Stretcher in hand. Can probably also get back a Dracloak to get a little bit of draw power up and running. Make sure that he can go somewhere after the Blood Moon Ursaluna play on the next turn.
Yeah, and we do have that energy on the Dreepy right now, so that would need to be a follow-up. Of course, Ursaluna cannot attack 2 turns in a row unless it is able to get from the bench back to the active, which I don't believe Carson plays a way to do that, except maybe using another Dusclops ability. If we can get another Duskull down this turn, but you'd probably rather just retreat into a Dragapult and attack with that instead.
This is a smart little sequence here from Carson as well, using the Curse Blast before the Iono, making sure that Justin has 1 less card in hand on the other end of this Disruption supporter.
Yeah, and this is what can happen.
Oh, and the first card is the Hawlucha for Carson as well. What?
I think we're probably going to see that Electrike go down here and get removed from play. The threat of a Mega Manectric is still pretty daunting, but we can clean that Electrike up this turn, and it will just be that lone Squawkabilly for Justin on board.
This is turning into a really interesting spot here for Carson. The Blood Moon Ursaluna just providing so much utility to these non-rare candy builds of Dragapult EX. Hawlucha's Flying Entry will place 10 damage counters on, 1 damage counter, 10 damage onto each of these benched Pokemon. Squawkabilly up to the 3.
And that's why these board states can be super deceiving sometimes, because sure, Justin has the prize lead, is taking out a lot of Carson's key Pokemon, but there's no backup. And the Ursaluna is at least good to take out 1 threat at any point. So
I will say, Justin technically could win here on this turn.
Yes.
It would be really difficult. He would need Boss's Orders, Electric Generator, and an Energy Attachment onto either a Miraidon or Zekrom. Either one of those, and he could close out the game here. And with the Boss's Orders going down from this Ultra Ball.
Well, actually, I believe Zekrom will be able to KO the Ursaluna this turn, right?
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Wait, no. It's 250, right? Is it 250? Or no, it's taking 3 prize cards?
Yeah, so it'd be 280.
280, wow,
Yeah, we'll be swinging for 280. So if we can find the Zekrom, an Electric Generator, hit 2 off of it, and the attachment for turn, we can KO through the active Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it's starting with this Mew.
It is starting with this Mew. Worth noting as well, 2 energy cards in the prize card, so it does decrease the odds slightly, but everything's got to come from this Mew to start with. Restart, drawing 3 cards here. 1, 2, 3. What does he have? There's an energy. There's an Ultra Ball.
Pheasantipity?
Yeah, Pheasantipity.
We keep going.
But he's going to bench the Electrike.
Oh.
And just go for the Motivate here. And
Justin does not play Pheasantipity.
Wow, yeah, no Pheasantipity in Justin's list. Okay, so worth noting there. Yeah, does not have that as an option for the Flip the Script. And he's just leaving it up to Carson here. Justin uses Motivate, puts the energy on to the Electrike here. Carson, now in the driver's seat, could potentially close out the game with Professor Turo right now if he's able to find the combination of Dragapult EX, an energy card, and the Professor Turo.
And I believe he's close. The hardest card to find out of all those is the Turo, and I think that's already in hand, but I don't know if the other 2 are there to piece it all together.
He's got Dragapult. Does he have the energy card? That is the question, and it cannot be a luminous energy. It would have to be a basic energy. He's actually got a basic psychic and his A-Spec, the Neo Upper Energy, in the prize cards, so he would need to find a fire energy or psychic energy. He only has 1 fire, 1 psychic left, and I'm not sure how many have been played up to this point. Is he going to just have to go with a Jet Headbutt to KO this Electrike?
Yeah, it looks like it. The countercatchers come out. He's going to play a Lily to refresh the hand, but with the Lily there, you can't play the Turo, so no way, of course, to draw 3 prize cards during this turn, but this does completely remove the threat from play, so that's good. Just like last turn, though, Justin can still win with the Zekrom play. Has to find Zekrom. Generator for 2.
Yep.
And an attachment. But the exact same play is still there for Justin.
Wow, this is going to be a close one here. Azul, let's see what Carson's able to find here. 6 cards now off of Lily's Determination. Would love to get an energy, but isn't super necessary, to be honest. And he does not find one, but I don't think he's super upset about it. Obviously would be nice, but still able to retreat thanks to the Latias EX's Skyliner ability and Jet Headbutt, able to deal effectively with that Electrike. Promotion of the Mew EX and the draw of the Generator, but I don't think this leads to anything, Azul. He sure can go for the restart, but even if he gets Zekrom, he wouldn't have an energy to attach from hand.
Yeah, that's almost like an unfortunate sequence. But I don't even know how you could draw in a way there to get. It was just that was just such an awkward set of cards to have to work with. There's almost like no out there for Justin, and I don't think we'll have a line this turn anymore. The question is, does Carson always just win next turn with the Ursaluna? I guess no, we can hide behind a Dynamo for a turn, hide behind the 1 prizer, and then do the same thing again.
And cross your fingers that Carson Washer does not have Boss's Orders in hand, which seems unlikely because there it is. Boss's Orders brings up the Mew EX, and that will be 2 prize cards after the attachment of Neo Upper Energy, which was in the hand. We didn't see it come down, but yeah, that was going to be enough to close things out. Carson Washer gets the win.
Yeah, gets the dub in that first one, and that was actually a pretty interesting game for how it started. It started super lopsided. Carson was way ahead in terms of where you want to be in this matchup, and then the Dracloaks didn't show up.
Yeah.
But you kept using Badoo, kept delaying Justin's setup, and then even though Justin was drawing prize cards every turn at a certain point, only had the single threat of the Iron Hands, and really the big missing piece there for Justin, honestly, was the Miraidon. Because even in that late game scenario, if we had just had Miraidon established earlier, even if we didn't have any other threats around it, you could search out the Zekrom.
Right, and I mean, honestly, the Miraidon as well could have become the attacker to close out the game with Boss's Orders on Fezandipity or Latias even, right? That could have even been the way to close things out. Let's recap that game. It was a big story of the Badoo early for Carson and the lack of setup as well. Iron Hands EX doing what it does so well, being aggressive, taking prize cards, but Justin was unable to get a strong setup thanks to it.
Yeah, Iron Hands getting the initial prize cards here, but it's very powerful, but it can't do it by itself, especially when the opposing deck plays Ursaluna. Ursaluna will always come for the Iron Hands eventually, and that's when Iron Hands needs a little help, but Justin had nothing established, and when he finally tried to establish some threats at the end of the game, Carson had finally gotten options with the Gust effects and the Dragapult and was able to limit any possible comeback from Justin.
And then Carson did have the game-winning combo. Boss's Orders plus the Neo Upper Energy in hand leads to his victory in game number 1. Now heading into the second game, Justin will have the option to go first, go second. What do you think you want to do with the Mega Manectric deck?
I'm actually not sure about that one, to be honest. Does look like choosing first. And I don't think this gives you time to establish your Electrike specifically, which I think is a very big and important part of your energy acceleration.
Hold on, Azul. Let's look at these prize cards. Both Mega Manectric in the prizes for Justin. It is a 2-2 line here in the deck, and both of them are prized.
I think Justin will, it is scary, but I think Justin will probably be okay. We're trying to initiate with the Iron Hands. We're not initiating with the Mega Manectric. As long as Justin can draw a couple prize cards with the Iron Hands, I think Justin will be okay. Get one of those Mega Manectrics out of the prize cards. I guess the one fear would be, do the Electrics go down before they can be evolved into the Mega Manectric?
And it seems unlikely that that would be the case, right? Because Carson is playing the slower build. There's no rare candies, no real burst potential. So I think Justin is going to be crossing his fingers that he'll be able to find Mega Manectric EX before his little Electrics go down. And this is a really strong opening already for Justin. He started that Miraidon EX, a piece that he was missing in game number 1. Tandem Unit immediately filling the board. He's got Electrike, Dynamo, Iron Hands filling the field, and Squawkabilly's Squawk and Seas still to be utilized here. That is not the best to see, though. That is quite a few supporters hitting the discard pile, including, probably most importantly, as well, 2 Boss's Orders.
Yeah, 2 Boss's Orders going down. Also, a Lily's Determination and an Iona, which in this matchup are definitely more powerful. The Badoo shutting down the item cards is going to make it tough to get value out of your Arvins besides the tool cards, of course.
Yeah, his other supporter cards, there's 2 Lily's Determination and 1 Iono. 2 of those 3 cards just went to the discard pile. Other than that, 4 Arvin. And then the 4 Boss's Orders. That's it. That's all he's working with.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, Justin is playing the Secret Box, which means it's not the Prime Catcher that we're used to seeing in the Miraidon deck, so only 2 Gust effects to work with as we head to the mid and late game. It could get tough for Justin to get around the Dragapult if we're not able to set up that Mega Manetric.
Lily's Determination will be the turn 1 supporter here for Carson after attaching Luminous Energy to this active Pheasantipity EX, benching a Dreepy, so at least gets that Dreepy down. But Carson's definitely looking for a bit of help here off these 8 cards.
Yeah, some more Dreepies would be nice. I think most importantly, though, especially with only 1 energy established on Justin's side, Badoo. You would probably settle for just Badoo as a basic Pokemon here if you had to pick 1 card.
And Buddy Buddy Poffin will ensure at least 2 basic Pokemon able to come down, and already a Dracloak in the hand, already an Ultra Ball in the hand. Things are looking quite a bit better for Carson Washer here in this game. And he doesn't have to worry about his hand getting disrupted. He may not know it, but Justin only plays 1 Iono. It's already hit the discard pile. Buddy Buddy Poffin now for Carson being used. We'll search the deck for 2 basic Pokemon, 70 HP or less. Here comes the Badoo, here comes the Dreepy, and then a retreat into Badoo leads to Itchy Pollen, which is no items for Justin this next turn.
Yeah, Carson's already setting up into a pretty solid position here. This is very similar, I feel like, to game number 1 for Carson. Getting the Itchy Pollen established before there's a threat of the Ampu Very Much. There's no possibility of the Ampu Very Much on the next turn from Justin. At the very most, we could see an Arm Press, but that would have to involve finding an Electric, a way to move the Miraidon, and an attachment for turn, which is tough to do under the item lock of the Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of very specific cards that Justin needs to find. He does have Lily's Determination in hand, so that sees a lot of cards. That is his final draw supporter. Other than, the Arvins, of course, acting more as search cards. So that is really fortunate for Justin to find here. He will be able to shuffle the hand in, drawing 8 new cards, and also has Electric. All he's missing here is Air Balloon plus a basic Lightning Energy.
Yeah, so is already pretty close. Going to get those 8 cards. Definitely would be pretty reasonable to find it. We did see the Switch was in hand before the Lilies was played. Of course, Itchy Pollen shutting that down, one of the potential options, but there's a solid chance here that Justin can get the KO.
Here are the 8 cards. There's the energy. I think we were all pretty sure that he was going to find that, and that is 3 electric generators. More than a whole bunch of them being utilized here. And, actually really interesting, Thunder Jolt here from Electric does KO Badoo, and Justin has used Dynamotor to put that energy into play. He's going for it.
Yeah, definitely overlooked that there, and that does increase your odds here from Justin to be able to get this KO, and it's really all about just getting KOs. Ampu Very Much is ideally how you want to do it, because that's more prize cards, but you'll take any prize cards and wanting to put the pressure on to Justin here.
And it feels so much like so much of this matchup is just Carson trying to stabilize through this early game aggression. And we'll see if he's able to do that in this game. He's got the Pheasantipity already lined up. We know that he's got Dracloak in hand, so things are going to feel a little bit better for him than in the previous games. But is he able to get established before Justin gets too far ahead? Carson will now use Flip the Script, drawing the top 3 cards, since Justin took a KO on the last turn. There is a Lily's Determination here in the hand for Carson, which is nice. He's also got Hawlucha, Ultra Ball, so many different options.
Yeah, Carson definitely going to try and maximize being as disruptive as possible, probably trying to get a Badoo back in the active to once again item lock. And then probably I would expect to see a counter catcher. I did see one in the hand on the Electric on the bench. Now Justin does play Air Balloons, and I think there is an Arvin in the hand, but Carson doesn't know that and does want to maximize the potential that Justin can't take a KO on the next turn. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that be the play here from Carson.
So in the last game, we did not ever see a Mega Manectric come into play. That Pokemon has a ton of HP. It can withstand the Phantom Dives of Dragapult EX. It does give up 3 prize cards, of course, but how big of a deal is that going to be here potentially for Justin? It does look like he took Mega Manectric off of the prizes.
Yeah, that's going to be a big key for this matchup as we progress towards the late game once the Dragapults get set up. It can be really hard for Justin to knock those out, and it's also really hard for Dragapult to KO Mega Manectric. So you have a way to KO their big threat. They don't have a way to KO your big threat, but Mega Manectric can only do so much if you haven't drawn enough prize cards in the early game. So it really is the 1-2 punch of Iron Hands into the Mega Manectric. If either comes up a little bit short, it's going to be hard to close out games.
Oh, we do see Carson committing his Neo Upper Energy, one of the most powerful cards in his deck, and using Counter Catcher to bring up Iron Hands EX right before this Iono.
Ooh, I do like this play from Carson here. This does mean that Justin might not be able to evolve the Electric into a Mega Manectric if he wants to KO the Badoo, whereas otherwise you maybe could have just retreated the Electric, or if it evolved into Mega Manectric, into an Iron Hands to use a Arm Press.
Recon Directive from Carson now. He's going to look at the top 2. And Azul, I don't see a way to get another Dracloak.
Well, this could be another situation where if the active Pokemon can be moved here for Justin and there's a boss's orders, the lone Dracloak could be taken care of. And now would be a lot scarier for your Dracloaks to get KO'd when there's the potential of multiple threats on Justin's side of the field.
Itchy Pollen once again, and Justin has nothing here in this hand that he can use. He's got one of the most powerful cards in his deck, Secret Box, but he cannot play that item card thanks to Itchy Pollen. He is relegated to a simple attach and pass.
Yeah, that's rough there from Justin. Even an Arven to get an air balloon, or actually the future booster capsule. I guess I didn't actually think about the future booster capsule being it out, but that might have been a mistake from Carson because Justin does have +1 out to move the Iron Hands as opposed to the electric.
Yeah, future booster energy capsule, boosting the damage that Iron Hands does, but also giving it that coveted free retreat. But it works out nicely here for Carson. Justin unable to move this Pokemon. And we do see Jack being used as his supporter for turn, searching the deck for up to 2 evolution cards. There is a Dracloak, and there is a Dragapult EX, which will protect this Neo upper energy.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really, really scary for Justin. When the Dragapult player attacks with the Dragapult before the Miraidon player, Mega Manectric player, has drawn 2 prize cards.
And you know what's really unfortunate here for Justin is that extra effect of the Thunder Jolt attack of Electrike. It's 30 damage and then 10 damage to yourself.
Yeah.
And Electrike has 70 HP, now only 60 remaining, and that lines up perfectly for a Phantom Dive.
Yeah, and we saw Carson was looking like he was eyeing up using Dusclops and maybe thinking about removing both major threats from the field, the Iron Hands and the Electrike. I think the Electrike will for sure be getting KO'd here. The question is, how far does Carson want to go? Do you want to use the Dusclops, or do you just want to reserve it for now? Justin is on the 5 prize cards, the odd prize cards, which generally means you don't have to be as aggressive with your Dusclops and Dusknoir.
So may hold off on it for now, wait for it to become a Dusknoir, give himself more options moving forward. And Phantom Dive is going to line up nicely to deal a bunch of damage to this active Iron Hands EX, but most importantly, taking out Electrike, as we may not ever see a Mega Manectric come into play.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. Game 1, there's basically no chance. Here in Game 2, the Electrikes, it's going to be tough to get one in play, especially with the Dusclops on the back line and the potential of a Hawlucha if a bench space is cleared. Benching Electrike in general just might be not worth the easy prize card for Carson at this point.
Justin now, though, will be able to play his item cards. He's got Secret Box in hand. We'll be able to see Justin unlock the potential of Electric Generator. Where could this turn go for Justin? What would his best possible turn look like?
Oh man, this is definitely a tough one. As we see the Electrike getting searched out here once again, I think maybe trying to utilize this energy on your Iron Hands still, try and pull together a 2 prize knockout with an Ampu very much. Maybe ideally on that Dusclops to remove the possibility from Carson, or maybe you take care of that bench Dracloak and try and line up your Zekrom into the Dragapult later on to completely remove the threat of Dragapults. But just like in Game 1, Ursaluna is always an inevitability in this matchup.
Yeah, really interesting here for Justin is that he could utilize his Switch somewhere in the mix here to get that extra energy onto the Iron Hands through Dynamotor. He is going to grab out Boss's Orders as his supporter, so it looks like he could be lining up a really powerful place. Future Booster Energy Capsule will allow him to move this Iron Hands. He can Dynamotor, he can switch back into it. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like is maybe going for that Ampu very much. The question is just what do you want to KO here? A bunch of options on the bench, or maybe just 2. I guess you could go after the Badoo, but I think Badoo is less of a threat than the Dusclops or the Dracloak. And honestly, I'm actually not even sure where I lean here. The Dusclops, even though Justin is on odd prize cards, so if the Dusclops ability gets used, you'd go down to even prize cards, down to the 4. That's where Justin wants to be. The potential of just trying to limit Dragapults in the future seems pretty good as well. So I'm a little bit torn here on what is the better KO. Neither of them feel great because it doesn't feel like it sets you up super well moving forward, but we got to pick one of them at the end of the day.
We'll see which one Justin goes with. He will start by attaching that Future Booster Energy Capsule, aiding the Iron Hands with the free retreat. Does have access to Dynamotor, but first we'll go for Electric Generator. Looking at the top 5 cards here, looking for some energy to get into play, and there are a pair found. We'll be able to put both onto the Iron Hands if he wants. He still has access to Dynamotor to get one more energy into play onto probably Electrike. Also has not attached for turn. It's kind of crazy how many energy can be put into play in just one single turn with this deck.
Yeah, and that's like another big part about the Mega Manetric is when you put energy on it, they're usually pretty safe because the Mega Manetric has 330 HP.
Right. Not super safe at this point, though, with just a little electric. Now, I do think Carson discarded his Hawlucha earlier, so he doesn't have it in the deck. But in theory, he actually has more access to it now, thanks to the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, and it looks like the Dusclops is the choice here to remove that potential threat. And the Miraidon is getting loaded up as well. But this is going to open up that bench space for Carson to potentially Night Stretcher, recover the Hawlucha, and go for a 3-prize turn, removing both major threats from the field. The Miraidon can still take KOs on Latias and Fez, but it's not as scary as Iron Hands or Mega Manetric.
Amp you very much. Takes 2 prize cards for Justin, sends him to just 3 remaining. Does remove that Dusclops from play. No potential for Dusknoir this turn on Carson's side. Happy to promote the Badoo, of course, with its free retreat. And we'll see where he goes from here. Now, with just 20 HP left on the Iron Hands, I have to imagine Carson would love to get a Gust into the mix somehow this turn, either Counter Catcher or Boss's Orders.
Yeah, definitely. Could even look to take a knockout on something like the Miraidon maybe, or just pressure it, put a ton of damage on it. Looks like he's going to go for the Squawkabilly, just wants to chase prize cards.
Right.
And I have to imagine is looking for that Night Stretcher at this point.
This will lead to 2 prizes at least on the Squawkabilly, probably 3 when you factor in the, or sorry, 4 when you factor in the Iron Hands, more than certainly going to be KO'd. And then Carson with just 1 prize card left just has to find a way to KO the Electrike at some point this game. And
yeah, or I guess another line here for Carson could be KO the Squawkabilly, put 2 damage counters on the Iron Hands, and then you just dump the other 4 onto the Electric, and then another Dragapult attack from potentially another Dragapult, even though you left the Electric alive to become a Mega Manetric, would just KO the Electric off the bench. And it's possible Carson actually maybe just sets up a checkmate board state scenario on this turn with that play.
Pheasantipity flipped the script, utilized, drawing 3 cards. Looks like a Turo is found for him. Ultra Ball, also Dragapult EX, a bunch of Iono, Lily's Determination. So many supporters in this hand.
There's the Ultra Ball coming in as well. Is eyeing up the Monkey Dory. And yeah, actually, in this scenario, yeah, I was going to say, Hawlucha with Turo actually is enough damage to KO Iron Hands and the Electric off the bench. So I think it's maybe
he can win the game right now this turn. All he needs is Night Stretcher. And if he finds it, he can find it off Dracloak here. Oh, but he does not find it so close. That would have been so sick for him to take a 5-prize turn here, and all he needed was Night Stretcher. He had every other piece here.
Yeah, did not quite hit the full combo, but I don't think Carson is stressing about it. Definitely seemed like Carson knew what was up for sure the whole time. Was playing heavily towards that play. And now just has to choose what supporter to play for turn, it looks like, and is going with the Iono, trying to be a little disruptive.
Wow, that would have been a crazy sequence to see. But Carson, yes, like you said, probably not stressing. Feeling pretty solid about his position, especially sending his opponent's hand to the bottom of the deck. Justin will only have 3 cards to work with. Not bad ones, though, with the energy plus the electric generator. Can get a lot of energy into play. And here comes Dragapult EX. It'll be 200 damage, an easy KO onto the Squawkabilly EX. 20 damage onto the Iron Hands. 4 more damage counters to play with. Looks like he'll spread them out. 30 damage onto the electric. 10 onto the Miraidon, setting it up to be KO'd by a Phantom Dive. Carson with just 1 prize card remaining. Justin with his back against the wall. What is he going to do?
Man, I'm trying to come up with any play here for Justin. I think the play has to be find Zekrom, KO this Dragapult, and hope Carson cannot find a Dragapult EX or Ursaluna, which that is a tall order for Carson to not find.
Justin could get the KO here with the Mega Manetric as well. That would have something be something with more HP. It would force Carson to then find Boss's Orders in addition to his Dragapult. So that could be the move here for Justin. It does involve a little bit more. However, he needs to get that evolution piece, which he will be able to find now off of this Ultra Ball. And I think that last card in hand is Electric Generator as well.
That if it hits 2, that will be enough energy to pull off the Riotous Blasting to get the KO on the Dragapult. And then, yeah, like you said, gonna have to hope that Carson does not find Gust plus Ursaluna or a Dragapult to just pick the Electric off the bench, but has to start with this Generator here first. Need to hit 2 Lightnings.
Needs to hit the 2 Lightning here. 5 cards from the top, a double hit on the Generator. There's 1. Oh, and it's just the 1. And Justin says, I can't come back from that. It looks like he
didn't even take the one. He's just like
retreat pass, and Carson wins on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is going to be it. Phantom Dive takes that final prize card for Carson Washer, able to just win the game. I think Justin thought that Carson had 2 prize cards remaining, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Carson just had it in hand. It looks like he had Ultra Balls, so probably a pretty good shot to close it out regardless. But Justin unable to make a name for the Mega Manetric here on stream. And Carson Washer, 8-1, first-year master. He is a teenager, and he is tearing it up here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Yeah, it's great to see. Also doing it with the Dragapult Dusknoir, which I feel like was maybe a little bit of an underappreciated deck going into this tournament. I know a lot of people were down on it, myself included. There's a lot of Psyducks out there, a lot of Gardevoir out there. We just saw Hedrick win in the last round. Carson Washer now in this round.
2 wins in a row.
Dragapult's out here, still making moves.
Still making moves, absolutely. What a game. Unfortunate to not see the Mega Manetric deck at its full potential, but the Badoo, the item lock, just seems so tough for it to deal with.
Yeah, definitely makes things really hard once you aren't able to get a couple early generators. You have that slower start, you only have that 1 energy on the Iron Hands, and you're immediately getting Itchy Pollen.
And that is really what the story of this game was, in both games, was Itchy Pollen. Badoo used over and over and over again. Justin just unable to get rolling. He's only got 3 draw supporters in his deck. Tula's Determination plus the 1 Iono. Other than that, he is super reliant on Arven. He is super reliant on his powerful item cards, and he just could not make it happen.
Yeah, Arven's usually enough when you have access to your items, but the Itchy Pollen shutting it down means you're going to have to slowly build up these Iron Hands like we saw in that first game through just manual attachment after manual attachment. And then when that gets dealt with an Ursaluna, you got nothing on the back line to protect you. Was able to get a little bit more aggressive in this second game with the Electrike play. That was a really cute play to start to get through the Badoos, but
they came back to bite him here.
Yeah.
That 10 damage made all the difference, and that allowed that Electrike to just be KO'd super easily by Carson.
Yeah, and the same thing happened. The Badoos came back in, slowed things down, gave Carson the upper hand, and then Carson got back into the prize lead as we headed into the late game here. And then we got to the end. The generator hitting 2 would have been cool.
Yep.
Would have given Justin a chance.
Yep.
It is unlikely it would have been enough, and Justin couldn't even get that going to get the Mega Manetric set up.
Carson with a big smile, happy to get the win here on stream. Second ever regionals as a master. Gotta imagine he's feeling great. 8-1, an excellent start.
Yeah, super good start. Very good chance that we see him in cut tomorrow, especially if he's playing that well. Very well played from Carson as well. Definitely worth mentioning. So definitely someone I'll be looking out for as we head towards the rest of Phase 2 tomorrow.
Something else worth mentioning as well, his testing partner and same 60 teammate here this weekend, Andrew Hedrick, has moved to an 8-0-1 record. He
Pretty
took
good.
down Christopher Carleon, who was our final undefeated player. So there's no one else in the tournament left undefeated. We're not going to see a crazy run like we did from Liam Halliburton in Pittsburgh. But Hedrick and Carson leading the charge here in phase number 2 with Dragapult. Didn't really expect that, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that would be. I mean, a couple Dragapult Dusknoirs in cut would not have been a shock, especially if one of them is Andrew Hedrick.
Yep.
But yeah, the top 2 seeds heading into day 2 is definitely a little bit of a surprise for sure.
Yeah, and just looking, as we're waiting here for this interview to get set up, looking at some of the other decks that are doing really well, there is kind of a lot of this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan EX deck doing well. Is that something, after seeing the list kind of get out there the last couple of days, that you would have expected?
Yeah, I think a little bit, but I think something that more so has to do with that is the level of players that are playing this deck is very high. This is definitely, yeah, the average level of the players choosing to play this deck is probably the highest in the tournament right now for sure. And I think that is part of the reason we saw its conversion rate also be well once we take a look at the phase 2 meta breakdown. So I'm not too shocked, to be honest. It definitely seems solid, seeing it play out a little bit more. It's got the pieces it needs to compete with the other top decks, the Dragapults, the Gardevoirs, and then you back that up with players like Tord and Ryuki. I mean, it's no surprise that it's doing so well.
No surprise at all. Well, someone else who's doing well is, of course, Carson Washer, our winner from the last round. Wancho standing by. Let's hear how he's feeling.
Thanks, Chip. I'm joined with Carson Washer, our first Phase 2 winner, streamed winner in any case. Carson, what a match. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. That's my first Masters Day, too. So it started off good.
That's right. That's right. For folks who don't know, Carson Washer here is actually the Portland Regional Champion in the senior division last season, and this is his first year in the Masters division so far. Very, very successful season.
Thank you.
So far, we're starting out strong anyway. let's talk about your deck choice here. You're playing Dragapult EX, and let's walk us through that. Why did you decide that for the tournament?
So coming into the tournament, I didn't really have much time to test, but I played a lot of Poltnor before this format, so I just felt the most confident with it and just decided to play it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good deck, obviously, but you know, with the new Mega Evolution cards, Psyduck did come out. Is that something that you were worried for at all? Did you run into any Psyducks? Do you have any horror stories for us?
I've actually played against 3 Psyduck, but I beat 2 of them, which was fine. And then I really wasn't worried about it. I didn't think that many people would play it, but I don't know. We'll see.
How did you beat the Psyduck, if you can walk us through it?
So they were playing Frostlass Grimmsnarl, and I think it was kind of a misplay. They went into Frostlass, so I like put 4 on it and then monkeyed it and then Hawlucha'd it, so I killed it and then popped the Dusknoir.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. You know, once this, if you can knock out the Psyduck during your turn without having to attack, that means it basically didn't exist. Now you can pop your Dusknoir. Makes sense. With that, let's talk about that last match, though. You played against Mega Manectric Miraidon. Was that something in your radar at all, expected to play?
No, I had no clue I was going to play against that this weekend. I actually had to read the card. I don't know if I saw it.
Yeah, luckily only the Mega Manectric anyway only showed up near the end.
Yep.
Because you know, unfortunately the little Electrics are fairly easy to deal with the Dragapult. But walk us through that last game. What was going through your mind?
So I was just like trying to keep my Dracloaks alive and get into Dragapult eventually. I knew that if I got to attack with Dragapult, then I would easily win. Also, turn 1, when he only got 1 energy down, I knew that Badoo would be really good because he couldn't play generators and use Amp.
No, definitely. I feel like Badoo was definitely a key to success in almost both your games, really, right? I think Badoo bought some time in the game 2 as well, preventing some Ampu very muches happening too soon. So you definitely want to set up. But yeah, I mean, this sounds like a... What do you think about the matchup? Was it tough?
I thought it was pretty good of a matchup. I mean, game 1, I really didn't draw that good, and I still won. Like, I barely attacked with Bolt. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, as long as they're not playing Psyduck, the world is your oyster. You did get to pop your Dusknoir at key moments. But yeah, I'm just curious if, like, the Mega Manectric actually got it to attack, but...
No, I don't think it did. Yeah. I was a little scared of it game 1. I just kept killing the 70 HP dude.
Yeah, and especially after he did attack with the 30 damage to the 10. Suddenly math just lines up.
Yeah, that's true.
With that, you just won. Get the first round of Phase 2. How are you feeling about the next couple of rounds?
I'm feeling good. I'm really tired right now, so I'm glad we don't have to play more rounds today. So.
Definitely. I'm gonna make sure you get your rest for the rest of Phase 2 tomorrow. Any matchups you want to run into specifically? Anything you want? What are the matchups you want to avoid as well?
I don't really mind. There's no like bad matchup. There's no great matchup. So anything is good with me.
Yeah, that sounds like definitely what a Dragapult player would say. Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Right. With that, before I do let you go, any shout outs you want to do?
I want to shout out my parents for letting me come, Justin and Caleb, Andrew for giving me the deck, Jackson Yoskart for being great friends.
Great to hear. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Carson Washer once again. Hopefully we see more from you tomorrow. Best of luck. With that, we're going to take a quick break while I grab Kyle and Pablo to close out the show. It's going to be quick. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And we're back. I told you be quick. Juancho Zaldana here, and I'm joined with Kyle Sablehouse and Pablo Meza. Well, day one is officially over here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. How are you guys feeling? What are your favorite matches today?
I mean, I loved watching the Dragapult versus Mega Kangaskhan. It was really back and forth. Definitely, I love seeing two top players go at it and like still see like so many potential plays that could happen at any given moment.
Yeah, we really set the stage with John Ang in that opening game too. Just that opening reveal of Mega Absol and Kangaskhan. It was like, what are we doing here? And then he just played it so well. It set a precedent for what to expect for Phase 2. It's gonna get wild out there.
Oh no, yeah, I'd love to see all the new cards and a new deck. Just make the graphic, right? What it did make like it's like 6th most played now in Phase 2, whereas it was nowhere in Phase 1. And again, this is a new innovation, definitely using the new Mega Evolution cards. But my favorite match has to be just seeing the kids cast the match. Kids cast my match.
Your favorite match was you losing?
Oh.
Well done.
That's how good they casted that match, even though
it was a lot of fun.
It was very cute, yeah.
that was before Milwaukee even started. If you missed it, definitely rewind a little bit, check it out. No, but yeah, of course, all the amazing plays. Just definitely the breakout star, of course, the Mega Absol, Kangaskhan. Again, I like seeing Megas. I wish we got to see Mega Manectric, though, you know?
I think before the tournament, like, we definitely would have put money on, like, Mega Lucario, Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Gardevoir making an appearance. But I don't think Mega Absol was in many people's radars for sure.
Oh, no, yeah, that's for sure. But luckily, Mega Kangaskhan is part of that Mega Absol deck, so it still counts.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting parts of today was the prize mapping. We talk about that as something that a lot of players have to consider, but there is so much that goes into it now with the 3 prizes that can be taken, the disruption you have with Penny and Turo, and adjusting the hit points. There's so much back and forth. It's a lot of fun.
No, definitely, yeah. The 3 prize card Mega Evolutions definitely add an extra dimension to the game, especially with so many ways to cheat out prize cards in this metagame too, with the Dusknoirs, with the Dragapults, all that Monkey Dory. It's so volatile. The game is fun, so much fun to play some Pokemon. But you know what? Let's bring it back though. Let's talk about this regional championship. I mean, well, we're at the end of day 1 of Milwaukee, but I wanted to go ahead and do a quick look ahead for the rest of the 2026 season. So much more Pokemon to be played. I can't wait for Las Vegas right after this. A new place to just show off some Pokemon. But of course, all the ICs as well.
Yeah, we're going to go Las Vegas right into Sao Paulo, Brazil. I mean, what a trip for some of these players to get their feet wet with Las Vegas and then make that big trip over, play in the first international event of the year. And it's always a blast to kick things off there, see who's going to come home with all that prize money.
I'm definitely looking forward to the cold Toronto in January. Like, I know many people might not be looking forward to that, but it's been quite warm in Mexico, so I'm really looking forward to Toronto for sure.
Do you have a nice coat to show off or something?
No, I just like the cold. I like the cold.
No, I feel you there, Pablo. It's very hot in the Philippines as well, and I buy so many of these jackets in the Pokemon Center and whatnot.
Yeah.
No, that's for sure. A lot of things to look forward to. And of course, at the very end with San Francisco, the Pokemon XP experience. Oh, I can't wait. Of course, my favorite place there has to be the TBA. The mystery places. We have to wait and find out, right? With that, again, we're back here in Milwaukee, just about to close it out. I just want to remind folks at home, the start time for day 2 tomorrow, we do start 10:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, or 7:30 a.m. PT. Starting bright and early, but I can't think of a better way to start your day than watching some Pokemon, that's for sure. And of course, I want to remind folks at home, the website, the Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your broadcast needs. I mean, if you want to find us, you want to find all the other streams, that's a good place to find them. And of course, follow all the channels as well. Follow Twitch, follow YouTube. That's one of my favorite things to do, is interact with all the chatters at home. I mean, I love it when they get to pick the match.
Good old community choice.
My favorite. That's absolutely my favorite round.
That or the all the photos in X, just seeing how people celebrate Pokemon, celebrate this game, play it. All the pets. Actually, that's my favorite. That's the best. No, everything can move to the side. It's the pets. I want to see the.
We haven't seen Frank Powell in a minute. Okay, maybe they can come out of retirement for tomorrow.
We need an update on Frank Powell, please.
That's for sure. With that, again, ladies and gentlemen, this was day 1 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We'll see you all tomorrow for more Pokemon action. It's gonna be a ton of fun. See you next time. Wait to get the tournament underway.
This could be huge, and he does find the fighting energy.
You know who's casting our match?
I do.
I think it's a chip in his hole. Oh yay!
It's just Jamie Tower bossy. Yes. Are you kidding me?
God.
How did he find that off of Iono?